the Hollywood Billionaire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, Don't Stop Believing. Reality synchronization in progress. 21%. Don't stop believing. Hold on to this feeling. Bright neon lights. Crowds of pedestrians. Oh. Jenner's famous song Don't Stop Believin' has been Han Yilo's wake up alarm since high school. Accompanied by this familiar and exciting melody, he frowned, took a long breath, and opened his sleepy eyes with difficulty. The first ray of sunlight in the morning penetrated into the house through the milky white blinds, casting mottled light and shadows on the beige walls. Han Yi, who had just woken up, was still a little dazed, but the red triangular flag nailed opposite the single bed could be seen clearly. The texture of wool velvet, the ochre red background, the embossed school emblem embroidered in warm gold, and 2 rows of capital letters. University of Southern California. The school flag of the University of Southern California. Half supporting his body with his elbows, Han Yi looked at the flag shining in the sun with some doubts, and his brows were locked tighter. Although he has deep feelings for his alma mater, he is not a person who likes to show off his past achievements all the time. In addition, the changes a few years ago made him feel a little regretful about the unfinished fate with USC. Therefore, after returning to China, Han Yi put away all the peripherals related to his alma mater and never looked at them again. The school flag that was pressed at the bottom of the box was suddenly hung on the wall intact, as if it was new. This was too strange. With confusion and puzzlement, Han Yi quickly scanned the room. Every time he used his eyes to distinguish one thing, his panic deepened. The digital Storm Black gaming laptop that was scrapped 2 years ago because the motherboard burned out, the various papers, textbooks and teaching outlines placed in the storage space on the upper layer of the desk, and even the black iPhone 6s Plus that was charging next to the pillow, all sounded like a fire alarm that could only be heard in American apartment buildings, shocking Han Yi's cognition. This is not the reality he is familiar with, absolutely not. This is clearly the apartment he rented when he was in college. Han Yi hurriedly turned on the screen of his mobile phone, and the number that appeared in front of him proved this. February 29th, 2016, 7:13. It was probably a lucid dream. Han Yi was not as nervous as before when he saw the time. Although he had never had a lucid dream, he had seen related discussions on Zahoo countless times. Being able to act and think independently in a dream is the biggest feature of a lucid dream. Thinking of this, Han Yi sat up with interest, ready to get out of bed and explore in the dream. But the moment his toes touched the grey carpet, something strange happened. Reality synchronization completed. A ring of blue-green light tightly surrounded Han Yi's feet, blooming with an almost enchanting color. Then, the halo quickly spread out in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, the entire room was coated with a layer of sci-fi color filter. Hello, Han Yi. The screen of the digital storm lit up without warning, showing a line of English letters. After Han Yi saw the content clearly, the letters broke into strokes again, jumping and dancing, as if they had life, happily holding hands and hugging each other, tightly entwining, and rearranging and combining into Chinese characters with the same meaning. The past 7 years, a very difficult journey, isn't it? Seeing this, Han Yi's pupils shrank slightly, and even his breathing stopped instantly. He didn't even bother to put on slippers, and rushed to the computer barefoot in 3 or 2 steps, wanting to see the text more clearly. But as soon as Han Yi's fingertips touched the screen, the text floated away like smoke, and the screen went dark again. Before Han Yi could react, the next paragraph of text appeared. However, this time the text did not have any medium or carrier. The letters were like exquisite sculptures of different shapes, suspended in the air, just a few inches away from Han Yi's nose. Don't doubt it, Han Yi. Everything you see is real. In the past 7 years, you have experienced a dramatic change in your family, betrayal by your best friend, and a tragic failure in your career. You fell from the peak to the bottom, a free fall. You once had the best hope, but in return you learned the most embarrassing lesson. Fortunately, you still maintained your fighting spirit. You did not give up until the last moment, but of course that should not have been the last moment. This is our mistake. I believe you will understand, right? As if showing off his miracle, the words in front of Han Yi kept changing their shapes, colors, and reflected positions. They jumped from his eyes to the wall, then teleported from the wall to the door of the closet, and then projected onto the mirror of the bathroom sink facing the closet. This will be a brand new life, a good opportunity to start over. Through this line of text, Han Yi saw himself in the mirror 7 years ago. Not so haggard, not so puffy, 176 centimeters tall, not too tall or short, at least in Los Angeles, an international metropolis with mixed races, he could be considered a medium-sized person. Swollen eye sockets and messy hair affected the overall look, but it can still be called a clean and handsome face. This dream is quite realistic. After staring at the mirror for a long time, Han Yi suddenly muttered to himself, "How do you wake up from a lucid dream? Question mark?" The words in the mirror slowly typed a question mark. "I kind of want to go around the campus, but I have to go to the bank early tomorrow morning. I heard that lucid dreams are very tiring." Han Yi picked up the toothbrush inserted in the mouthwash cup and stabbed his chest twice with the handle. He gritted his teeth and took a breath of cold air. "Oh my god, it hurts. Can't wake up now. It's broken. Hey, I got it." Han Yi clapped his hands, turned on the faucet, pressed the plug down, and began to store water. Seeing that the water level was almost there, Han Yi did not hesitate and plunged in directly. It is said that if you are strongly stimulated in a dream that is considered an extreme situation in reality, you can wake up. This trick must work. However, before Han Yi could feel the feeling of drowning, a huge force pulled up his neck and threw him backwards. The pulling force was very huge, but the strange thing was that Han Yi didn't feel any pain when he hit the bathroom wall, just like falling on a mattress without elasticity but extremely soft. Then, another invisible force that made people unable to resist pressed him against the wall, unable to move. "What the hell are you doing?" The new paragraph that appeared looked a little exasperated, and there was no Chinese English conversion. The font color was charcoal red, and there was a special effect of hissing smoke. "You are dead in that world. This is your last life. You can never make it up if you waste it. Do you understand?" Before Han Yi could answer, the iPhone flew in front of him out of thin air. "Turn it on." 2 English words appeared above the phone again, accompanied by a downward arrow sign, which was quite considerate. "You should open it now. It's very important to you." Seeing that Han Yi still didn't respond, the phone suddenly came to life, moving half an inch forward and close to his nose, as if it was a more urgent reminder. "You're pressing me, brother." The only man in the world who was pressed against the wall by his own phone cried out in grievance. Now he could only blink and couldn't even move a finger. As the last syllable fell, Han Yi felt his whole body relax, and the oppressive feeling that enveloped his whole body disappeared instantly. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva to moisten his dry throat, he raised his left arm and swiped the phone screen upwards. The apps on the screen were exactly the same as in his memory. YouTube, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, WeChat, Scattrade. But strangely, these apps turned grey. Even the Safari, phone and text messages icons below the main interface were grey. The only colorful one was the blue icon at the bottom right of the third page of the main interface. At the end of all the apps, in the center of the icon was a white octagon neatly cut at the 4 diagonal vertices. And below the icon were 2 simple English words. Chase Mobile, Chase Bank. Han Yi frowned slightly. Since he came to the United States to study in 2012, he had only used Wells Fargo Bank. This time, he clicked in without any text prompts. User ID, login password. If there was another person at the scene, he would definitely think that Han Yi was practicing some street magic. Because Han Yi's hand was suspended in the air, without even moving, the keyboard automatically entered all the information. As the enter key was pressed, the app jumped to the main user interface. The design of Chase Bank's mobile app is very simple, with a sapphire blue background and ivory white function bar, with only a few messages written on it. Good morning, Yi. February 29th, 2016. Chase Private Banking Trading Account, 6102. $52,890,454.76. Available balance. Morgan Chase Wealth Management account, 3880. $133,772,890. Available balance. We have modified some of the system performance that everyone thinks is inappropriate, and I apologize to everyone here. In fact, there is no system intelligence seen in the following, so please feel free to watch it. Chapter 2 Private Banking. These are. Han Yi looked at the astronomical figures in front of him, not knowing what to say. These are your compensation, and they are your support for opening a new world. The text popped up in the center of the screen in the form of a push notification. Something went wrong with the timeline. You shouldn't have experienced what you experienced, and you shouldn't have died in that world. These gifts are our apologies and solutions. In your wallet right now, there is a card with the same last digit. Try to use it, just as your first greeting to this world. All important information is stored in the only document in the memo, which will also be our main communication channel. If necessary, I will assist you as soon as possible. Do what you should do, and live your life as you wish. Good luck, Han Yi. The push message stopped here, and Han Yi's eyes just scanned the last punctuation mark, and the phone screen immediately became dark. After a moment, the screen lit up again, and the phone jumped back to the main interface. This time, all the app icons returned to their normal colors. Han Yi quickly opened the memo, and there was only a lonely document there, with only a few simple lines of information in the document. Chase Bank's user ID, login password, payment password, and a 10-digit phone number. Chase Private Bank, personal consultant, Fernando Gonzalez. Looking at the words in the memo, Han Yi tilted his head, thought for a while, and then dialed his private banking consultant. Mr. Han. Before the ringtone rang twice, a Latin American style English came from the other end of the phone. Good morning. May I ask, how can I help you? Fernando's voice was full of energy and vitality, but it still couldn't cover the sound of car horns coming from the background. Just by listening to his voice, Han Yi could imagine what Fernando Gonzalez looked like at the moment. He was holding the steering wheel with one hand and holding the phone with the other hand, perhaps trying to clip it to his shoulder, or perhaps connecting to the car Bluetooth. In either case, it was the same rush. It was 7:30, the time when the highways in Los Angeles began to be congested. Hello, Fernando. Han Yi moved the phone away from his ear, breathed a sigh of relief, calmed his mind a little, and made his voice sound as calm as possible. I have some questions about asset management that I want to consult. Do you have time today? When a fortune is made, the most important thing is not to squander it, but to meet with professionals who manage the wealth, understand the composition of the assets, listen to their opinions, and then make long-term plans. Even if the opening is a big bomb, if you don't treat it with caution, you may still lose everything. This is a lesson learned from the blood and tears of Han Yi. Of course, Mr. Han. It is my responsibility to serve you at any time. Fernando on the other end of the phone finally connected to the car Bluetooth. He put the phone back on the stand and glanced at the notes he recorded for Han Yi. Han. This is Fernando's work habit as a private banking consultant for 13 years. He will mark the importance of each client he serves according to the amount of savings and customer level. A is an entry-level private banking customer with a maximum deposit of $250,000 to $1 million at Chase Bank. AA is an excellent customer with $1 million to $10 million, and AAA is an elite customer with $10 million to $100 million. And Han Yi is the only S level in his address book. What time is convenient for you? I can arrive at your designated location in advance. Just in your office. Han Yi glanced around his bedroom. This University Gateway apartment opposite the University of Southern California was obviously not a good place to discuss things. If I remember correctly, this is a 2-bedroom 1 living room apartment, with bedrooms on both sides and an open kitchen and small living room in the middle. At the end of the dining and living room, there should be a Korean guy sleeping soundly. If Ji-woon knew that he was worth $200 million now, I wonder what expression he would show. That's absolutely fine, Mr. Han. You probably haven't been to our office yet, have you? Yes, I haven't been. Our office is located at 2029 Century Park in Century City. I'll text you a specific address later. What time do you want to arrive? I'll ask our excellent concierge manager to book a pickup car for you. About 10:30. Around 11 o'clock. Okay. Of course. Perfect. I'll prepare in advance and notify all your team members. Thank you, Fernando. My pleasure, Mr. Han. See you later. After hanging up the phone, Han Yi thought about it and sent Fernando a pickup address 3575 Wilshire Boulevard. It's not the address of this apartment, but another place he is very familiar with. Thinking of this, Han Yi couldn't help but smile. He grabbed the wallet beside the bed and glanced at the contents of the wallet. USC student ID, Wells Fargo savings card, California driver's license, several expired but forgotten parking tickets. Of course, there is also the silver gray titanium card that I had never seen in my previous life, but now quietly lying in my wallet. Chase private client. After staring at it for a few seconds, Han Yi closed his wallet and put it in his pocket. He wanted to grab the USC pullover on the back of the computer chair and go out directly. But on second thought, he turned back and walked to the closet to choose a black Neil Barrett sweatshirt, then opened the door and walked to the garage. University Gateway apartments are 8 stories high, with a total of 421 fully furnished 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartments for rent, and 1,656 beds. The vast majority of tenants who choose here are students from the University of Southern California. As we all know, the dormitories at the University of Southern California have always been very tight, and the school can only guarantee that freshmen can live in dormitories on campus. After the first year, the Trojans must move out of school and find another place to live. University Gateway, which is only 1 street away from the north side of the school, naturally becomes one of the best choices for USC students. The gym, study hall and free printer inside the apartment, Blaze Pizza California hot chicken pizza, Yoggle and frozen yogurt, Dunkin' dessert, Subway, Chase Bank branch, Bank of America branch, plus CVS and Fresh Easy 2 fast supermarkets. The tenants of the apartment can enjoy comprehensive life services without leaving home. Not only that, because it is located in the 2-mile safety zone of USC, students living here can enjoy the protection of USC campus police and security departments around the clock. USC, which is only 2 miles away from the city center, is to the south of the infamous Martin Luther King Boulevard. Drive past this avenue and walk south for another 3 to 5 minutes to reach the high-risk neighborhood, where gangs are rampant and countless pairs of sneakers are hung on telephone poles. Therefore, the security situation at USC has always been very serious, and this university is also one of the few higher education institutions in the United States that is completely surrounded by walls. University of Shootings and Crimes, the nickname given by UCLA students, is not completely unreasonable. In order to ensure the safety of students, USC has set up a security department with law enforcement, investigation and even crime prevention power, that is, the right to open fire, within the campus area. Every evening to early morning, all the main roads near the school have a security department employee standing guard every few dozen feet, monitoring the road and accepting students' requests for help at any time. The school has also installed hundreds of emergency alarm poles inside and around the campus. If you encounter danger, just press the alarm device on the road pole and the patrolling campus police will arrive fully armed. What's more exaggerated is that USC has even cooperated with Uber to launch a free taxi service within a 2-mile range. As long as you are a student of the University of Southern California, taking an Uber near the school, whether you are arriving or leaving the school, the cost incurred will be 100% paid by the school. Surrounded by so many convenient and safe facilities, it goes without saying that University Gateway is very popular. Of course, the most popular among students is the parking podium specially built for the apartment. This 7-story parking building on the west side of the apartment is completely connected to the apartment. You only need to push open the door of the corridor to reach your parking space 328. Almost like muscle memory, Han Yi easily found his parking space. Each tenant of the apartment basically rents a parking space on the same floor as the rented room, which costs $110 per month. Compared with the parking fee of $20 per day on the USC campus, it is naturally quite affordable. Old friend, we meet again. Han Yi patted his royal blue 2013 Ford Kuga, his eyes full of sighs and emotions. In the second semester, after coming to the United States, he bought this car for $23,000. Although this price can already buy a good Audi A5 or BMW 650i in the second-hand market. If you really don't have any requirements for mileage, you can also buy a Porsche Panamera with more than 80,000 miles. Of course, some international students will choose to use this money as a down payment, mortgage a brand new sports car, and ask their families for more money every month to pay the monthly installments. But Han Yi is not a person obsessed with material desires. Unlike most boys, he knows nothing about cars and has no interest in learning about them. All he needs is a means of transportation. After all, in this country on wheels, it can be said that it is difficult to move without a car before the emergence of taxi apps. Even with Uber and Lyft now, Han Yi doesn't know what kind of family conditions can take taxis every day according to the billing standards in the United States. In short, buying a car is not a luxury consumption for Han Yi, but a necessity of life. The reason why he bought the Ford Kuga was that Ford's store was close enough to USC, and the store happened to have such a new car that met the budget, that's all. Of course, at that time, his family did not understand the difference between the used car market in the United States and China, and still had a certain prejudice against used cars, and only allowed him to buy new cars, which was also an important factor. Picking up fragments of past memories in his mind, Han Yi's actions did not stagnate at all. He sat in the driver's seat with ease, ignited the engine, turned the steering wheel to the right, backed out of the parking space, and drove towards the garage door downstairs. He was going to fulfill his first wish since coming to this world. Chapter 3 Tofu House. 3575 Wilshire Boulevard is just an ordinary house number for those who are not familiar with Koreatown. But for residents near Koreatown, especially international students who come to Los Angeles to study, this place name has a significant meaning. Welcome to BCD Tofu House. How many people? BCD Tofu House is a legendary restaurant in Koreatown, Los Angeles, and one of the most well-known brands of Korean cuisine in North America. In the late 1980s, Lee Hee-suk came to Los Angeles with her husband and children. After obtaining a bachelor's degree in graphic design from Santa Monica College, Lee Hee-suk chose a successful path that Asian immigrants favor most, opening a restaurant. Lee Hee-suk named her hometown Bukchangdang, and her specialty soft tofu soup is the main dish. In Korea, soft tofu soup is not a popular and common dish compared to soybean paste soup and kimchi soup. But even such a dish, that is considered unpopular in Korea, was given her own flavor by Lee Hee-suk. She innovatively added seafood, beef and other side dishes to the soft tofu soup, and served it with her original secret spicy sauce. BCD Tofu House quickly became popular in the Asian community in Los Angeles. Today, BCD Tofu House has become a catering group spanning the east and west coasts of the United States, and was called the McDonald's of Korea by the New York Times. Of course, this is not because the taste of soft tofu is similar to that of cheeseburgers, but because BCD Tofu House is open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Whether you want to drink a bowl of hangover soup late at night, or get up early in the morning to have a sobering meal, the products and taste of BCD Tofu House have always been consistent and have not changed for decades. For Asian international students studying at USC, BCD Tofu House, which is only 3 miles away from them, may not be their favorite food destination, but it must be a cafeteria they frequently visit. A pot of tofu soup, a small yellow croquer, and a few appetizers have witnessed the youth of generations of Asian students from bloom to passing. Han Yi is no exception. If he makes a dinner date with his classmates, he will never choose this restaurant. If he wants to eat Korean food, he will go to Janghyudong BBQ or Sunungtang 2 blocks away. If he wants to eat Japanese food, he will go to Little Tokyo, which is a little further away from the city center. If he wants to eat Chinese food, he will turn the car around and drive east to San Gabriel, Arcadia, and Rowland Heights. But when he is alone, Han-yi always chooses to avoid the peak mealtime and drive here alone. Sitting by the window, swallowing mouthful after mouthful of the spicy tofu soup. In a foreign country with a high sky and a far land, a person always has a lot of lonely time. 1. Han-yi nodded to the old acquaintance and smiled. Welcome back. The front office manager is a thin middle-aged man wearing thin black framed glasses. In the past 4 years, Han-yi has had such conversations with him countless times. Seeing Han-yi, his narrow eyes narrowed into a slit, looking gentle and friendly. Your favorite seat is still empty. Thank you. Han-yi nodded and sat down at the table by the window in the second to last row. Same as always. The waitress in charge of taking orders was also a familiar face, with a neat ponytail tied behind her head and a kind face spread out like a pancake. The Santi was very familiar with Han-yi's preferences. Kimchi beef tofu pot, extra spicy. Another. A glass of iced coke. The two smiled at each other in unison. Okay, right up. In 4 years, Han-yi has never chatted with any employee of BCD Tofu House. He doesn't know their names, and they don't know his. In this public place with people coming and going, both parties seem to have no time to add a few words of concern. But even so, they can recognize Han-yi at a glance and remember his preferences by heart. This feeling of familiarity and strangeness, closeness, and attachment is the fundamental reason why Han-yi chose to come into contact with the new world here for the first time. Still immersed in shock, hesitation and a little excitement. He didn't know how to face his loved ones in another time and space, but he needed a safe enough environment to digest this adventure. The past 7 years were really hard. Every turn of the clock hand put a heavier weight on his shoulders, making him only remember to breathe hard and lower his head to move forward. Who would have thought that he would get a chance to start over? The raw egg dissolved in the soup, and the silver chopsticks stirred the tofu, beef and kimchi tightly, forming a unique and wonderful flavor. Tofu pot is not a worldly delicacy. After all, there is nothing that can be called a delicacy in Korean cuisine. But Han-yi ate it very seriously. With every bite of chewing and swallowing, the memories of 7 years ago and the things in the past 7 years gradually became clear. Pay the bill, thank you. Han-yi wiped his slightly moist eyes and raised his voice. He didn't know how much time had passed, and the tofu house had become noisy. The total is $19.64. He took out the Chase Bank card from his wallet, put it on the small black tray for the checkout, and let the front office manager take it to the counter. Han-yi wanted to try the authenticity of the card one last time. It's paid. Have a nice day. The payment was successful, and the last bit of doubt in Han-yi's heart disappeared. There was no doubt that this adventure was real today. He really had $185 million. Han-yi stared at the bill and card handed back by the manager in a daze, and sat there for a long time. The catastrophe that troubled the whole family in the previous life and dragged himself into the whirlpool was not even a fraction of this money. I will never experience it again. Thinking of this, Han-yi, who came to this world, finally washed away all the negative emotions in his heart. He was overwhelmed by the ecstasy of the windfall and the relief of surviving the disaster. Without any hesitation, he signed $20 in the tip column of the bill. Within a reasonable range, he wanted to pass on this joy. Just as Han-yi's pen left the paper, the phone on the table vibrated and glowed again. Han-yi was now very sensitive to the movement of this phone. As soon as the screen lit up, he picked it up and looked at it carefully. 2 text messages. A spending text message from Chase Bank, spending $19.64. A deposit text message from Chase Bank, income of $39.64. The last life ended with sacrifice and giving, and this life begins with gain and satisfaction. The push message popped up at the right time. We encourage any expenditure that generates positive emotional feedback for you, in the form of cash rewards or other forms, and the specific amount is based on the intensity of positive feedback. Please note that, if you make consumption that violates the laws of the place where you are, you will be fined twice the amount of the expenditure. Once again, do what you should do, and live your life as you wish. In other words, as long as you spend money on what you like, you can get more money. The more you like something, the greater the reward you can get. What kind of fairy world is this? In the short 2 hours since I got up, the intensive bombardment of information that subverts my worldview one after another has overloaded Han Yi's processor. He walked out of the restaurant dizzy and sat in the waiting area outside the BCD tofu house. He lowered his head and covered his face with his hands, trying to sort out the context of the matter. What is the expenditure that can generate positive feedback for oneself? What kind of positive emotions are the strongest and can make the reward standard reach the highest level? What kind of life goals can I achieve with such a mechanism? Han Yi is a smart person. In fact, those who can be admitted to the University of Southern California in Chengdu in 2012 are not too stupid. In just a dozen minutes, Han Yi patiently unraveled the mess in his mind one by one. What should be done, what I want to buy, what I can try, what I can't touch. A magnificent game of life slowly unfolded in his mind like a scroll. With the blessing of strong capital, those beautiful dreams that he only dared to imagine for a moment at night and then put aside were also painted with a bit of real background. At 10 o'clock, Fernando Gonzalez's phone call, accompanied by the ringtone of Don't Stop Believe, pulled Han Yi out of his own world. Mr. Han, the car that picked you up has arrived at the designated location. Where should we wait for you? Chapter 4 Century City. If the neighborhoods around USC are the streets and gangster rappers music videos, and Coreytown, where BCD Tofu House is located, is the second home that Asian immigrants are most familiar with in the City of Angels, then Century City is the embodiment of the world's romantic fantasy of Los Angeles. To the east, it is adjacent to the world-famous luxury goods distribution center, Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, and to the west, it borders the Arklow campus in Westwood and the Japanese immigrant area Little Osaka. To the south is Los Angeles' largest municipal sports park, dotted with high-end tennis clubs and private golf courses. Not to mention going north, beyond the 295-acre Los Angeles Country Club is a hilltop luxury residential area known as the Platinum Triangle. Compared to the city center surrounded by homeless people and full of garbage, urine and discarded syringes, the vibrant Century City is obviously a more suitable central business district for top-notch businesses. Especially after the Rodney King riots in 1992, Century City has developed even more rapidly. Today, the production park of 20th Century Fox, the West Coast's premier open-air mall West Park Shopping Center, and the high-end office buildings extending from Century Park Avenue to both sides constitute this fertile land with a per capita income that is 2.5 times higher than the national average. Sony Music, CAA, ICM, McKinsey Consulting, Miramax. People's impression of Hollywood, and the money, fame, honor, and transactions it carries, are all here. Starting from BCD Tofu House, the Mercedes-Benz S350 arranged by Fernando Gonzalez drove smoothly along Wilshire Boulevard without even changing lanes. Wilshire Boulevard, with a total length of 15.83 miles, is the main road connecting downtown and West Hollywood. From Coreytown to Century City, Han Yi has been thinking with his eyes closed in the backseat during the 20-minute drive. He has walked this road too many times, not to mention the scenery. Even several crossroads are familiar to him. Time is short, and he hopes to use this journey to make plans. Mr. Han, we are here. The car turned left from the Peninsula Beverly Hills Hotel and drove half a mile before turning into a slightly empty 6-lane road. Century Park Avenue, the destination of this trip. The S350 slowly stopped in front of Century Park 2029 building. The concierge driver, who had not spoken a word along the way, reminded him softly, "Thank you very much." Han Yi nodded and prepared to get out of the car. Before his hand touched the handle, someone opened the door first. Fernando Gonzalez. Fernando bowed slightly and extended his hand to Han Yi. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Han." "Me too, Fernando." Han Yi looked at Fernando. His appearance was very similar to the picture he had drawn for him in his mind. Slightly short stature, tan skin, black slicked back hair that was fixed with hairspray, so that even a tornado could not mess it up. A typical middle-class Mexican. "Please allow me to introduce you." Fernando turned his head and looked at his colleague standing beside him. Generally speaking, a client's visit does not require such a grand welcome, but this is not an ordinary client. Fernando Gonzalez has never met Han Yi, and he can't even remember how this client was transferred to his charge. He only knows that Han Yi has the highest authority in the internal system, whether it is Chase Private Bank or JP Morgan Chase Wealth Management Department. Your Chase Private Bank Investment Manager Joseph Braun, JP Morgan Chase Private Client Advisor Akash Patel, Real Estate Advisor Ryan O'Connor, Private Concierge Manager Olivia Rodriguez, and Business Relationship Manager Jamal Miller. Han Yi shook hands with the team members one by one. Chase Private Bank generally assigns 4 consultants to its customers, from financial management, investment, real estate to business relations, and is committed to providing high net worth customers with a full range of services. For Han Yi, a big client, Chase has formed a luxurious team of 6 people. Except for Ryan O'Connor, who is a real estate consultant, the other 4 Chase consultants are all senior managers or above, and Akash Patel from JP Morgan Chase's Financial Management Department is an executive manager. The job level division of JP Morgan Chase is relatively simple. There is only one level from analyst to deputy manager, and the higher level is vice president. Mr. Jesus Frazee, the vice president in charge of private client relations, should have attended this meeting, but the incident happened suddenly. He is currently attending a financial forum in Louisville. After welcoming Han Yi into the elevator, Fernando got closer to Han Yi and whispered, "Mr. Frazee asked me to convey his apologies to you. When he returns to Los Angeles, he will visit you again. I hope you can understand. It doesn't matter. This meeting was originally a spontaneous act. Private banking is not a servile and slave-like service. In fact, the higher end the customer, the less they need to seek a sense of superiority in the so-called reception attitude. They hope that those who provide professional services, especially asset management services, have quality, knowledge, and vision, and can communicate with them on an equal footing." But even so, the caution and even awe shown by Fernando and his colleagues still make Han Yi feel a little uncomfortable. In the previous life, these Century City bankers drove Aston Martins and whizzed past his Ford. There was no ridicule, no contempt, and even no ignoring. Because in their world, Han Yi was just an NPC without a name. But now, they surrounded Han Yi like stars and moons, and it seemed that even letting him touch the elevator car was an unforgivable mistake. Of course, this is not an elusive question. Anyone can guess why they are unusually cautious with just a little thought. At Han Yi's age, he has more than $100 million in cash assets under his name. If this money comes from his family, then the family behind him must have power and background that ordinary people can hardly imagine. If this is the income he earned himself, there is no way, not even Justin Bieber can do it. The Canadian singer's total net worth was $244 million as of 2016, including real estate, vehicles, company shares and music copyrights. Han Yi's is all cash. The elevator went to the 39th floor, where an entire floor of more than 24,000 square feet of office space is used by Chase Private Bank and JP Morgan Chase Private Investment Department. In order to echo the design color of the private bank card, almost all the decorations are silver gray and ink black, which is very different from the royal blue and cream white of Chase's main brand. The group led Han Yi into a semi-open conference room. Looking out of the floor-to-ceiling windows, it was all green. It was the 36-hole golf course of the Los Angeles Country Club. In the distance, the luxury homes dotted like pearls on the top of Beverly Hills sparkled under the hot California sun. It was a real city on the hill. "Mr. Han, we have prepared some snacks for this meeting," from Din Tai Fung. Concierge manager Olivia Rodriguez presented the snacks, her white teeth making her carefully painted red lips stand out. This is a warm smile from south of the border that will never be lacking in California. When talking about Din Tai Fung, Olivia spoke a little slowly. I don't know if it was because Cantonese is tongue twisting or if she deliberately left time to let Han Yi notice her concern and care for the cultural background of the client. As soon as she learned that Han Yi would visit the office, she ordered a variety of snacks suitable for tea breaks from this Chinese restaurant in Ziyuan Shopping Center. Special nut snacks, red bean matcha bags, lychee, and taro dumplings, and oolong tea. When talking about the last 2 dishes, Olivia even used some broken Chinese. I'm very touched to see your care. Han Yi pressed his hand on his chest to express his gratitude. although I was somewhat amused by this arrangement. Arranging Din Tai Fung to serve refreshments in a business meeting was full of Americans' distorted imagination of Chinese culture. But in any case, this also reflects the importance and respect that Chase Private Bank attaches to itself. Understanding the existence of stereotypes, identifying the essence of each cultural conflict, and adapting to them with tolerance is a compulsory course for every foreigner in the United States. This visit is to fully understand the rights and interests enjoyed by Chase Bank and the current asset allocation. At this point, Han Yi paused and thought carefully about the wording. Before 2016, all the assets under my name were managed by the family office. Now I will graduate in 3 months, and my family hopes that I can learn to take on some wealth management and operation independently from now on. So, at this point, Han Yi spread his hands and did not finish the sentence, leaving enough room for imagination for the other party at the other end of the long table, and also saving his story ample room for maneuver. The memorandum did not record the detailed information of this wealth. Everything Han Yi said was his own speculation. The total amount in the trading account and personal investment account was both zero and integer, which obviously had settled the interest and investment income. Judging from the conversation between Fernando and himself, he was not the first bank manager to handle this money, which meant that the management authority had changed hands at least once. Although he had seen their ability to modify the world in the memorandum, a reasonable origin story was necessary for such a huge amount of money to be used freely in the United States without attracting the attention of the OCC, ICE or even the Department of Homeland Security. For Han Yi's current identity, it was the most reasonable reason for his family to set up an account in the United States and manage it on his behalf, and let him take over the management himself before graduation, in order to train his independence. However, Han Yi did not know how long the money was transferred to Chase Bank, and how long it was taken over by Fernando. Therefore, he chose to blur his description as much as possible and let the listener fill in the blanks. It was true. Fernando Gonzalez understood, and the situation was indeed the same as he guessed. Of course, even if Han Yi told another bizarre story, Fernando would not believe it. He already had the answer in his heart, but he just needed to confirm it from Han Yi again. Okay, Mr. Han, let me give you a brief introduction to the account situation. No matter what he was thinking, Fernando Gonzalez's friendly smile did not change at all. He opened the folder and began to introduce the account to the client seriously. Chapter 5 Property Demand. Your account was created on October 21st, 2011 and passed the review to become a private banking customer on November 2nd and opened a financial management account with JP Morgan Chase on February 13th, 2012. At this point, Fernando Gonzalez glanced at the document in front of him seemingly casually. His description was very simple, but the customer information in front of him was densely written. On October 21st, 2011, a limited liability company named S42H19 registered in Charlotte, North Carolina, deposited the first payment of $5 million for Han Yi through its company account at Chase Bank. You read that right. S42H19 is the name of this company. In the United States, many wealthy people set up this limited liability company composed of meaningless letters and numbers when buying property or transferring assets. Some do so to conceal their true identities, while others do so to evade personal income tax. After all, natural persons with an annual income of more than $415,000 need to pay 39.6% personal income tax, and corporate income tax is paid according to a tiered system. Even if the reported income is more than $18 million, the tax rate does not exceed 35%. Of course, this is a tax rate when the Democratic Party was in power. In 2017, the 115th Congress controlled by the Republican Party passed Public Law 115-97, also known as the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which cut the corporate tax rates to 21%. Chase Bank naturally conducted a detailed due diligence on large-scale capital flows. After discovering that the funds came from overseas, the bank even mobilized the Los Angeles, California and federal heads of the Financial Crime Compliance Department to participate in the investigation. The source of the funds is very clear. It was wired from the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce to S42H19's account in the United States, and the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce obtained the funds from CIBC First Caribbean International Bank. CIBC First Caribbean International Bank is no stranger to the ultra-high net worth individuals in the United States. The bank was formed by the merger of the Caribbean businesses of Barclays Bank and the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce. It has branches in Barbados, the Bahamas and the Cayman Islands, and the money was remitted from the account of the Cayman branch. In 2 years, S42H19 made as many as 167 transfers to Hanyi's Chase account, ranging from hundreds of thousands of dollars to tens of millions of dollars, and each remittance paid full income tax. According to the eyes, from 2012 to 2015, Hanyi's 1040S and W9 forms were impeccable, and his personal income declaration and income tax forecast were impeccable. He could even be called a model taxpayer who could be commended by the federal government. This is also the reason why Fernando Gonzalez and his colleagues are in awe of Hanyi, or the family behind him. He does not rely on grey remittances to directly contact Chinese money houses in North America, nor does he establish local trust funds to avoid taxes through complex income structures. On the contrary, the family directly wired money from the tax haven Cayman Islands to the United States through Canada, ate up all the personal income tax, and sent Hanyi $185 million in cash, just to let him exercise his independent financial management ability. There are only two possibilities for choosing to do this. The first is that the family is too stupid to know how to avoid taxes, and the second is that $185 million and the taxes generated are not worth mentioning to them, just to allow Hanyi to use this money 100% legally and without scruples. Would a family that can earn $185 million be the first type of people? Thinking of this, Fernando Gonzalez cleared his throat, and the corners of his mouth rose a little more. Your Chase transaction account currently has $52,890,454.76. You can access this money at any time, and the annual interest rate is 0.1%. 0.1%? Hanyi raised his eyebrows. This number was too low for him to comprehend. His basic account at Wells Fargo without any upgrades had an annual interest rate of 0.15%. If he deposited $1 million and upgraded to a platinum account, Wells Fargo could even offer an interest rate of 1.98%. $52.89 million with an annual interest rate of only 0.1%. Chase's private banking service seemed a bit unworthy of its name. We do not offer interest rates that exceed industry standards, Mr. Han. Fernando has been asked this question too many times by customers, and his answer was mechanical, neat and standardized. But we can provide a complete service with zero fees, including ATM withdrawals, domestic wire transfers, international wire transfers, online transfers, overdraft protection. We do not charge for any services that private banking customers will be involved in. In addition, we provide the most favorable home loan services. The current federal average mortgage rate is, let me see, 3.65%. This is the latest data as of February 11th. And what we can offer you, Mr. Han, is a 0.5% discount. In other words, you can borrow money to buy a house at an interest rate of 3.15%. If you take into account your extremely high credit score, this number can be as low as 2.5% or even more. Fernando folded his hands on the table and methodically explained to Hanyi every right he had as a private banking customer. I believe you can see that everyone sitting here is a one-on-one personal consultant assigned to you by Chase Bank. I'm responsible for the daily management and maintenance of your assets. Joseph is responsible for your investment consulting at Chase Private Bank, and if you have the need to own a property within the federal government, our awesome guy Ryan can help you complete every step required to purchase a property. If you want to run a business in the United States, Jamil can build a basic platform for you through his keen business sense and extensive and deep relationship chain. More importantly, Chase Bank cares about every detail of your life, not just wealth. Olivia will be your all-round assistant in your private life, including bills, transportation, accommodation, travel, and even concert tickets and Oscar invitations. You can set Olivia as the first on your speed dial number because she can solve all of them for you with just one call. Of course, what Chase Bank is most proud of is JP Morgan Chase's wealth management business. Chase Bank has never been very friendly to ordinary customers. The annual savings interest rate for general accounts is an extremely insulting 0.01%. Even for private bank customers, the highest is only 0.1%. The main purpose of Chase doing this is to attract customers to use JP Morgan Chase's financial management services. Most of your cash assets in our bank are also being managed by JP Morgan Chase's elite team. For the specific situation, I would like to ask Mr. Patel to introduce you. Mr. Patel. Okay, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Akash Patel nodded slightly and greeted Fernando Gonzalez. Akash's skin color is slightly lighter than Fernando's, but the features of the Indian subcontinent are still obvious, with protruding light brown eyes and thick oak lips surrounded by a thick, but carefully trimmed beard. Regardless of their race or culture, the managers of Chase Bank are carefully wrapped in the glamorous skin made of money. First, Morgan Chase currently manages a total of $133,772,890 in wealth for you, which identifies you as Morgan Chase's highest level client. Our annual advisory fee for financial management starts at 1.45% of total assets under management and decreases as the total assets increase. Your advisory fee rate is only 0.3%, which is the lowest standard. Starting in 2014, we have also implemented a 3-year 25% temporary advisory fee reduction, and the current annual fee rate is only 0.225%. Based on the jointly signed investment objective statement, the details of which can be found in Appendix A of the contract, we have divided the assets into several small investment portfolios. Of the $133 million, 54% participated in our fixed income advisory program, FIUP, which is approximately $71.82 million. Of this portion of assets, 23% went into JP Morgan's own investment funds, 76% went into external funds that guarantee a fixed rate of return, and 1% was traded in JP Morgan's cash account. We guarantee you an annualized rate of return of at least 3.86%, and the actual figure last year was 5.66%. Please note that we charge an additional 0.7% management fee on the returns of the FIUP project, so you will find that the actual amount you receive will be less, but not much. The other 25% of the funds use our liquidity management strategy to guarantee you the highest cash liquidity and return on investment. 33% of these are in our own funds, 66% are in external funds with shorter cycles, and 1% are retained in our cash account. The remaining 21% is evenly distributed among the Dynamic Diversified Asset Plan, the Emerging Market Development and Income Plan, and the Sustainable Fixed Income Plan. In 2015, we earned more than 8.12% on year assets, of which the Emerging Market Development and Income Plan achieved an astonishing 23.34% return. Akash's memory was quite amazing. While Fernando introduced the team members, he kept his head down and silently reviewed the report. However, in just a few minutes, he memorized the important data without any error and repeated it accurately. Is this the 2015 annual report? Hanyi asked, pointing to a loose leaf folder that Olivia pushed in front of him. Yes, Mr. Han. We will submit a quarterly report to you within 30 to 45 working days after the end of each financial quarter. The annual report will be completed within 30 to 45 working days after December 31st of each calendar year. What you are seeing now is the income report of your investment portfolio in 2015. The electronic version of the report has been sent to your reserved mailbox, which is han061@usc.edu, right? That's right. Han Yi looked up at Akash Patel without showing a trace of surprise. Since they can perfectly and legally operate international transactions worth hundreds of millions of dollars, what is there to be surprised about leaving their school email addresses in advance as contact information for obtaining reports? The explanation is very detailed, Akash, but I have another question. Please go ahead, Mr. Han. Akash sat up straight and looked at Han Yi seriously. How soon can I cash out these investment portfolios? Our agreement pays close attention to the liquidity of funds. Akash was stunned. He obviously didn't expect this would be the first question the other party asked. That's why you can see that only 7% of the funds are invested in sustainable long-term investment plans. Most of the funds directly managed by JPMorgan Chase are investor funds that settle within 1 year, and most of the external funds we choose are private equity funds with shorter operating cycles. However, a portion of the funds are indeed invested in projects with a repayment period of 3 to 6 years in order to maximize returns. Your first financial quarter of this year began on February 12th. According to our agreement, you must file a termination or partial termination of the agreement 30 days before the last financial quarter of each year. In other words, if you file a termination on January 10th of next year, you will get about $100 million in cash in March 2017. Akash adjusted the rose gold frame of his glasses and glanced at Joseph Braun beside him. Mr. Han, if you need to use a large amount of funds in a short period of time, we can provide you with a mortgage loan for cash assets. Yes, Mr. Han, we can provide you with a loan of 75% of your total assets at Chase Bank. Joseph brushed away a strand of gray hair that fell on his forehead and nodded in agreement. That's not necessary. I don't have any special plans for the time being. Han Yi quickly calculated the total amount of available funds from now to this time next year in his mind and waved his hand. But I do have plans to buy a house. I will live in the United States for a long time next year and need to purchase some assets. That's great. Mr. Han, what can we do for you? Fernando Gonzalez said with a smile. First, I want to buy a new car. Han Yi naturally didn't need to deliberately mention a brand or budget. The people in front of him knew his wealth very well. I want a ready-made car. Han Yi thought for a while and added. Thomas O'Gara is a loyal and long-term customer of Chase Bank. I have been his business relationship consultant for the past 6 years. Jamal Miller, who was sitting on the far right and had not spoken, put his index and middle fingers together and raised them. The O'Gara Motors under his name is the most prestigious luxury car dealer in Beverly Hills, and their garage is filled with the most complete collection in Los Angeles. If it is convenient for you, I can make an appointment for you to show it this afternoon. Great. Han Yi nodded with satisfaction. In addition, I want to buy another property. This is my specialty, Mr. Han. Ryan McConnaughey was the youngest manager present at the meeting. His voice was full of the pride and vitality of a recent graduate. Are you interested in buying a house in an area? I can help you contact a real estate agent in any community in Greater Los Angeles. Hearing Ryan's question, Han Yi did not rush to speak. He turned his head and looked out the French window, gently pointing his finger in the air. There. Everyone in the conference room looked in the direction he pointed. At the end of their sight was the dazzling, glittering galaxy of the world built by wealth and power. Thanks to Chang Sheng, Short Hair God ZZZ, and Chun Feng Yuan Guo for their monthly tickets. Thanks to Chang Sheng and Gray Fox for their awards. Chapter 6 O'Gara Motors. Jamal Miller, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the S350, turned his head and looked at Han Yi, who called him softly. After the meeting, Fernando and others returned to work, while Ryan O'Connor, the real estate consultant who was going to accompany Han Yi to buy a property, and Jamal Miller, the business relationship manager, stayed. At Olivia's repeated insistence, Han Yi had to have a working lunch with the three of them. Of course, a working lunch at Morgan Chase has nothing to do with simplicity and convenience. Olivia made a reservation in advance for Kraft, the first restaurant in Los Angeles of New York celebrity chef Tom Colicchio, which serves new American cuisine. The entire Western world has a superstitious craze for celebrity chefs. Tom Colicchio has been the main judge of Bravo TV's popular cooking reality show Top Chef for 19 seasons. Gramercy Tavern, where he serves as executive chef, is also one of the most eye-catching new Michelin restaurants on Manhattan Island, where many stars gather in the catering industry. For such a catering tycoon, the first restaurant opened in Los Angeles will naturally not be less pompous. Century Park is a semi-enclosed office park consisting of 3 office buildings. A whole floor of modern shops is built above the parking entrance on the north side of the park. Craft Restaurant is located here 2029 and 2049 Century Park. On the left side of the restaurant are the offices of JP Morgan Chase, Merrill Lynch, Bank of America, and the Australian Consulate in Los Angeles, while the 2000 Avenue of Stars office building on the right is the West Coast headquarters of McKinsey Consulting, Deutsche Bank and CAA Agency. Since the first day of Craft's opening, its positioning has been very clear, providing the best business dining environment for high net worth people in Century City. The restaurant's decoration is based on mahogany, supported by amber metal clad columns, coupled with a 270-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling window facing the park, and a 10,000 square foot fully open dining space. It is indeed a very suitable place for work banquets. A bright and beautiful appearance does not mean that the interior can withstand scrutiny. As a star hunter and food lover, Han Yi had visited this restaurant in his previous life. After a birth, he visited again, and the taste was still lacking. Han Yi didn't know what the so-called new wave American cuisine was, but he felt that it was definitely not as simple as throwing a pile of vegetable stew next to the half-cooked confit duck breast. The considerate Olivia saw that Han Yi was sitting on pins and needles. She deliberately accelerated the pace of this lunch, paid the bill with the company credit card at 11:30, and welcomed Han Yi to the S350 that had been waiting in the reception area of the building. Now, they were on their way to a Gara luxury car dealership. "I'm here, Mr. Han." Jamal Miller showed Han Yi his 8 white teeth, Alexander McQueen's casual suit, and standard pronunciation without a street accent. The growth environment and educational background of this African American since childhood were self-evident. "What is my daily transfer limit?" Han Yi shook the screen of his mobile phone at Jamal. "Are you talking about the limit on the mobile app?" "Yes. Your daily spending limit on the mobile app is $250,000. If you spend more than this, just call any consultant and we can help you temporarily lift the limit." "Okay. By the way, there is no handling fee for international wire transfers, right?" "Yes, there is no handling fee, Mr. Han." Jamal nodded and added, "But a personal friendly reminder, if there is a currency conversion in an international transfer, the exchange rate implemented by Chase Bank is higher than the mid-market rate, sometimes much higher. So even if there is no handling fee, you may find that you have a lot more money." "I see. Can this be avoided by directly wire transferring US dollars?" "Yes. Thank you, Jamal." Looking at the transfer page, Han Yi thought seriously for a while. After a long while, he carefully filled in a domestic account information line by line, and wrote the number 10,000 in the amount column. Enter the password and click confirm. Han Yi closed the Chase Bank app, opened the small green bubble, and found Chuan Mir in the top chat box. "Mom, I made some money buying stocks here. It's a bull market these days. I transferred some red envelopes to you. Use them to play Mahjong." After sending the message, Han Yi put his phone directly into his pocket. It was 11:40 AM in Los Angeles time, 3:40 AM in the Eastern time zone, and his mother should have fallen asleep long ago. Step by step is the way Han Yi set for himself and his family in the new world. He will use the gifts they give to help his family through the difficulties, but everything needs to be done step by step and carefully, to put a reasonable disguise on everything that is about to happen. From a little to a lot, slowly raise the psychological threshold of the family. "We are here, O'Gara Luxury Cars." Ryan O'Connor, who was sitting next to Han Yi, touched his shoulder and reminded him softly. Perhaps because of their similar age, Ryan was not too polite and restrained in front of Han Yi. Just now in the restaurant, he was the one who talked to Han Yi the most. The two seemed to have a lot in common, from electronic music to rugby to travel experience. This time, Han Yi opened the car door before Jamal and walked out. Whether it is winter or summer, the scorching sun in Los Angeles is as hot as ever. Before 12 o'clock, the sun had already coated everything in front of Han Yi with a layer of dazzling golden light. He had to squint his eyes to see the building in front of him. If you just drive by, careless people will not even notice this store. Like most shops in Los Angeles, number 8833 West Olympic Avenue in front of you is also a low-rise building with only one floor. The grey tie leaves and beige marble exterior walls will not make people feel out of place if any bank or telecom operator's business department moves here. Only when people move their eyes up and look at the 4 loggers lined up in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows can they really feel the difference here. McLaren, Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Rolls-Royce. Reciting the 4 names in his mind, Han Yi glanced at the O'Gara luxury car logo engraved on the titanium plate on the left side of the store door and drew a basic idea of the wealth and power of the founder Thomas O'Gara. In Beverly Hills, where the super rich gather, providing cars for the most powerful people on the planet, what kind of energy can a person who does this kind of business have? Nice to meet you again, Jamal. After receiving the news, the salesperson who was responsible for receiving Han Yi, a big customer, had been waiting at the door for a long time. This was a pretty enough brown-haired girl. She hurried forward a few steps, smiled at Jamal, and then focused all her attention on Han Yi. I guess you are Mr. Han Yi. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Erica Scrotter, your luxury car consultant. Han Yi had a very good first impression of Erica, not only because of her grey silver eyes, which were as breathtaking as Harry Winston's diamonds, but also because of her attention to details. Being able to pronounce the order of Chinese names correctly has surpassed 99% of Americans. Is this your first time at O'Gara's? Erica held the door open for the 3 people, opened her right hand toward the store, and made a welcoming gesture. Yes. Then please allow me to briefly introduce O'Gara to you. Erica smiled at Han Yi, her tone full of vigor and infectious confidence. O'Gara's was founded in 1976. This year marks our 40th year of serving luxury car enthusiasts in Southern California. O'Gara provides California with more than just a luxury new car. We take you into a new life with endless fun. Currently, O'Gara has 3 branches in Beverly Hills, Westlake and San Diego. In Thermore near the Coachella Desert, there is also a private racing track specially opened for O'Gara customers to meet the racing needs of our elite customer group. The store you are in now is one of our 3 business locations in Beverly Hills. We have a strict definition and standard for luxury cars. Therefore, in the past 40 years, we have only reached new car distribution cooperation with 9 brands: Aston Martin, Bentley, Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Lamborghini, McLaren, Pininfarina, Rimac and Rolls-Royce. At this point, Erica walked to the center of the indoor exhibition hall and raised her arms and smiled. We are the most important agent dealer of each of the above brands in Beverly Hills and even Los Angeles County. This business point is mainly responsible for displaying Rolls-Royce, Bugatti, Koenigsegg, McLaren, and a considerable number of Bentleys, as well as special models and collections of used cars. Jamal mentioned on the phone that you want a ready-made car. Congratulations, what you are seeing now is the most complete production line of top brand ready-made cars on the entire West Coast. The indoor exhibition hall of O'Gara luxury cars is really not big. From the Rolls-Royce exhibition hall on the far left to the McLaren exhibition hall on the far right, the distance is only about 100 feet. Rather than an indoor showroom, it is more like a few enclosed offices with some cars placed in the middle. Unlike the usual practice of dealerships in ordinary cities, where top luxury cars are placed in the most conspicuous position and separated by isolation belts, in this store in Beverly Hills, whether you have a 2016 Rolls-Royce Phantom, a newly launched Bentley Bentayga W12, or a McLaren GT Coupe, they can only be squeezed together, head to toe. There are 4 Bentleys of different colors placed next to the sofa in the reception area. If the sofa is moved back a little, it can even directly touch the door of one of the flying spurs. This is the oldest store in O'Gara. As if she could see that Han Yi was somewhat concerned about the cramped interior space, Erica smiled and explained softly, our flagship store in Westlake will be much larger than this, but the most classic and high-end models have always been stored in this store. From the showroom to the backyard, there are currently a total of 73 top-level models. It is indeed a bit cramped. Think of this as a rave party composed entirely of luxury cars. At this point, Erica's fingertips gently brushed the blue McLaren 720 Spider beside her and walked forward. This is Los Angeles, the city of lights, and this is Beverly Hills, known as the Garden of Eden in the world. Models that need to wait for months or even more than a year in other cities are like a box of cold fries returned by customers in a McDonald's store, and no one cares about them. Following Erica's introduction, Han Yi slowly patrolled the showroom from right to left. He really had no interest in Rolls-Royce and Bentley. It was not because he was too picky, but in Los Angeles, where luxury cars gathered, he had seen too many ordinary models of these two brands. Sometimes, at the intersection, where Rodeo Drive and Dayton Road meet, you can see 3 or 4 Rolls-Royces waiting for the same red light at the same time, regardless of whether the people sitting in the car are local rich people from Bel-Air, princes of the 6 Gulf countries, or new students studying abroad from the Eastern powers. Since the requirement for getting the reward is to create the maximum satisfaction, you must choose the one you really like. In the entire indoor exhibition hall, there are only 2 cars that can attract Han Yi's attention. This is a Bugatti Veyron. Han Yi pointed to the black and white Bugatti placed on the left wall of the exhibition hall and asked. Apart from the brand logo, he really didn't know much about cars, and Bugatti would not write the specific model on the rear of the car body. You have a very unique vision, Mr. Han. This is a Bugatti Veyron 16.4 Grand Sport with a 16-cylinder engine. It only takes 2.7 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour or 62 miles per hour and has a top speed of 253 miles per hour. It is a nearly perfect work of art. What's more worth mentioning is that the Alsace factory will only produce 450 Veyrons, and production will be permanently discontinued after the 450th car is sold. This is the 446th car delivered in the entire series, and it is very collectible. At this point, Erica sighed lightly and looked at Han Yi with some regret, but unfortunately, Mr. Han, this car has been sold. Keith Urban ordered this car a month ago and is currently finalizing the final modification plan. Keith Urban, the country singer? Han Yi laughed dumbly. The celebrity Bugatti owners he is familiar with are all influential figures in the fashion industry, including Floyd Mayweather, Cristiano Ronaldo, Lil Wayne, Jay-Z and Tom Brady. It was really hard for him to connect the Australian singer singing country pop with the above mentioned people. The first car he had his eyes on was actually taken by an senior cowboy. I think country music is indeed a very profitable business. Erica shrugged and said, what about this one? Han Yi turned around and looked at the bright yellow Ferrari that was only one person away from Keith Urban's new baby. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was only one person away. The depth of the exhibition hall was very shallow, and only by maximizing the use of space could they be placed together. Even if he didn't know much about cars, Han Yi could see that this was one of Ferrari's most classic models. LaFerrari and Veyron, the 2 cars together could buy a Hollywood single-family house or a luxury apartment in Manhattan. At this moment in Nogueira's exhibition hall, the rear ends of the 2 cars were almost touching. I wonder how much pressure the staff who were responsible for moving the cars at that time must have been under. I won't describe its parameters in detail, Mr. Han. Erica tilted her head and knelt down to apologize in a cute way. This LaFerrari belongs to Bieber. Yes, that Bieber. He ordered it in July last year and it just arrived 2 days ago. Now he seems to be preparing for a tour in Seattle or somewhere else. He won't be able to return to LA until March 20th. He doesn't want to miss his car pickup ceremony, so he temporarily keeps it in the store. Erica walked to the front of the car, took down the red warning sign sold, do not touch from the window, and shook it at Han Yi. Well, no one can beat Bieber, right? Han Yi pursed his lips with some regret. It seems that the possibility of finding the one he loves today is getting lower and lower. Don't worry, Mr. Han, the indoor showroom is just a series we show to walk-in customers. After several rounds of conversation, Erica already had a general understanding of Han Yi's personality and preferences. He doesn't know much about cars, but he has a strong and personal aesthetic taste. He is calm and introverted and doesn't like to show off. Of course, this doesn't mean that he doesn't like luxury. He just doesn't like the exaggeration that can be seen through at a glance. He doesn't even have the interest to take a look at Rolls-Royce and Bentley, which are out of reach for ordinary people. The 2 models he asked about are top collections worth more than $1 million. If it were an ordinary non-appointment customer, perhaps this kind of inquiry was just out of interest or to add material to his personal YouTube channel. But it was Jamal Miller who accompanied Han-Yi to the store. In the 15 months he worked at Agera, Erica only met Jamal 4 times. Once for a private meeting with the boss Thomas Agera, once to handle the car purchase procedures for WME CEO Ari Emanuel, and once to drive over to help Jack Nicholson with regular maintenance. And today is the 4th time. All these signs are enough to reflect Han-Yi's absolutely affluent living environment and personal wealth, and also outline his car purchase needs that he has not stated, and perhaps he himself does not understand very well. We have some unique collectible cars in our backyard. Please follow me. Please recommend and vote for me. I'm a new author and a new book. Thank you for your support. D. Chapter 7 milli.6. The reason why Agera luxury cars has become the first choice for Beverly Hills tycoons is that it has the most complete new car inventory in Los Angeles. This is just a superficial reason. The private club services, factory level maintenance and after sales, and consignment services for top used cars and collection models that make them truly stand out are the key. Every year, we receive about 90 high quality used cars that meet our standards, and the number that is rejected is at least 3 times that number. In the corridor leading to the backyard, Erica introduced Agera's picky standards to Han-Yi. We will directly reject cars with mileage over 10,000 miles. Of course, the exception is that if the used car sent to us is a classic model before 1986, then it is not a problem. Because after we get the car, we will determine whether to send it to our partner manufacturer based on the condition of the car to replace the engine and upgrade the entire body and interior. Mr. Han, for world-class luxury cars, whether they are brand new products with the smell of fresh paint or collected by players who have been carefully cared for, they all have different styles and charms. No one drives a Bentley like a Prius, and any buyer of a luxury car will raise their new family members like taking care of their children. Sometimes, the blessing of a famous owner can even give a car a new story and life. Erica pushed open the white wooden door in the backyard, strode out under the clear sky of Los Angeles, turned and gave Han-Yi a dazzling smile. Welcome to see Agera's most proud collection. The backyard of Agera's store is even smaller than the front hall. On the far left is a maintenance station with a full glass awning. Several Mexican mechanics are gathered in front of an Aston Martin DB11 to discuss something. Another younger worker is squatting on the curb, leveling the road with a small shovel. The road maintenance in Los Angeles is worrying. Even in Beverly Hills, for luxury car owners, if they are not careful, they will encounter potholes that cost them tens of thousands of dollars at an inadvertent corner. And looking to the right from the maintenance station, nearly 40 parking spaces are fully parked with various models. Except for New York, parking spaces in the United States are generally quite large. If it is a Target or Whole Foods in the suburbs, it is not impossible to park 2 small cars in one parking space. But in Agera, the parking spaces are made as small as those in the UK. It makes people wonder if it would not be possible to put even a K car in if it were not for professional car moving equipment and manual parking alone. Shoulder to shoulder. This is the first time Han-Yi used this word to describe cars, but it is indeed very appropriate for the current situation. Although it is more crowded than the front hall, the luxury cars displayed in the backyard are obviously more than one level higher overall. Is this P1 for sale? Han-Yi learned his lesson this time and put the most important question directly in front. His eyes seemed to have a magnetic force. At first glance, Han-Yi was attracted by this McLaren P1. It lay quietly between 2 Lamborghinis. The pure black carbon fiber shell was low-key and restrained, which was far from the 2 classic colors that the McLaren brand is famous for, volcanic yellow and fluorescent papaya orange. The rear of this P1 was equipped with a matte spoiler, and the bottom was further reinforced with wear-resistant engineering plastics. It was obvious that it was carefully debugged by the previous collector. I will let you fall into emotional hell when you find that my P1 is cleaner than your shoes to church. The price of $1.2 million pierces the heart like a sharp knife and angers you. A mad raptor with red headlights. Han-Yi may not be a car enthusiast, but he is definitely an expert in pop culture. Ever since he heard the song Starboy by The Weeknd and Daft Punk, the P1 has taken root in his heart. It is difficult to call the P1 the most popular supercar in the world, but for Han Yi, it represents a pop culture phenomenon, a phenomenon that he is willing to pay for and follow with all his heart. I bought all these toys in full and earned your annual wealth in a week. This is the state that Han Yi dreamed of in his previous life. Now, this super toy, which is known to hundreds of millions of people around the world with the melody, is only a salary away from him. It's done. Seeing Han Yi's eyes suddenly light up, Erica gave herself a thumbs up in her heart and secretly rejoiced. When she received the notice from Thomas O'Gara, Erica knew that this would be a big customer, and a big customer with urgent needs. After all, few people buy cars accompanied by private bank consultants, even if they do open such services. Buying a car, especially buying a luxury car, is a private and enjoyable customized experience. Experiencing the pleasure of rising in social status and the satisfaction of dreams coming true. This kind of experiential consumption may not necessarily be converted into actual orders the first time, not only because of the psychological back and forth of high value consumption, but also because people always want this feeling to remain longer. But if accompanied by service staff, the visit is purely business oriented, the possibility of a single order is greatly increased. This is the experience of Erica and O'Gara luxury cars. Previously, a Malaysian tycoon who moved his family to the United States bought 7 luxury cars at one time. In the scenario outlined by Erica, this guest who wants to settle in the United States for a long time should choose the Bentayga of about $250,000 as a starting point for his plan to buy a property in Los Angeles. Erica has received many guests from the Far East, and the Chinese preference for luxury SUVs is well known to the world. Who would have thought that a mere 15-minute guided tour would lead the direction of car purchase to $1 million supercar? 2015 McLaren P1 Coupe, charcoal black body, charcoal black interior, maximum horsepower 903 bhp, maximum torque 664 lb-ft, 3.8 litre V8 engine capacity 3799 cc, and, most importantly, yes, Mr. Han, this car is still available for sale. It was transferred to us by an anonymous seller in Colorado. He sold this car because his family moved to Aspen after retirement, and it was difficult to use a sports car. As you can see, the modification and maintenance are very careful, and comprehensive maintenance is carried out every quarter. The current mileage is only 1565 miles. What's the offer, Erica? Han Yi finally took his eyes off the body of the P1 and looked at Erica Scrotter, quoting a lyric that had been lingering in his mind. Milli.2? Milli.6? Erica in February 2016 naturally had not heard of Starboy, which was only released in September 2016, but she understood Han Yi's statement very well. To be precise, it is $1.62 million US. If you take into account its modification and maintenance costs, the price of this P1 is much more cost effective than other similar cars on the market. I got it. Han Yi didn't care about the hundreds of thousands of dollars difference between new and used cars. The second-hand prices of truly scarce top luxury cars, especially those collectibles that have been carefully maintained and are no different from new cars, are indeed rising. Moreover, the higher the price, the higher the reward you can get, right? Even if it costs $10 million US, as long as you can get enough positive emotional feedback, the money will always come back intact. What should we do next? We need to prepare a series of documents for you, including the bill of sale, vehicle registration documents, vehicle title and attached license plate, and exhaust gas inspection certificate. The bill of sale must be submitted to the DMV for backup after the transaction is completed, which may take 2 to 3 working days. The last 3 documents will be handed over to you together with the keys at that time, because it is a used car transaction. In addition to the car purchase contract, we also need you to sign a transfer agreement of ownership and a disclaimer to prove that there are no problems before the vehicle is delivered. Of course, before that, we will hire a third-party vehicle inspection team to issue an inspection report, and the cost will be 100% borne by O'Gara. You can also designate a vehicle inspection team you trust, but in this case we can only bear 75% of the inspection fee. In addition, we will also provide you with a letter of guarantee issued by O'Gara Luxury Cars, confirming that there are no mortgages, debts or other financial disputes under the name of the property. There is one more thing we need to remind you. The used car sales tax in California is 7.25%, and Los Angeles County will levy an additional 2%. If you want to save unnecessary expenses, we can make some special arrangements for you. How should we do it? Han Yi listened carefully and asked with interest. Oregon does not have a vehicle purchase tax. We will first transfer the vehicle's registration to Portland, then sign a contract with you locally, and finally transport it back to Los Angeles. In this way, you only need to pay the registration tax for transferring the vehicle back to the Los Angeles DMV, which is only 0.65%. How long will it take? It can be completed in about 1.5 months at the fastest. Thank you for your kindness, Erica, but it seems that I can only endure this 9.25% tax. Han Yi spread his hands and smiled. 1.5 months is more expensive to me than 9.25%. Of course, if you can't get the reward in 1.5 months, what's the point of buying this car? Buying a car is just a small experiment. In the next few months, he still has many ambitions that people would think are unrealistic if he talks about them. Then, I would like to welcome you to officially join the O'Gara Club and become one of the very few elite members. I believe you will be able to take good care of her. Erica stretched out her hand and smiled very sincerely and sweetly. Sincerity is gratitude to the sponsor in front of you, and sweetness is the joy from the heart. In the second-hand car market in the United States, the profit of an ordinary second-hand car basically fluctuates between 12% and 15%. The standard of a O'Gara luxury car is that the profit margin of top sports cars over $1 million must reach more than 15%. The reason is simple. There will never be a lack of buyers for top collections of this level. No matter how high the price is, there will always be high-end customers like Han Yi who are not very sensitive to numbers and spend a lot of money. The purchase price of this McLaren P1 paid by O'Gara was $1.34 million, and the selling price was $1.62 million, with a profit margin of 17.2%. As a sales consultant, how much commission can Erica get from this transaction? In California, the commission of most car sales consultants is between 20% and 40% of the gross profit. As a luxury car dealership that only sells top luxury cars, O'Gara offers the lowest standard in the industry to salesmen. But even if calculated according to the lowest standard, Erica has earned at least $56,000 today. This is 124% of the average annual base salary of auto sales consultants in the United States. Even though she has been working at O'Gara for 15 months, this is the highest commission she has ever received. If you are willing, Mr. Han, Chase can assist you with the entire car purchase process. Jamal Miller said at the right time. You only need to sign the agreement and give us the payment authorization for this amount, and the rest of the remittance details can be completed by us. This is the treatment of rich people shopping in the United States. Whether it is luxury cars, famous watches or high-end fashion, they don't even need to bring a checkbook. They just need to call their private bank manager, and the rest of the process is a story between the store and the bank. Thank you, Jamal. Cashless payment? For the rich in the United States, it has been a common reality for decades. This is what I should do. The process that requires you to be on site should not take more than 15 minutes. You and Ryan can go up the mountain first, and I will take care of the aftermath. Jamal is right, Mr. Han. When you finish other matters and come back here, you can drive the P1 directly back to your garage. Just as Jamal was talking to Han Yi, Erica made a hidden gesture, and the sales assistant who had been quietly waiting at the backyard gate came quickly. Erica whispered a few words in the assistant's ear, and the latter nodded, turned around, turned on the Bluetooth headset, and explained something to the administrative staff in the office. While writing and drawing on the iPad, it seems that he has begun to prepare for the contract. You can go to the VIP room to rest first, or browse our collection again. The agreement and payment are arranged by a special person. What Erica needs to do now is to make Han Yi, who has spent millions of dollars, feel at home in the remaining time. In addition to the P1 you saw, we also have some very interesting special models, which is also my personal favorite series. You may find it difficult to see them in your hometown. Arika was halfway through her introduction when she swallowed it back because Hanyi, who was standing next to her, had already strode towards her favorite collection. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Classic Resurrection. In the United States, people call those who are obsessed with car culture gearheads or petrolheads. Because for these people, what they think about every day are all kinds of professional terms related to cars, such as banger, bondo, camber, OBD and slushbox. For ordinary people who are not in this circle, it is more difficult to decode their conversations than to understand Finnegan's Wake. Is Hanyi a gearhead? Of course not. He is not even an ordinary man who is interested in cars. Most men can get a rapid surge of adrenaline when they hear the roar of the engine of super sports cars on the street, see the racing chase on the Monaco track, and smell the burnt smoke raised by the high-speed drift in the mountains. But when Hanyi saw these, he could only think of the stinky faces of those who used sports cars as fishing rods, Ayrton Senna who died in San Marino, and the embarrassed appearance of being arrested by the highway patrol. Material desire, danger, crime. This is Hanyi's first impression of cars, especially supercars. He was born to be a quiet and solitary person, and the noisy racing field could be called his mortal enemy. But when he saw the red sports car in front of him, the tower of faith he had built up over the past 29 years collapsed into pieces in an instant. He finally understood those freaks who called their beloved cars her. Do you like this car? Arika quietly walked to his side, looking at Hanyi's profile, her eyes flashing with excitement of finding someone who shared the same interests. Except for recognizing the logo, I know nothing about it. Hanyi pointed to the yellow prancing horse logo painted on the car body and let out a long sigh. But I think I've fallen in love with it. Mr. Han, after talking to you for 5 minutes, I was sure you would like this car. True love is love at first sight, and this is how I felt when I saw it for the first time. Erika put her hands behind her back and said softly, would you like to hear my story about it? We still have a lot of time before the contract is drafted. My pleasure. This car is called Ferrari 250 GT SWB Berlinetta Competizione, which means a small salon racing model when directly translated from Italian. You can also tell its original purpose from the name. Starting in 1960, the 250 GT SWB's first full racing season, it shined at Brands Hatch, Goodwood, Le Mans, Monza and Spa-Francorchamps, winning one elegant and timeless championship trophy after another for Ferrari. Why is it elegant and timeless? Because in Ferrari's 250 before the GT, the racing cars that hit the tracks of the 1950s were almost completely devoid of comfort. Whether it was the 1950 Curtiss Craft 4000, the 1954 Maserati A6, or the 1953 Jaguar C-Type Roadster, these manufacturers were so obsessed with extreme speed that they forgot that normal humans were needed to drive the cars. If someone who was not used to classic racing cars took the steering wheel of these cars and stepped on the accelerator, within 5 minutes, his arm would be dislocated because he could not support the violent shaking. In 1951, the two great figures of the modern automobile industry, Enzo Ferrari and Battista Pininfarina, met for the first time in a small restaurant in Tortona, a city between Turin and Modena, because the two proud souls did not want to visit each other's headquarters. Although their first meeting was a little awkward, people with extraordinary talents always appreciate each other, and they soon established an unbreakable steel alliance. Since then, Pininfarina has designed most of Ferrari's models for decades. The 250 GT is his proudest work and the one that has the greatest influence on modern sports cars. For the first time, Pininfarina incorporated driving comfort and humanistic care for the driver into the design of racing cars. As you can see now, it has become more diverse and will not look out of place, whether it appears at the Le Mans Grand Prix or on the field trails in New England. Erika said, pointing to the interior in the car window. The 13-inch diameter steering wheel is supported by 3 extremely finely crafted silver metal panels. The surrounding wheel is made of light-colored Italian Nadi wood. The chrome logo plate in the center is as bright as new, guarding the Ferrari logo. The beige interior is made of the finest Florentine calfskin in the entire Apennine Peninsula, and it takes 300 hours of hand stitching. From the inclination angle of the seat, the driving field of vision, and even the length of the joystick, it conforms to the most advanced ergonomic technology at the time. It is no exaggeration to say that Pininfarina is really the poet of steel. Han Yi murmured, stroking his fingertips on the aluminum alloy body. Poet. Yes, it's a clever metaphor, Mr. Han. The poet of steel. Arika suddenly turned her head to look at Han Yi, and a ripple appeared in her silver grey eyes like a quiet lake. She is a hardcore player who is crazy about all kinds of mechanical beasts. In fact, Erika is the first female driver in the greater Los Angeles area to own a Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat. After work, her biggest hobby is to participate in different modified car shows and street racing. There are many guests coming to O'Gara, but most of them just use cars as objects of show, and at best they are just beloved toys. They will stop in front of the latest Lamborghini to admire, but few people will pay attention to this inconspicuous old man. After all, the few top players who really collect antique cars also have their own fixed channels for collecting cars, and will not spend too much time on famous car dealerships like O'Gara where new and old cars are mixed. Today, while Han Yi likes it, she just releases her desire to express herself and share her most beloved collection with others. But she didn't expect that the Asian man in front of her could be so exquisite and appropriate to add a finishing touch. This simple but romantic title made Erika look at him with a new look. The poet of steel. Use the keel to splash ink, and use the plate to write. Pininfarina's poetry is recognized by the whole world, and the V12 engine designed by Giacomo Colombo is powerful enough. Therefore, Ferrari's 250 GT SWB has attracted the attention of countless gentleman racers. Mr. Han, in the racing world, there is a term called gentleman racer, which is used to describe amateur players who come from wealthy families. The huge amount of assets stored in the trust fund for them makes them lose most of their worries at birth. The unpredictability and destructiveness of the track is the best way for them to experience the feeling of losing control. The owner of this car, number 2689 GT, Pierre Noblet, is such a gentleman racer. His first SWB, number 2021 GT, was crashed by Noblet's then good friend Pierre Dame on the Clermont-Ferrand track. To apologize, Dame customized this 2689 GT for Noblet at Ferrari. After more than a year of careful debugging, Pierre Noblet and his partner Jane Gitch had won countless honors. The Monza Grand Prix champion, the Old Brussels Street Race champion, and a series of racing championships in the United States. The racing at that time was extremely harmful to the vehicle. Noblet had to buy a new car every year during his 6-year career. This retired 250 GT the SWB was sold to an American businessman at a very low price, but soon after, it was completely scrapped due to engine damage. The businessman, who we cannot mention, was not very keen on cars and bought it only because of its title as a Grand Prix champion. After being scrapped, it was towed to a junkyard in New Haven, Connecticut, where it remained for 50 years. 2 years ago, GTO Engineering, which specializes in restoring Ferraris, bought the car from the businessman's descendants, along with 3 other Ferraris in his collection. The car you see now has almost no original parts left. Nothing left. Basically, everything from the body to the V12 engine, including the 4 6-inch Borelli RW3690 tires, are rebuilt according to the original design drawings. Of course, in order to adapt to modern driving needs, GTO has also added some technological accessories that the original car did not have. Can you see the slightly raised area under the dashboard? Press that button and you will find a USB port. Air conditioning, Bluetooth, and the new Alpine car sound system allow drivers to experience the convenience of the 21st century as much as possible without affecting the retro look and feel of the vehicle. Most importantly, Mr. Han, you can see this vehicle registration document on the right side of the window. Erica pointed to the form stuck in the windshield into air and said, "This car inherits its original soul, the vehicle identification number. The vehicle identification number of this car is 3921. This means that this is the 3921st registered car, since the vehicle identification number system was put into use in the United States in 1954. Obviously, registration does not mean manufacturing. In fact, it was not until January 1st, 1969 that cars in the United States were required to register their vehicle identification numbers. In other words, a large number of vehicles have never been numbered from the time they leave the assembly line to the time they are sent to the scrapyard. But even so, the code 00000000000003921 is rare and precious in the world. Many people call the rebuilt GTO a replica. Erica had a silver key in her hand at some point. It was not much bigger than the key to open a small safe, and the handle was engraved with Turin 2689 instead of Ferrari. But, Mr. Han, my colleagues and I at O'Gara prefer to call it a revival. Please open your palm. Erica gently placed the key in Han Yi's palm and said word by word, "Imagine that he is a gentleman in 1962 who has been young, strong, old, and even dead. After a complete reincarnation, he now stands in front of you with a familiar but brand new figure. Say hello to chassis 2689. Great. Damn, she's good." Ryan O'Connor heard Erica's entire narration in full. He clenched his right fist, put it to his mouth, and looked at Jamal Miller. It seems that she can sell anything she wants to sell. It is not easy to remember this series of parameters and stories. You know, O'Gara has countless rare and exotic items. Her knowledge of a car can show how dedicated she is in her professional field. What's more, she is not simply selling a product. She is a master who truly grasps the biopsychology. For bulk consumer goods such as cars and real estate, low-end products talk about development prospects in the future. For example, the Ford Kuga that Han Yi bought. The most repeated sales pitches Ford has the lowest depreciation rate in the used car market because there are not many stores it can tell now. Mid-end products talk about the current situation and cost effectiveness. For the middle class, seizing the current opportunities is the most important thing. High-end products need to talk about history, honor, and heritage. It is enough to just lift the veil of time for customers and take them to glimpse the past splendor of these top toys. He will describe and complete the story of his future with it in his mind. Erica Scrotter, O'Gara's gold medal sales. Instagram and YouTube have nearly 50,000 followers combined, and all the videos she posts are test drives and reviews. Jamal Miller nodded, and his eyes were full of admiration for the brown-haired girl. There is no shortage of people in this world who use their looks and figures to exchange for sales. In fact, in the service industry in the United States, this is a default rule of thumb. Not to mention the gentlemen's clubs along the I-10 highway, or Hooters, which directly writes its selling point on the waiter's uniform. Even ordinary restaurants also determine the amount of tips according to the appearance of the waiter, right? But this standard obviously does not apply to Erica, who is a real expert who knows the automotive industry inside and out. She is wearing a neat black Stella McCartney women's suit and a pair of brown short-heeled leather shoes from Jimmy Choo that are not flashy at all. Her clothing language, translated into a language that humans can understand, is nothing else except career. For Erica Scrotter, who can cash in on her looks at any time, and she can cash in a lot, this is precious. Of course, having said that, Han Yi has no other thoughts besides buying a car. Providing goods and purchasing services is the most normal behavior in human society. If you think you have the power to take whatever you want every time you consume, then this person's spiritual world is a bit too lacking. It is not feminism, and it is not even linked to gender rights. Cut off the superficial moral code to see the essence. In the end, it is always inseparable from money. Few emotions can withstand the pressure of debt, and very few people can keep their true heart in front of 10,000 taels of gold. To put it bluntly, how noble is it to use the name of true love to kidnap morality than to use Franklin and Lincoln to satisfy worldly desires? Han Yi just feels that many times, cutting off some vines of desire will get more satisfaction. For example, at this moment, There are many kinds of happiness for men, and Han Yi is experiencing one he has never experienced before. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. In the final analysis, Han Yi is a lost time and space traveler, living alone in this extremely familiar, but extremely strange new world. All material appearances, except the solar, are brand new. Just like the Russell Red Ferrari 250 GT SWB in front of him. It has experienced the immaturity and curiosity of facing the world when it was first born, the patience and dormancy during the careful polishing in the modification factory, the glory and dream of being the first to cross the finish line at the Le Mans track, and attracting the cheers of thousands of people, and of course, the desolation and loneliness in more than 10,000 silent nights in New Haven. Now, it is standing at the starting line of the first mile again. It seems that everything has changed, but in fact nothing has changed. It, like myself, is a time traveler in this world. Erica, please prepare another contract for me. Han Yi held the handle of the key, feeling the cool touch from the embossed metal shell, and smiled with relief. I want to take it home. Chapter 9, City on the Hill. If Han Yi's favorite is a real antique that has been preserved since the 1960s and is still intact, then even now he can hardly afford the extremely high price. You know, among all the mass-produced luxury cars launched in 2015, the Porsche 918 Spyder has the highest price tag, reaching $845,000 per car, which is nearly 3 times the price of a new Ferrari F12 Berlinetta. The lowest global offer for an original 1962 Ferrari 250 GT SWB is also $8 million, and the average seller will set the price at around $10 million. In other words, a perfect Ferrari 250 GT SWB can buy 10 of the most expensive new cars in 2015. What's more exaggerated is that this is not Ferrari's most sought after model. In 1962, the 250 GTO, which was launched as the successor to the 250 GT SWB, is the holy grail in the hearts of luxury car connoisseurs. In 2013, a bright red 250 GTO driven by the late racer Joe Schlissel in 1960 was sold to an anonymous buyer by Paul Pappalardo, a Connecticut patent lawyer and famous car collector, for $52 million. If you have been somewhat numbed by the astronomical figures one after another, here is a comparison. The Gulfstream G550 produced in 2012 cost only $48.25 million to manufacture. The penthouse on the 78th floor of the New York Time Warner Center, which changed hands in 2015 and overlooks the entire Central Park, also recorded a transaction price of only $50.92 million. The Ferrari 250 GTO was just a sports car 54 years ago. On this blue planet, that should be shared by everyone, there live Central African workers who fight for 37 cents a day of sweat equity, and there live these anonymous buyers who spend $500 million just to add an exhibit to their private showrooms at home. Even if he was reborn, and even if he was worth billions, Han Yi couldn't reach the threshold of that class at present. Fortunately, due to the replacement of parts from the inside to the outside, it became a veritable Theseus ship. The Ferrari 250 GT SWB revival that Han Yi bought, that is, the reborn version, is much cheaper than the original version. The price in O'Gara is $1.41 million US. Even with the 9.5% sales tax, it is only 1/5 of the original price. However, such a comparison is indeed not fair for Han Yi, who has just arrived in this world for a day. After all, even in O'Gara, it is a rare event that only happens once a year or two for a single person to buy 2 luxury cars worth $3 million US in one day. There are not many individual customers in high-end car dealerships. After Han Yi nodded and placed the order, the whole store moved according to his wishes. The agreement was signed within 10 minutes. Jamal Miller and Ryan O'Connor carefully checked the documents of the 2 cars. O'Gara Motors had already arranged 2 sports car insurance policies for the P1 and 250 GT SWB from State Farm. The annual insurance premium for the P1 was $1,444.13 per month, while the 250 GT was even cheaper at $1,209.42 per month. The so-called cheaper was just a comparison with the sky-high price of the P1. If you compare it with the luxury cars that are already top of the line in the eyes of ordinary people, you will know how outrageous the premium is. The annual premium of a BMW i8 in California is about $3,600, which is just enough for this reborn Ferrari to pay for 1/4. In the United States, it really doesn't matter which car insurance company you choose. Han Yi's personal experience is that when something happens, it's better to call AAA yourself. Therefore, he didn't bother too much about the choice of insurance company. Since he bought State Farm for $600 per year in his previous life, he would still fight with State Farm in this life. The nearest State Farm brokerage office is at 822 South Robertson Avenue, less than 3 minutes walk from the store. 2 insurance specialists arrived in the hot sun, sweating profusely. It took less than 7 or 8 minutes to sign the insurance transfer agreement. As for the license plate number, Han Yi thought he had room to play and could ask the DMV to customize a license plate that suits his taste. The California DMV treats license plates as a business. It only costs $103 to customize a license plate with letters and numbers of your choice, or even a background color, and you only need to pay an annual renewal fee of $83. But when he saw the 2 black and yellow personalized license plates that O'Gara had prepared in advance for the 2 cars as gifts for car buyers, he gave up the idea. The McLaren P1's is BLK-P1C, which is catchy and easy to remember. Han Yi likes it very much. The Ferrari 250 GT SWB's is 2689 GT, which is exactly its serial number at the Turin factory. What else can be changed? All the documents were signed, and Erica and I exchanged phone numbers and added friends on WhatsApp for future maintenance, inspection and other after-sales work. The series of procedures were not too troublesome, but they were indeed a bit cumbersome. It was already 1:10 p.m. when we signed the last payment authorization form of Chase Bank. Jamal Miller stayed in the store to complete the details of the next transaction so that Han Yi could pick up the car later. Ryan O'Connor and Han Yi returned to the courtesy car and rushed to their last goal. How come I didn't feel anything after spending more than $3 million? Sitting in the backseat of the S350 and sipping a sip of smart water, Han Yi felt that he was not very smart. Yes, buying the McLaren P1 fulfilled his vision of a pop culture trophy, and getting the Ferrari that matched his soul made him tremble with excitement. But why was there no sense of ritual for spending money? No cash, no credit card, and even no check was written, and $3 million just flowed into someone else's pocket easily. No wonder those bankrupt stars and athletes can't control their money. The entire high-end consumer market in the United States is a well-designed den for the 0.1% of the world. As his mind turned, the courtesy car carrying Han Yi, who had just become a member of the 0.1% for less than 24 hours, drove smoothly towards the distribution center of the 0.1%. Platinum Triangle. There are many ultra-high-end residential areas with luxury houses in this world, such as Victoria Peak in Hong Kong, Knightsbridge in London, Aoyama in Tokyo, Apgujeong in Seoul, and of course the Upper East Side of Manhattan in New York. Each of these communities contains wealth and power that ordinary people can hardly imagine. It is a topic of conversation that residents of the metropolis enjoy talking about, a beacon of hope that young professionals who work hard until late at night look up to, and a mysterious area that taxi drivers like to brag to tourists when passing by, but they can never pick up customers there. But no wealthy area can appear in dramas and film and television works as frequently as the Platinum Triangle, becoming a synonym for wealth that is familiar to the world. There is no other place where the top luxury houses gather, which can become the absolute master of a city like these mountains stretching to the Pacific Ocean. In addition to the Peak, Hong Kong's wealthy people can also choose the prosperous Central or the secluded Repulse Bay. Manhattan celebrities, tired of living in the slightly old Upper East Side, can also move to the Upper West Side with a stronger cultural atmosphere, the Neon Tribeca, and the unrivaled Billionaires Row. But in Los Angeles, Hollywood stars, tech upstarts and group leaders have no other choice but this group of luxury houses with Beverly Hills, Bel-Air and Holmby Hills as the apex. Inglewood is home to climbers who have not yet reached the Pantheon, and Malibu is just an extension of it. In Los Angeles, whether you live in Pasadena, Culver City or Echo Lake, you can't ignore the mountains to the north, and Los Angeles' cloudless blue sky all year round does not allow you to do so. No matter how your life is, what you are going through at the moment, whether you are rushing back to work after a bowl of beef bowl in Yoshinoya, or leaving the 76 gas station and regretting that you spent another $20 on gas. As long as you look up and look at the horizon, you can see a group of twinkling stars there, looking down at you like titans. They cannot understand your joys and sorrows, because money has opened every door in their lives. Mortals walk on the ground, and gods revel in the sky. The Platinum Triangle and Los Angeles can best let people see the background of the United States, and are closest to the description of the city on the hill in the book. There is indeed a city on the hill in the United States, but it belongs to only a very small number of people. Han Yi, if everything goes well, will soon become one of these very few people. The S350 drove past Sunset Boulevard and entered North Beverly Road, where the famous landmark, the Beverly Hills Hotel, which has been in operation since 1912, is located. People living in Los Angeles know that seeing this hotel and going north is another world. Of course, the extravagance of this world has little to do with people who just drive up the mountain. North Beverly Road is a two-lane road that is neither narrow nor imposing. There are only towering palm trees and ochre red Spanish-style low walls on both sides of the road. About a mile or two further up, even the palm trees disappear, leaving only shrubs and tree walls that block out the sun and are much taller than ordinary buildings in Los Angeles. This type of tree wall is very common in Beverly Hills and is called a privacy hedge. In each privacy hedge, there is a mansion worth tens of millions of dollars hidden. The higher the tree wall, the bigger the mansion, and the richer the owner. This has almost become a consensus in this community. The courtesy car drove on the winding mountain road for about 15 minutes. The mountain road was not very congested this afternoon. Soon, they entered Tower Grove Road and arrived at the first property they were going to visit. Real estate agent Brandon Williams had been waiting here for a long time. Mr. Han. Seeing the S350 slowly driving into the driveway, Brandon Williams, who was hiding in his purple Bentley Continental GT with air conditioning, opened the car door and opened his arms to show Han Yi and Ryan his 2 rows of carefully cared for teeth. This is Brandon's favorite way to appear. He also has a Lamborghini Gallardo at home, but his favorite prop has always been the Bentley Continental. The latter is more mature and stable, but it can also let buyers really feel his achievements as a luxury real estate agent. Of course, narrowing the gap and momentum with the customer group who purchases single-family villas on the top of the mountain can also make his subsequent work process smoother. This is the strategy chosen by Brandon Williams. Han Yi carefully observed the bidding opponents he was about to face. It is not entirely accurate to say that they are bidding opponents. Real estate agents list properties for sellers and help them manage daily sales affairs, but they also have to win the approval of buyers to earn commissions. Unless the agent you hired takes you to see the listings listed by another agent, at this time, there will be a real offensive and defensive momentum. However, Brandon did give people an aggressive feeling. He was dressed very simply. Under Tom Ford's black casual suit, he wore a John Varvatos white shirt with 2 buttons unbuttoned. It was matched with his thick beard and a big back hair that was smeared with hair mud to make it look a little rich. He had seen too many Wolf of Wall Street. Han Yi looked at Brandon Williams, who had the words handsome and cynical on his face, and came to an arbitrary incorrect conclusion. Welcome to 1501 Tower Grove. My name is Brandon Williams. I'm your guide today. I have prepared many surprises for you today. Ryan. Brandon was both purposeful and aggressive. Before Han Yi could speak, he started to talk in a rapid-fire manner. It was not until he felt that he had said everything he should say that he nodded slightly to Ryan, an old acquaintance standing beside him, as a greeting. Ryan smiled and shrugged, not particularly concerned. Every salesperson has a unique strategy and personality. He was not his target today, so there was no need to care too much. That's my boy. Brandon didn't end his act. He walked over and scratched Ryan's hair on the back of his head with his right hand, seemingly in an intimate manner, while his left hand rested on Han Yi's back. He didn't use any force, but the message he conveyed was clear. Let's go, gentlemen. Han Yi saw the subtle changes in their expressions. Ryan was very embarrassed and uncomfortable. It was obvious that he and Brandon were not familiar with each other to this extent, but since Han Yi was present, he couldn't say much as an escort. Brandon still smiled casually, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened a little. Han Yi smiled with his lips pursed, twisted his body, avoided Brandon's hand, and said, "Nice to meet you, Brandon. Can we go to the next property? HMM." Brandon's hand was suspended in the air, and he narrowed his wolf-like green eyes. He tilted his head in confusion, thinking that he had heard it wrong. 1501 Tower Grove is a great house, I'm sure of that, even though I haven't visited the interior. Han Yi sighed softly. This is indeed a quiet residence. There is only one such mansion on the entire hill, and the nearly 7 or 8 acres of land are only for the family to use independently. Even standing in the garden, Han Yi can see the Santa Monica Beach and the endless coastline in the distance through the garden, which adds an elegant, almost royal atmosphere to this giant building with a strong French eclectic style. The problem is that he doesn't like French style, eclecticism, elegance, and even less like the royal family. But this is not my type. Sorry if I didn't explain it in advance, Brandon, but what I want is a futuristic, minimalist, and technologically advanced 21st century residence. So, Han Yi patted Brandon's shoulder, who was speechless for a moment, and blinked. We don't need to waste time on unnecessary places. Speed up the progress. I have an appointment to catch up with. Chapter 10. 864 Stradella Road. Han Yi's attack was not direct, but it was not obscure either. As the party holding the money to buy the goods, he saw through Brandon Williams' strategy and used a combination of punches to confuse the customers, turning them into puppets dancing to the rhythm. Will any customers buy this? Of course, some people just want the brokers who serve them to be as strong as possible. The stronger they are, the more these people think that the broker is professional, and the more at ease they are. As for how this kind of home buying group has the budget to buy a luxury house in Beverly Hills, you might as well ask their parents who invest in them. Every year, there are a lot of rich children flying from all over the world to Los Angeles to buy houses. Even if they are powerful in their hometowns, they can't help but show their fear when they arrive in Beverly Hills, the world's top wealth gathering place. At this time, it's the turn of pickup artists like Brandon Williams to show their skills. Of course, customers don't have to obey Brandon's words for the strategy to work. Some men have the same upbringing, education, and personality as Brandon. This side of him can quickly gain their recognition and love. This is me 30 years ago. Using this mentality, Brandon has received a lot of commissions from old white men. Another situation is that the customer hates Brandon's attitude and doesn't like his condescending attitude, so he chooses to go against him. But this is the most clever part. The mentality of going against him can help sales to better control your emotions. Negative emotions, when guided correctly, can make people make impulsive decisions that are unimaginable at ordinary times. Isn't it the case that the rich who want to clear out the inventory of others and rush to give commissions to their enemies because the luxury sales look down on them are being played around by others? Therefore, Han Yi did not choose any of the above paths. He turned around and left, and overturned the table in front of him first. This was the confidence given to him by the $185 million in his bank account, and of course it was also the experience summed up from dealing with all kinds of people in 7 years. His attitude was very clear. I don't play your games. If you want to do business with me, do it the way I like. If you can understand, then refusing to visit the first property is just a trivial objection. If you still want to do it your way, there are many elite agents in Beverly Hills who want to earn 2% commission. In the new world, Han Yi is not prepared to be manipulated by anyone. Brandon Williams is a smart man. In fact, this is not the first time someone has expressed his attitude in this way. When he came to the second property, Brandon changed his rebellious appearance like a fraternity initiation ceremony and made an introduction with all his heart and soul, answering every question. Brandon changed his attitude, and Han Yi naturally stopped pursuing it. Others have captured the information and changed their attitude for their own. If he pursued and attacked again, it would seem that he had lost his sense of proportion. He had to distinguish between the important and the urgent, the primary and the secondary. His most important goal today was to purchase a property that could make him feel strong positive emotions. How could he enjoy the beauty of architectural art if he was competing with others? Han Yi figured it out, but the reality made him a little disappointed. They had already seen 3 luxury houses, each of which had a bright feature, but they never touched Han Yi's heartstrings. The first property that was carefully visited was located at 9945 Beverly Boulevard. It was built in 2015 and has 6 full-size bedrooms, 7 bathrooms, 3 washrooms, 4 parking spaces, a wine cellar, a gym, a private cinema, and even a yoga room with large floor-to-ceiling windows. The quality of the house itself is good. In addition to the marble walls with complicated patterns that made Han Yi frown, the decoration style also met his requirements. But the most fatal disadvantage is that 9945 Beverly Boulevard is located in the middle of the mountain, and there are several basically level luxury houses in front. The designer had to plant a lot of privacy hedges to ensure privacy, which greatly affected the view. Only half of the Hollywood city can be seen in the south, and the west side is completely blocked by the woods. With $52.89 million in disposable cash in hand, they will also reimburse him for buying things he likes. Han Yi really doesn't need to worry too much about this property with a price of $25.8 million US. If you buy Beverly Hills without a panoramic view, you might as well go to Malibu to enjoy the sea breeze. The second house, 10,102 Angelo Drive, has the best view in Los Angeles. Just by looking at the name, you can tell what its selling point is. 10,102 Angelo Drive is located on a protrusion of the Santa Monica Mountains. There is no view obstruction in front. It is built against the mountain, and even the load-bearing columns are fixed on the slope. The villa has 3 floors in total, and each floor has a 270-degree view from Pasadena and downtown in the west to Santa Monica Beach and the Pacific Ocean in the east. The essence of Los Angeles can be seen at a glance. Brandon invited Han Yi to feel it on the lounge chair in the outdoor infinity pool in the salon area on the first floor. The Tiffany blue water reflects the entire picture of Los Angeles, which is indeed impeccable. The advantages are extremely prominent, but the defects are also significant. 9945 Beverly Boulevard covers an area of 0.74 acres, while 10,102 Angelo View Road only covers 0.34 acres, which is more than half smaller. In order to ensure the sense of scale of the salon area and the master bedroom on the top floor, the necessary facilities of luxury houses such as gyms and private theaters have all been cut. The whole house has only 4 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, and only 2 parking spaces. Only. The word sounds full of the stench of money, but considering that the offer price of this property is $19.99 million US, at this price scale, the product presented is indeed not up to the top level. The third choice is 1250 Bel-Air Road, in the core area of Bel-Air, where the Platinum Triangle has the highest real estate value. It covers an area of 5.58 acres. The house itself is 14,301 square feet, with a total of 4 floors, and all the facilities related to luxury houses are available, and even a landscape swimming pool is specially built that is independent of the villa itself, and extends forward to the end of the mountain. What's more exaggerated is that there are 2 landscape trails around the property, both of which are private property of the house owner. In this neighborhood, where surrounding properties are priced at more than $100 million, the asking price of $38.5 million seems quite affordable. But there is still a key point that discouraged Han Yi. This villa was built in 1993, which means that its design language was formulated 23 years ago. Even if it is advanced and well maintained, it can now show some aesthetic fatigue. And this fatigue cannot be solved without knocking out all the interiors and starting over. A modern building that is no longer modern is not as good as those classical mansions that he doesn't like. Brandon Williams has been running around the valley of the Platinum Triangle for nearly 3 hours with this young client, but he has no impatience in his heart. Purchasing a property, especially a property at the top of the pyramid, is a laborious thing. Many buyers who are interested in settling in the Platinum Triangle look for 6 or 7 months, or even 1 or 2 years. After all, not every rich person is like Han Yi, with nearly 100% of his assets allocated with short-term liquidity. It is rare for a business tycoon with a net worth of over 100 million to be able to mobilize more than 10 million in cash. They cash out their equity, sell their existing homes, and then take out mortgage loans. Sometimes they need to use other assets as collateral to make up for the insufficient amount. This is the most common state of the Beverly Hills consumer group. If you want to drain the liquidity of a property, then everyone hopes to buy a house that is completely in line with their own wishes, rather than buying it reluctantly and finally getting tired of it. What makes Brandon feel more relaxed is that Hanyi is a person with extremely clear judgment standards and a strong self-aesthetics. He will not hesitate to accept details he doesn't like. If there is anything that doesn't suit his heart, he will directly reject it. This is also the reason why they only took more than 2 hours to visit the 3 mansions with a total area of nearly 7 acres. Straightforward and decisive, never dragging his feet. This is the character label that Brandon Williams put on Hanyi. Originally thought that he was a spoiled and easy to control Far Eastern rich boy, but now it seems that even if the wealth is indeed inherited from the family, Hanyi should be an elite trained as a successor. This kind of client is Brandon's favorite. They have clear likes and dislikes and clear goals. This allows him to easily cut off the thorns that hinder decision making and quickly find a path that best suits Hanyi's heart. Such efficiency can greatly speed up the process of house selection and real estate. Of course, what Brandon doesn't know is that the reason why Hanyi makes such a quick decision is not only because of his nature, but also because of the limitations of the rules. The stronger the positive emotions, the higher the return rate. So why do you have to convince yourself to like something that you have little interest in? Love at first sight is the best. Gentlemen, we are here. Brandon threw the ignition key of the Bentley on the passenger seat, put on brown Ray-Ban sunglasses, and opened the car door. It is now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun is setting, and the fireball that is burning people is at the closest position to them. In another hour and 47 minutes, the sun will slowly set from the Pacific coastline. Jointly developed by famous developers Mr. Jonathan Adler and Dr. Joe Ingranoff, the crown jewel of Williams & Williams Real Estate, my proudest display, the masterpiece of Mr. Paul McLean, the most irreplaceable luxury modern villa in the entire Bel-Air area. 864 Stradella Road. 864 Stradella Road is exclusively managed by Brandon Williams & Williams Real Estate. This luxury house, which was completed in 2015, has been in Brandon's hands since its construction and has never changed hands. In the Platinum Triangle, where every inch of land is valuable, it is not easy to find a brand new house, and it is even more difficult to find a modern masterpiece that has been built for less than a year. Every new project in a prime location in Bel-Air will attract the attention of many wealthy families from the beginning of construction and may be sold to the buyers who like it before it is even listed. On the west side of Stradella Road, adjacent to the Bel-Air Country Club, most of the social activities and business negotiations in the Platinum Triangle are completed here. When you buy this mansion, you will get a 3-year membership in the Bel-Air Country Club as a joint gift from Mr. Paul McLean and R. Williams & Williams. Brandon pressed the electric control button of the key, and the door in front of him, made of black marble without a trace of pattern, slowly opened. Compared with the Los Angeles Country Club near Century City, the Bel-Air Country Club is more high-end and the cost is also staggering. The one-time membership fee alone requires a one-time payment of $150,000 and the annual renewal fee is as high as $163,000. More importantly, the membership of the Bel-Air Country Club is not open to the public. Only those who receive an invitation letter issued by the owner of the club, the oil tycoon Alfonso Bell, are eligible to join. Of course, no matter how strict the selection conditions are, they are meaningless in front of the owner of the mansion. The membership that outsiders are eager to get is directly given away as a bonus for buying a house. Across from the country club is UCLA. We will be able to see every teaching building of UCLA by the pool. Of course, I know this is not the scenery you want to see most, but Mr. Han, this location is indeed very convenient for stealing bears. Brandon blinked and made a harmless joke. Along the way, in addition to introducing the property, Brandon also had a general understanding of the client's current situation through small talk. USC and UCLA are the most famous rivals in Los Angeles. Every year before and after the victory bell game between the two college football teams, students from each school will do their best to sneak into the campus of their mortal enemy and destroy the other's mascot. In 2009, two USC students took advantage of the dark and windy night to sneak into the open campus of UCLA and painted the brown bear statue with the red and yellow colors representing USC. Of course, UCLA has also made news at USC. In fact, as early as 1941, UCLA students dyed the Trojan statue of USC blue for the first time. From then on, every time there was a match, both sides would treat it as a formidable enemy, wrapping the Trojans and the brown bears tightly with tape early on, so as to avoid having to spend a lot of money to repair the statue. Students from both schools also formed statue guarding teams. The USC team was called Troy Knights and USC Helen, while the UCLA team was called Harney. Didn't care what their clubs were called. Every November, the male students from the Trojan Knights and the female students from USC Helen would set up tents next to the statue and guard it 24 hours a day. On November 28 last year, USC had just defeated UCLA with a score of 40-21 and regained the victory clock that had been lost for 3 years. Brandon's joke really touched Harney's heart. No more stealing this year. Harney shrugged and teased, "It's not us who lost." That's right, that's right. Brandon laughed and clapped his hands. Is it so funny? Of course not, but such performance can always give Harney some points for his unfavorable performance. Let us continue to introduce the house. On the right hand side of the entrance is a spiral driveway that can accommodate 2 cars at the same time. We will dig 1 level lower and place the garage completely inside the mountain. The extra space will allow you to park 10 full-size cars, including a display turntable in the center, which you will be able to see when the time comes. Brandon took a deep breath and moved his raised right hand forward. Now, let me formally introduce this mansion to you. On the right side of the entrance door is a water feature wall made of black marble. It not only creates a charming landscape on your route home, but also effectively separates the salon area from the main door, preventing visiting guests from directly seeing the scene inside the house. What's more wonderful is that the entrance hall, including all the ceilings, carpets and some furniture you will see in the house later, are all designed and manufactured by Fendi. Walk into the house from the main door, boom. You can directly see the scenery of the entire city. Mr. McLean wants everyone to directly experience the difference of this building from the moment they enter the house. Brandon Williams' hands formed the shape of a camera and then slowly spread out. As his arms extended, a beautiful panoramic view of the City of Angels appeared in front of Hanyi. Nearby is a minimalist rest area, seamlessly connected to the lawn outside that seems to be carefully trimmed and cut every day. At the end of the green is an infinity pool that cannot be seen from the end, even if you stand in the house, like a string of azure gem necklaces, inlaid between the necks of Century City at the far end. Wow! Hanyi and Ryan exclaimed at the same time. Among the 4 mansions they had seen, the visual shock brought by the entrance of 864 Stradella Road was undoubtedly overwhelming. When you walk into the salon area, you will definitely be intoxicated by the 18-foot high floor. You can place any installation out here, or even a whole stove, and you will not feel any height limitations. Of course, you don't need to buy a new stove. This TV wall, that runs vertically from the ceiling to the ground, has an electronic stove embedded for you. Brandon put his hand in front of the stove and shook it. In LA, the time we need to warm up by the fire is indeed limited. Therefore, this is actually a constant temperature control system that connects all the temperature control devices in the whole house. If the temperature needs to be increased, it will display the image of the flame. If the temperature needs to be kept constant, the image will become a clear spring. If you want a little coolness, you can also see snowflakes floating on the screen. I believe you have noticed that the entrance hall uses a full glass curtain wall. As for the salon area, you can't see any barrier to the outdoors now, but as long as you press a button, the hidden glass curtain wall will extend from the wall and connect with the curtain wall of the entrance hall. Want some quiet time? Open the curtain wall and isolate yourself from the world. Want to have a party? From here to the lawn outside and then to the infinity pool, it is very easy to entertain 50 or even 100 guests. Gentlemen, I'm not exaggerating when I say that this is one of the 5 best living rooms in Los Angeles. After all, how many living rooms can accommodate a full-length bar counter of a bar standard? Brandon walked to the bar counter opposite the TV wall and looked up at the 18-foot-high all-glass wine cabinet. In order to match the style of the entire mansion, there are few red wine collections in the wine cabinet, most of which are champagne or whiskey. If you buy this house, all the famous wines you can see now belong to you, including Macallan 25, Boland, and Dom Perignon. Imagine, on a summer night, you and a group of friends open a bottle of whiskey here, some drink it neat, some drink it on the rocks. You clink the rims of the glasses, look at the distant skyline, and sigh. Damn, I've arrived. Brandon pressed his left hand against his chest, with an exaggerated dramatic expression. Unfortunately, I don't drink, Brandon. Han Yi was amused by Brandon's performance, but I do hope to reach the other side, no matter what the way. Maybe not fine wine, but it can be delicious food. Brandon shook his fingers and smiled. He was very satisfied with the dramatic effect just now. To some extent, real estate agents, like actors, are always providing experience and entertainment. Next, let's go to the right side of the salon area, the 1,200 square foot kitchen. This open cooking space with a double island design is not only prepared for you and your family, it can also become a professional catering kitchen. Invite any chef you like to your home, whether it's Thomas Keller or Nobuaki Matsuhisa, and let them serve you a Michelin standard family dinner. And, I believe you haven't seen such a design. Brandon raised his chin and motioned Han Yi to look at the small lounge area between the kitchen and the lawn. Mr. McLean designed a dual space for dining and entertainment here. You can call it a living room, an entertainment area, or even a dining table. Sit on the sofa, gather in front of the TV, and enjoy your food like a real American family. In my opinion, this area is the essence of the whole house, its heart and soul. If you want to upgrade the audiovisual experience, right next to the kitchen is your private theater. You can have lunch or dinner, and if you really live a transparent life, you can also move breakfast here. What caught Han Yi's eyes was a small, but warmly decorated private cinema. There were 2 rows of extended sofas in the room, which could easily accommodate 16 people. If they didn't mind sitting on the floor, 7 or 8 more people could lie down in front. The floor was covered with a long-haired carpet called frieze, which is the name of material used to describe the fluffy and soft texture of the blanket that changes shape according to the body shape and position. The 4 walls, including the ceiling, were wrapped in brown-red soundproof velvet. Under the comfortable beige light, the entire private cinema was like the heart of a sleeping girl, having a sweet and quiet dream, but looking forward to waking up with a high-pitched chapter. The overall impression of number 864 Stradella Road is futuristic, minimalist and cutting edge. It is not only profitable, but also full of humanistic refinement and elegance. The 90-foot-long infinity pool is so big that it seems to accommodate the entire galaxy, but the private theater in front of it, where only breathing can be heard, is so small that it seems to be able to accommodate only 2 souls in love. In a trance, Han Yi seemed to be able to see himself lying in the middle of the sofa in the last row, falling asleep quietly to the melodious music of Charles Mingus, and the girl beside him, lying obediently on his shoulder, with her dimples on her cheeks full of love. Who could she be? This is the puzzle left by Stradella 864 and its designer Paul McLean for the destined person. Han Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he realized that, unknowingly, his soul had already moved in. That's it, Brandon. You did a great job, and I have made up my mind. Han Yi squatted down, gently stroking the carpet with his fingertips, carefully feeling the caress that seemed to come from this room. How should I quote? It's a long chapter of 6,000 words. Please read it. Thank you very much. Chapter 11 Return to Reality. Han Yi's decision made Brandon overjoyed. To be honest, he was ready to return empty-handed today, because 864 Stradella Road was the last property Brandon prepared for this guided tour. Unexpectedly, it was at this last destination that a detail that seemed insignificant to Brandon conquered this wealthy customer from Chase Private Bank and prompted him to make the decision to make an offer. Of course, it was not that Han Yi was confident that the villa would automatically belong to him. In the United States, Such properties listed by real estate agents must go through several or even dozens of rounds of extreme negotiations between buyers and sellers before the final price is set and the transaction is completed. This is especially true for top luxury homes such as 864 Stradella Road, which was initially priced at $55 million. Han Yi, who was keen on watching various world-class luxury home introduction videos on YouTube in his previous life, did not need Ryan O'Connor's reminder. He also knew a thing or two about this. The high listing prices to increase consumers' psychological expectations and make buyers offer higher offers than the lowest psychological price that sellers can accept. Generally speaking, the lower the actual value of a house, the lower the floating degree of the listing price. The first villa the group saw, 9945 Beverly Boulevard, was listed at $25.8 million, and the actual transaction price was expected to be between $21 million and $21.5 million. The second villa, 10,102 Angelo View Road, was priced at $19.99 million, and it was estimated that it could only be cut down to about $18 million. Of course, the nature of the seller, the urgency, and the length of time the house was listed on the market will affect the final transaction price of the house. For a house like 864 Stradella Road, which is more than $500 million, and is a limited 1% treasure even in Bel-Air, the water content is relatively large. On October 9, 2014, when the property was not yet completed, Brandon Williams confidently listed it at a high price of $55 million, a full $3,868 per square foot. On July 30, 2015, when number 864 was first opened for inspection as a ready-made house, the price was directly reduced by 9.1% to $49.995 million. On January 9, 2016, it was further reduced by 3%, which is the current listing price of $48.5 million. The price has been reduced by $7 million in half a year, which is lower than the price of a house of the same size in Pasadena. No one can tell how much room there is for further reduction. This is the current situation of the top luxury market in the United States. There is no fixed price, and the transaction depends entirely on the game. In the end, after a serious discussion with real estate consultant Ryan O'Connor, Han Yi decided to set his first offer at $33.95 million, 70% of the listing price. "Thank you for your offer, Mr. Han." Brandon put away the paper inquiry form filled out by Ryan, smiled and nodded to the two of them. He naturally would not reveal any information at this time. However, there are currently 4 potential buyers who have already quoted prices for this property. We may need a few days to inform them of your price and see if there are any competing offers. Of course. Han Yi shook Brandon's hand. "We'll keep in touch." Leaving Stradella Road, the S350 took Han Yi back to O'Gara's luxury car dealership again. Erica and Jamal had completed all the transaction procedures. "Mr. Han, all the documents related to the transaction have been reviewed and approved. We have pre-authorized a debit card for $3.5 million. The specific amount can be transferred to O'Gara's account as soon as tomorrow." "I see. Thank you very much, Jamal." Han Yi nodded to his business relationship consultant. He was still wondering why he had not seen the deduction information. Then, Han Yi shifted his gaze slightly and looked at Erica, who was standing aside and humming a little tune. Even with an appendix, one can guess the source of her good mood. Erica earned more than $100,000 in commissions today. Even after deducting taxes, she made back the money she spent on the Hellcat. "Can I drive one away today?" "Both are fine, Mr. Han." Erica raised her hands with a smile and waved them towards Han Yi. She held a key in each hand. The key in her left hand was a small black shell made of ultralight carbon fiber with a silver McLaren logo on the surface, and the key in her right hand was the Turin 2689 key. "You know the answer, Erica." Han Yi grinned and shook his head. "I sure do." Erica placed the retro Ferrari key in Han Yi's palm. "Now, take it for a ride." "For the other car, do you need us to provide delivery service?" "Maybe I can store it here for a while." Han Yi thought about it. It would be too exciting to bring 2 million level sports cars to the apartment at once. It would be great if we could store it until the new house is handed over. If it takes too long, there may be some storage fees, but that's okay. Fortunately, we haven't moved it yet. I know you will want to try the 250 first. Erica nodded in agreement. Bieber's LaFerrari was still in the showroom, so Hanyi's P1 could naturally be kept for a while. Then I'll pick it up when I have a garage ready for it. Hanyi opened the door of the 250 GTS-WB that was already parked on the street and waved to Erica, Jamel and Ryan. You've worked hard today, guys. If it's convenient, we can have dinner together at Nobu this Friday as a way for me to express my gratitude. It should be done, boss. Ryan put his arm around Jamel's shoulders and smiled. If nothing else, I'll treat it as the Nobu in Malibu. No problem, as long as you can reserve a table. Hanyi smiled and stopped being polite and got into the driver's seat. He couldn't wait to meet this reborn legendary sports car. Embarrassingly, as soon as he turned the key to turn on the engine and stepped on the accelerator for the first time, Hanyi almost pushed the Ferrari to the curb. He was just a few inches away from sending the car back to a garage for repairs. It's indeed more powerful than the Cougar. Hanyi coughed lightly, turned his head away, and instead of looking at Ryan, who was blushing, and Erica, who was already covering her mouth and laughing, he turned the car around and drove east. After a few minutes of running in, Hanyi gradually got the feel of driving this 250 GTS-WB and slowly adapted to the much lower field of vision than before. His back was completely wrapped in the calfskin seat back, and his palms were made of round and smooth natty wood. Outside the car window was Wilshire Boulevard, where dusk and night blended into each other. At a constant speed of 40 miles per hour, the faint sound of the engine turning became the perfect harmony of the famous song Just the Two of Us by Little Jerva Washington and Bill Withers coming out of the speakers at this moment. At this moment, there is only you and me. As long as you try, you can always turn your beautiful dreams into reality. Only you and me, building a castle of dreams in the sky. Only you and me. When passing by LACMA's famous landmark installation Art City Lights, Hanyi even felt that he was living in the world of Pretty Woman. Except he wasn't Richard Gere. There wasn't Julia Roberts around. But couldn't he just do it on the street, like in the movies? Never mind, it's illegal. And now aren't people using websites to contact each other? Let me think. The website is. It was hard for Hanyi to ignore the interference of the real world. Along the way, this Ferrari 250 GTS-WB could be called a collector of swear words in Los Angeles. Holy shit, goddamn, Jesus fucking Christ, what the actual fuck? These were all the original sounds of passers-by floating in from the window. Of course, there were also 7 or 8 honks, and countless drivers who stopped beside him, and rolled down their windows, and shouted I like your car. At this moment, Hanyi felt the feeling of Candace Swanepoel or Kate Upton walking on the street. Annoying? A little. Cool. Hell yeah. Wilshire Boulevard was incredibly congested during the rush hour. At first, Hanyi could still drive at 40 miles per hour. When he approached the intersection of Wiltern Theater and Southwestern Avenue, he was drowned in the heavy traffic. After moving slowly forward for 20 minutes, he turned right onto South Hoover Street, but the situation did not improve at all. He braked and stepped on the accelerator. Hanyi, who was not used to the push on his back, almost vomited on the steering wheel. Everything that happened today was too dreamy. Century City, Beverly, Bel-Air. Hanyi felt like he was walking in the clouds. There was always a sense of erratic unreality. Thanks to the terrible traffic in Los Angeles, he was dragged back to the hard ground of reality and fell hard. It was a little painful and not very wonderful, but this is life. Amid the whistles and collective attention of the students, Hanyi arrived at the garage podium of University Gateway. It was not until then that he remembered that his Ford Cougar was still parked in the outdoor parking lot of BCD Tofu House, and the sensor needed to enter and exit the apartment garage was still attached to the windshield of the car. After much effort, Hanyi finally got a temporary parking permit from the automatic payment machine at the parking lot gate. He swore and retracted his head from the window, then sat back in the driver's seat. He had used mobile payment for so long that he had completely forgotten how to swipe the card. When he bought a night parking ticket, he almost scratched the number on the card. After parking the car back at 328, Hanyi was in no hurry to get out of the car. He took out the key turned off the engine, and sat in silence for a long time while looking at the USC campus, which was already lit up on the left side of the garage. I'm really back to 2016. If everything goes as usual, I have to go to school. Will I still be in this world when I wake up tomorrow? This morning, Han Yi couldn't wait to drown himself and return to the familiar 2023. But now, he has begun to be a little afraid to leave here. No child wants Disneyland to close, right? Of course, worrying can't solve any problems, and any unknown must be faced to see the answer. Another half an hour later, Han Yi opened the car door and walked towards the garage elevator. It won't be scratched, right? Han Yi looked back every 3 steps, looking at the red sports car that was gradually cooling down in the night wind of Los Angeles, thinking so. In fact, University Gateway is not without luxury cars. Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Maserati, Lamborghini. In the University of Southern California, which is jokingly called the University of Spoiled Children, there is no shortage of luxury cars. The security measures of the apartment garage are good enough, and the external environment is also the safest in the entire community. Han Yi's concerns are completely unfounded. But even if they are not unfounded, who would not worry about buying $1 million for the first time and leaving it outside so lightly? Han Yi didn't plan to make any more trouble before dinner. In the United States in 2016, food delivery platforms such as Grubhub and DoorDash were still in their infancy. At this time, there were not many choices for ordering food, and the delivery was extremely slow. It was not uncommon for McDonald's 2 miles away to take an hour to deliver a meal. This situation would take at least 1 or 2 years to improve. After going down to the first floor, Han Yi ordered a plate of spicy fried chicken rice and a cup of Thai milk tea at Trio House, a Thai restaurant on the first floor of the Lang Hotel across the street, which was considered a quick dinner. During his 4 years in college, Han Yi had eaten here too many times to count. The rice grains were still not evenly fried, the salt was still enough to choke an elephant, and the Thai milk tea was sweet enough to send 2 diabetics away. The familiar taste was really wonderful. On the way back to the room, Han Yi touched his stomach that had been treated unfairly inside. Now he was extremely disgusted, but soon, the property where this hotel and restaurant were located would be acquired by USC and turned into a digital art center donated to the film school by the great director Robert Zemeckis. Sometime, once it passes, can never be caught again. Therefore, Han Yi, with a few grains of raw rice still in his mouth, decided not to pursue it. He put the plastic key into the socket of the apartment, and with a slight sound, the wooden door opened. Zayao. Han Yi raised his hand and greeted his roommate in the living room. Park Ji-woo, 2 years younger than Han Yi, is a student majoring in business administration at the Marshall School of Business at the University of Southern California. The two met in the Apollo Men's Chorus of the Thornton School of Music, and it can be said that there is no similarity between them. Park Ji-woo claims to be the king of Gangnam nightclubs and is best at grilling pork belly after being drunk at 3 in the morning, while Han Yi is a quiet person by nature, not to mention strong liquor, even a drop of fruit wine. The entire South Korean society is extremely concerned about appearance, and Park Ji-woo is no exception. His wealthy family environment also allows him to keep luxury goods with him. He has to change his clothes every day, and even pays attention to which pair of slippers to match with which pair of socks in winter. If it weren't for his father who strictly prohibited him from plastic surgery and kicked him out of the house if he had any surgery, Park Ji-woo would probably have had his slightly barren nose and the single eyelids that lacked content all over. Of course, appearance does not prevent Park Ji-woo from becoming a celebrity in the Korean student circle at the University of Southern California. The most straightforward and explicit flattery Han Yi has seen is at the gathering of this group of Korean students. The girls pressed their silicone and hyaluronic acid against Park Ji-woo, while the boys used the humility and toast they learned from their fathers to toast each glass of soju. Park Ji-woo, always with a comfortable smile, looked at the girls like an experienced gardener, constantly evaluating which flowers are worth picking and which willows need to be trimmed. He always responded to the boys with a full accented plain language, no matter how much older they were than him. Because I don't live in Korea often, I don't have a good grasp of honorifics. I'm really sorry. Although he had never been to Korea, Han Yi could get a glimpse of the unshakable power pyramid in that society. Ah, Yi. Where have you been today? I haven't seen you all day. Park Ji-woo glanced at Han Yi and immediately turned his attention back to the TV screen. At this time, he was in a stalemate with someone in it. Gullet had just grabbed the ball and passed it to Pell in front of him, and he was about to score. Yes. Pell tapped the far end. 3:1. Park Ji-woo, who was sure of winning, clenched his fist, picked up the snacks on the tea table, and threw them at Han Yi. Have you eaten yet? Just eaten. Han Yi grabbed a handful of munches from the bag and put them in his mouth, mumbling. Munches is a snack that is a mixture of 4 kinds of puffed foods: Cheetos, Doritos, rolled gold pretzels, and Sun Chips cheese cereal. It has always been the favorite of Han Yi and his Korean roommate. Do you have anything to do this Saturday? Not for now. What's up? Let's go to Koreatown together? Park Ji-woo wiped the handle with his left hand, pointed at Han Yi with his right hand, and kept his eyes on the screen. Quarters BBQ. I prepared a girl for you. When was it prepared for me? Han Yi threw the munches back to Park Ji-woo, waved his hand, and walked towards his bedroom. The shit is all spilled, bastard. Park Ji-woo gave Han Yi a middle finger, and the door slammed in response. My son, I got it. Why is there so much money? Sitting on the computer chair, Han Yi clicked on the green bubble. His mother sent him several voice messages. There was no joy in her tone, but worry that was about to overflow the screen. What did you buy? What did you buy? Use the $20,000 I gave you before. The typical way of sending voice messages by middle-aged and elderly people, repeating a question twice. Han Yi's heart warmed, pressed the voice button, and replied, I bought some of that. Tesla, and a stock called Netflix. It has risen sharply recently, so I transferred some back to you. You have supported me for so long, I will support you too. In the last life, let alone supporting, I was thankful that I didn't owe too much. This time I won't let you suffer. Oh, you still support me, then pay back the tuition. The mother directly sent a bomb emoticon. It's almost there, just 2 months. Then I'll wait. Han Yi closed the app, and the fatigue of running around all day seemed to be relieved a lot. There is responsibility on the shoulders, hope in the eyes, and a goal in the heart. Even if this kind of life is 100 times more tiring than now, what is there to complain about? Thinking of this, Han Yi turned on the screen of his laptop, opened Google, and created another document. Tonight, there is still an infinite future waiting for him to plan. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please collect. Please recommend. Please read. Thank you all readers. Zio Mengsin wants to be on the list. Chapter 12. First lesson in the new world. After knocking and banging until after 3 AM, Han Yi finally went to bed. The alarm clock he had set was completely useless. It was not until the sunlight seeped through the gaps in the blinds and heated the quilt that Han Yi woke up slowly. Of course, he didn't need to panic at all. There were no classes in the morning or even before 3 PM. This was Han Yi's last semester of undergraduate career. He had submitted his graduate application 2 months ago. His GPA had long been fixed at around 3.9 and would not move. He was only 12 points away from the 133 credits required for graduation. He chose 4 4-credit courses for himself, 1 or 2 classes every afternoon from Monday to Thursday, which was relaxing and enjoyable. The University of Southern California is a private research university that is extremely open and friendly to international students. In 2016, USC had a total of 44,000 undergraduates, graduate students and doctoral students, of which 10,424 were international students, accounting for almost a quarter of the total number. Among international students, the Chinese student group is the largest, with 988 undergraduates, 4,003 graduate students, and 110 doctoral students. No matter which level, it is far beyond India and South Korea, which ranks second and third. Business management, computer science, economics, civil engineering, architecture. These STEM majors with strong employment security and high starting salary are the most popular research directions for Chinese students. Han Yi has been independent since he was a child, and his choice of major is no exception. During his 4 years at USC, He chose a double major that is extremely rare among Chinese international students: communication and music industry. Unlike most international students, Han Yi did not study abroad to escape the cruel competition of thousands of troops crossing a single plank bridge and change his track, nor did he study abroad to change his identity and help his family retain overseas assets. He chose the United States and USC with only one idea: in this country with the most developed entertainment market in the world, in the gathering place of the essence of contemporary pop culture, learn the most core industry knowledge, then return to China after graduation to help his hometown and establish a complete entertainment industry system. This is the seed that took root in Han Yi's heart since he first saw the live performance video of Michael Jackson's 25th anniversary concert Billie Jean in the 5th grade of elementary school. The moment the white crystal glove was slowly put on, Han Yi's life direction was completely changed. Han Yi is a smart child. His family didn't have to worry too much about his studies since he was a child, and this became his luck. As long as Han Yi puts forward ideas for his studies, his family will definitely support him. It is the solid backing of the family that supports his willfulness. At the Annenberg School of Communication and Journalism, Han Yi can still see many Chinese faces and hear many familiar accents. The communication major of USC, especially the communication management major, can be said to be the world's first and enjoys a very high academic reputation internationally, and China is no exception. Most students who graduate from the communication major can be directly recruited into the entertainment departments or TV stations of large media groups, film and television groups, and technology giants, and steadily climb up. The ministries of culture and propaganda will also send publicly funded international students to study many majors of the School of Communication and Journalism. For Chinese international students who are interested in the media industry, especially girls from wealthy families who have no worries about income, the communication major is the most suitable starting point. But it was not so easy for Han Yi to see Asian faces in the music industry major at the Thornton School of Music. Although it is also the world's top major in this field, when he first entered the school in 2012, besides himself, Han Yi only found one senior from China and Hong Kong and 2 seniors from South Korea in the 3 previous years. Most Asian families have a deep understanding of the power and influence of the media industry, but they still know very little about the music industry. There are many parents who think that studying music majors means unemployment after graduation, which is just an excuse for their children to have fun all day. This is the case in South Korea, which is much more advanced in the music industry and idol industry, so you can imagine the mainland's perception of this major. In this way, Han Yi became the only Chinese student in the music industry major in 2016. It is a difficult challenge to completely break away from the familiar cultural background and language environment, but Han Yi did a good job. He absorbed the solid professional knowledge and gained all A grades, making him the only student in this major to attend the Dean's Luncheon for 4 consecutive years. Moreover, although Han Yi is introverted and quiet, he has a surging creative volcano in his heart. Whether it is a collaborative paper, a discussion group or a simulation project, Han Yi can always come up with profound insights and wonderful plans that are different from ordinary people. For students in the music industry, being assigned to a group with Han Yi is equivalent to an A+ guarantee. Most international students find it difficult to truly integrate into the local cultural environment. Many international students can only count the number of local friends they can chat with on WhatsApp until graduation, but Han Yi is just the opposite. He doesn't know his compatriots studying at USC very well, not because of any barriers, but because Han Yi, who only goes to and from the school apartment every day and has dinner with 3 or 2 friends at most, really finds it difficult to enter the colorful lives of others. Perhaps this is the character of Scorpio. They don't like the trouble brought by interpersonal relationships, nor do they like too many so-called friends. How can there be so many friends? When I was in trouble, how many friends lent a hand? The only one who can be called a close friend, apart from Park Ji-woo, who loves and hates each other, is probably her. The thoughts in his mind evolved to this point, and Han Yi had just finished his lunch in front of him. At this time, he was in the dining area of the Ronald Tuttle Campus Center, which is the center of the main campus of USC. Several fast food chains have set up open stores side by side here for students to eat in a cafeteria-like environment. Of course, each store has separate checkouts. Students who did not buy the cafeteria meal usually choose to solve the lunch problem here. Han Yi threw the white foam lunchbox in his hand into the trash can and ate all the $11 Panda Express. Every Chinese student who comes to the United States will experience a Panda Express pain period. Doubt yourself, doubt life, and doubt the profound Chinese food culture. But after 2 or 3 months, there are very few people who still can't swallow Panda Express. If you don't eat it as lunch, it's quite delicious. The Wallace and Enberg Teaching Building is very close to the dining place, separated only by a university bookstore, and it's only a 1 or 2 minute walk away. The Enberg family has always been one of the largest donation entities at USC and has donated more than $350 million to date. The Wallace and Enberg Building is their latest donation project. It has 5 floors and an area of more than 88,000 square feet. The media center on the first floor alone, which is built according to the standards of the world's top news broadcasting studio, occupies 20,000 square feet. If the school emblem is covered, everyone will mistake it for the headquarters broadcast center of CNN or BBC, rather than a university's journalism teaching venue. The Wallace and Enberg Building, which was completed in October 2014, is the pride of USC and the absolute jewel in the crown of the School of Communication and Journalism. This semester, most of the communication courses are placed here, and Han Yi's remaining 2 communication courses are no exception. The course taught in classroom man 228 from 1500 hours to 1750 today is COMM 395 in Gender, Media and Communication, taught by Professor Daniela Barofio. A very left-wing and very correct course. Han Yi, who was reborn, had a vague impression of this teacher. He only remembered that she was a very easy to talk to professor who was gentle in grading. He, as well as the other 34 people who chose this course, all came for the high probability of getting an A. He chose a corner seat by the window. Before the professor arrived, Han Yi turned on the iPad he bought specifically for taking notes in class, connected it to the keyboard, and continued to perfect his plan. Yi, are you on your due date? Hearing this sweet and sticky accent that was so rich in Taiwan style that it could be directly put in an 8 o'clock idol drama, Han Yi didn't even need to raise his head to know who it was. Zio Zhu, you're here. Han Yi gave everyone a nickname that had the demeanor of an old carder. Pretty cool today. The girl snorted twice and sat in the empty seat next to him. Interjections are a specialty of the other side of the strait, but inversion is something she learned from her good friend from the mainland. I was going to treat you to a drink, but forget it. Where's the drink? Hearing this, Han Yi raised his eyelids and looked at his friend beside him. Zhu Yeru, in the last life. No, it should be this life. She is also one of Han Yi's best friends at USC. She has a bachelor's degree in journalism and a master's degree in communication management from Enberg. She is a super student who completed a 6-year undergraduate and master's degree program in 4.5 years. Her father is an Oracle executive working in Silicon Valley, and her mother is a well-known international interior designer in Taipei. Parents' achievements are too outstanding, which may put too much pressure on their children, making them far inferior to the previous generation. But this law is completely invalid for Zhu Yeru. In fact, the achievements, honors, and status accumulated by her parents are not as good as what their daughter has achieved within 5 years of graduation. She graduated with a master's degree in the spring of 2018 and joined China Television News as a reporter in March of the same year. The first news report she appeared on the screen caused a sensation across the island, and she was so popular that China Television quickly promoted her to the youngest news anchor since the establishment of the TV station. In 2021, Eastern Television even paid a huge 8-digit NTD liquidated damages to poach her and become the pillar of Channel 51 News. Until Han Yi was reborn in 2023, 27-year-old Zhu Yeru was already the most impressive news figure on the island. Whether it is sports, entertainment, finance or international news, as long as an important person visits Taipei, she, who speaks fluent English, is the only choice for in-depth interviews. Of course, in the island of entertainment to death, professional ability alone cannot rocket to the top in such a short time. In addition to her excellent news broadcasting skills, Zhu Yiru also has unique advantages. What are the advantages? As the first news reported by a reporter, it was specially recorded and edited, uploaded to YouTube, and played 38 million times in 5 years. Some netizens even specially made a silent version and a 10-hour loop version. During the anchor period, every day's news broadcast was made into a pure enjoyment version by the fan club, and distributed on major platforms in the two sides of the Taiwan Strait and Hong Kong. The Japanese and Korean fans can't understand the content, and some people have specially organized subtitle groups for Chinese Japanese and Chinese Korean translation. The August 2019 issue of Harper's Bazaar Taiwan edition, which featured her as an interview subject on the cover, was sold directly to the printing factory for 3 reprints. That's how magazine was sold at more than 4 times the normal retail price, just because there was a photo shoot of her by Harper's Bazaar on the inside page. Mirror Weekly's hottest new generation goddess anchor ranking has been ranked first for 5 consecutive years. In 2020, PTT netizens voted for the best female anchor, winning the title with 54% more votes than the second place Yu Chengsun. Sanli News Network's Treasure Island mother-in-law's favorite celebrity daughter-in-law selection, an online vote that has no authority or honor at all, actually attracted 1.4 million votes on the island, of which 1.2 million voted for Zhu Yiru. In the 5 years since she became a news anchor, Zhu Yiru has not participated in a variety show, and she has only taken magazine photos once. In addition to professional news content, Instagram also has some daily light make-up photos. Under such circumstances, as of 2023, her number of Instagram followers has reached an astonishing 11.3 million, and even the mainland social media has a total of 6.4 million followers. In 2022, Zhu Yiru was the only Asian woman selected as a news anchor in the list of the 100 most beautiful female faces in the world. She is the news goddess that makes the Chinese network forget who Patty Howe is. This is Zhu Yiru's unique advantage. In 2016, although her appearance has not reached its peak, Zhu Yiru, who is full of collagen, is still the most dazzling star in this classroom. This is not only true for Asian students, but also for those fraternity members who turn around and peek at her from time to time. The so-called aesthetic differences can be ignored in the face of absolute beauty. The communication major is a place with a very high average appearance. The main reason is that there are very few core courses for undergraduates in communication. To graduate from USC, you must complete at least 128 credits, and the required core courses in communication are only 44 credits. Even if you add the 24 credits that must be taken in the college, the courses that really need to be taken are only 68 credits. The remaining 60 credits can be allocated by students at will. Students like Han Yi who are interested in multiple academic fields can choose another major. Of course, a large part of the student group who chooses the communication major is mainly for the purpose of choosing pottery, surfing, group vocal classes and other water courses that are guaranteed to get A in this way. You don't need to study too hard, and your GPA can be kept high. Not only do the playboys and fraternities and sororities try their best to transfer to this major, but even the sports management department of USC will recommend their players to choose communication as their major. The relaxed course setting can ensure that the registered players of the NCAA have sufficient training time. Even if they do not enter professional sports, their GPA is enough for them to find a job or continue their studies. As the major of choice for the most playful, physically fit, and popular people in USC, it is natural to see many faces kissed by God in the communication classroom. Sorority presidents, Instagram influencers, second-generation Hollywood stars, and even new actors who have played minor supporting roles in several TV series. But even so, no one can really compare with Zhu Yiru in terms of appearance. Han Yi clearly remembered a message in the comments section of Zhu Yiru's Instagram in the previous life. Treasure Island produces a peerless beauty every 50 years. The previous generation was Lin Qingsha, and this generation is Azawaru. What? Zhu Yiru blinked her almond eyes as pure and clear as Lake Melusine, pretending to be innocent. Are you buying me a drink? Han Yi spread out his hands and looked around. Where is it? I didn't buy it, because you ignored me. The girl imitated Han Yi and spread out her hands. She couldn't help but chuckled. The lake water sparkled and turned into a crescent shape. Why? Buy a hot cup and wait for you to turn it into ice with your face? Forget it, I won't bother with you. Han Yi smacked his lips and turned his eyes back to the iPad. It's my fault for not teaching you well. It's unfortunate for my family. Hey, you really are. Zhu Yiru had already experienced Han Yi's ability to tell jokes with a blank face. Generally, in this situation, she would choose to resort to force directly. But before Zhu Yiru's fist could give Han Yi a round of massage on the shoulder, it was intercepted by a low and magnetic greeting and stopped in midair. Grace, good afternoon. A group has been created. You can come in and play and chat about American entertainment. 518,043,938. Chapter 13. Someone is taking your parking space. Yi. You are here too. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Jason. Zhu Yiru looked up at the Asian boy in front of her. The smile was no different from the one she showed to Han Yi just now, but there was no arc in the corner of her eyes. Morning. Whenever he had the chance, Han Yi would show off his Sichuan-style pepper and salt Cantonese. Jason Zhang, whose Chinese name is Zhang Limin, is said to be the second son of a dim sum family in Hong Kong. Among Zhu Yiru's suitors, he is not the most handsome one, nor the richest one, or even the most patient one. But in comparison, Zhang Limin can indeed be regarded as a comprehensive upgrade of Han Yi. He is half a head taller and his family background is much more affluent than Han Yi. As for his appearance, if he were not from Hong Kong, Zhang Limin would call himself the mid-levels Daniel Wu, which would be appropriate. Just after class, I saw you guys come in, so I came to say hello. Zhang Limin waved to Han Yi enthusiastically, then smiled and said to Zhu Yiru, by the way, Grace, do you have time today? My friend has just opened a tea restaurant in Alhambra, and I want to invite people to taste it. Yi, if you like dim sum, you can also come. I won't come. Han Yi didn't want to get involved in this mess. He pointed at his mouth. My taste is strong. I can't eat without chili. Okay, it must taste great. Zhu Yiru smiled and nodded in response. After a few seconds, she seemed to remember something, glanced at Han Yi, and her tone was full of regret. Hey, it's just today. Yi and I made an appointment in advance to go to a performance today. It's a bit unfortunate. It's arranged for me again, right? Han Yi rolled his eyes in his heart. Han Yi and Zhu Yiru's acquaintance began in a professional course COMM 206 2 years ago. At that time, Han Yi was a sophomore, and Zhu Yiru had just been admitted to the University of Southern California. The two of them happened to choose the same core course, and were assigned to the same thesis group. It was not entirely true that they were assigned to the same group. Chinese students, no matter which city they came from, always liked to stick together in a class. They trusted the convergent thinking and hard-working nature of Chinese people. After all, no one wanted to choose a group to discuss the party brain that disappeared forever. Sticking together with compatriots can minimize the probability of being cheated. Han Yi and Zhu Yiru were assigned to the same group with another freshman boy from the mainland and a sophomore girl from Hong Kong. The course walk itself was not a problem. Han Yi, a primary school bully, and Zhu Yiru, a university bully. The other two had to be extremely stupid to raise their grades from A to B. The key point was that the freshman boy fell in love with Zhu Yiru at first sight and wanted to marry her. He started a pursuit that he thought was subtle and obscure, but was actually so explicit that Han Yi and the Hong Kong girl looked at each other in surprise. The boy often invites everyone out for dinner in the name of group activities, and even privately begs Han Yi to cooperate with him. Because Zhu Yiru, who considers the group's performance, can refuse his individual invitation, but it is difficult to say no to the group's collective activities. Of course, Han Yi can't do the work of a wingman. If the man and the concubine are interested, it's fine if they need a warming environment, but it's obviously a forced melon, and he has to keep watch in the melon field. That's definitely not possible. Every time the group has a meal, what Han Yi does most is to use his best cold jokes to ease the awkward courtship scene carefully created by the boys. The magical thing is that Zhu Yiru and another girl are actually very fond of this cold-faced comedian, so the improvised meal partner combination gradually became fixed. Halfway through the new semester, the boy who saw that the pursuit was hopeless took the initiative to withdraw. A few months later, after Han Yi politely rejected the Hong Kong girl's confession, the latter also quietly disappeared from everyone's sight. In the end, the meal partner became a meal couple. It's really not Han Yi's fault. She stood next to Zhu Yiru, and the gap was too big. However, this does not mean that Han Yi has any idea about Zhu Yiru. Han Yi believes that his greatest advantage is that he is very clear-headed, has a very correct self-awareness, and is quite clear-headed. From the first moment he saw Zhu Yiru, Han Yi was very sure that there would be no romantic story between him and her. Not to mention that he would return to the mainland to develop after graduation, and the career path chosen by Zhu Yiru left her with nowhere to go except Taiwan. Just from Zhu Yiru's usual comprehensive treatment of people, her deliberately refined social skills, and other noble qualities hidden in the dark and difficult to be discovered, it can be inferred that in the life she set, or the life her family set for her, there would never be a person like him. Therefore, from the beginning, Han Yi put the label of ordinary friend on his face and never took it off. It's an ordinary friend, not a male bestie. Han Yi confined the interaction and dialogue between the two within a clever range, inviting everyone to dinner and talking to them in a targeted manner. If you want to talk about academic pressure and extracurricular gossip, Han Yi can accompany her all night without stopping. Once the topic has something to do with the boy who is pursuing her, or her emotional outlook and mate selection criteria, she will throw away her phone, open Steam, and pretend to be dead. If men and women want to maintain pure friendship, they must have a sense of boundaries in each other's lives. It is precisely because of Han Yi's intentional maintenance that the relationship between him and Zhu Yiru has gradually changed from eating partners to good friends, and then to close friends with tacit understanding in the eyes of others. Of course, having said that, if Han Yi regarded himself as a male bestie and had other intentions, the intelligent Zhu Yiru would not get so close to him, let alone use him as an excuse to avoid invitations. Using someone who has a good impression of you as a shield is the most stupid behavior, which not only hurts others, but also affects yourself. Zhu Yiru's nature and family education do not allow her to do this. It is precisely because she knows that using Han Yi as a safe haven will not have any negative impact on him that Zhu Yiru can speak out so confidently and boldly. Zhu Yiru's suitors can see Han Yi's attitude clearly. The stupid ones just think he is not a threat and just ignore him. The smarter ones have already started to get close to Han Yi, hoping to find a breakthrough from him. For example, Zhang Limin. Yes, I made an appointment with JZ to watch the ballet together tonight. Han Yi took over the rhythm of the chat and drove on the funny highway. I say, Jason, haven't you learned it yet? Next time, make an appointment when I'm not around, so she won't have so much trouble. This is the cleverness of interpersonal communication. Zhang Limin knows that he has no extra thoughts, and Zhu Yiru also knows that he can't have any bad intentions. The former knows that the latter is just avoiding the invitation, and the latter doesn't care whether the former sees through his little lie. It's better to see through it, saving a lot of effort. In this case, the best solution is of course to make a joke that everyone can be relieved of. If you seriously help Zhu Yiru to smooth things over, it will cause unnecessary trouble. You're a jerk. Zhu Yiru glared at him, gritting her teeth, but she broke down in less than a second, covering her mouth and turning her head to laugh. Telling jokes seriously was her Achilles heel. Haha, I should listen to you, brother. Zhang Limin looked at Zhu Yiru's blooming smile with some obsession, then collected his thoughts, smiled and bumped fists with Han Yi. I have classes later, see you next time. He politely and generously invited the girl he liked, and after being politely rejected, he was neither angry nor entangled, but kept his expectations and longings in his heart, quietly waiting for the next better opportunity. What a good man, Xiao Zhu. Han Yi glared at Zhu Yiru, feeling sorry for her misfortune and angry at her lack of fighting spirit. He only does things that hurt people's feelings. How did I hurt his feelings? I was very tactful, okay? Zhu Yiru raised her voice slightly, and when she saw the professor walk into the classroom, she quickly lowered her voice and lowered her head 2 points lower than before. You joked with others, and you blame me. Okay, it's all my fault. Han Yi continued to tap on the keyboard, and strings of words quickly appeared on the screen. Pick one sooner, or your shield will be shot through. With 22 credits per semester, where is the time to choose? Zuyuru muttered, and then as if she remembered something, the corner of her mouth raised an extremely lovely arc. Since it's like this, why not make a real play, and make a meal tonight? The sticky voice like honey, coupled with the unique vocabulary of the 3 northeastern provinces and the deliberately learned accent, seemed particularly funny. Needless to say, this word was also taught by Han Yi. Hearing this, Han Yi just glanced at her, snorted, and continued his hand movements. Oh, don't be angry. Zuyuru glanced at Han Yi's screen with some curiosity. Of course, her strict family education and self-discipline prevented her from really focusing on the other's iPad. Even if it was right in front of her, it was someone else's secret and she couldn't touch it at all. After thinking about it with her head tilted, Zuyuru asked tentatively, "My treat, Sushi General." Zuyuru didn't even finish the word please before Han Yi replied instantly. He grabbed the phone, quickly typed a line of information, and clicked send. What's going on? Zuyuru took out the vibrating phone from her arms, and her eyes went dark. 422 East 2nd Street. Why did you send me the address? Zuyuru was about to look up and question Han Yi, but was surprised to find that the latter had already opened Yelp, found Sushi Gen, slid down to the menu bar, enlarged the picture, and looked at it with relish. Don't look at me, look at the teacher. Han Yi pointed at Professor Barofio who was giving the opening speech of this class and whispered, I'll study the menu and help you figure out what's the best deal later. Be obedient, your notebook hasn't even been opened yet. Zuyuru was choked by Han Yi for 2.5 hours without saying a word. After class, she snapped her notebook shut and walked towards the classroom door with a stern face. Hey. Han Yi stood up and shouted at Zuyuru's back. I support you. No, do you still want to eat? Zuyuru couldn't stand the Stephen Chow joke. After standing there for a few seconds, the girl turned around, and there was no sign of anger on her face. Let's go. You don't even know how to eat for free. Have you ever been to school? Not only do I have the courage to eat for free, but I'm also very brave. The movie line reading session came to an end here. Han Yi put away his iPad, put on his school bag, and caught up with Zuyuru's pace. Where are you going to go for spring break? Walking on the lawn of McCarthy Square, Zuyuru suddenly asked. I haven't decided yet. Han Yi shook his head. Maybe I won't go anywhere. I have a lot of things to do recently. Where can I go for vacation more comfortable than my own infinity pool? Han Yi shouted in his heart. Not going out with Ji-woo? As Han Yi's best friend, it is natural for Zuyuru to know his other best friend. In fact, Park Ji-woo is also their very occasional dining partner. The intersection between 2 Chinese stomachs and 1 Korean stomach is much less than expected. What about you? Han Yi threw the question back. Zuyuru studied very hard, but she was also very clear when it was time to play. Summer vacation, Christmas vacation, spring break, and even Martin Luther King Day, she was in scenic spots all over the world when she had a holiday. This time I should go back to Taipei. Zuyuru lowered her head slightly, letting her drooping hair hide her expression. Parents matters? Han Yi didn't talk to Zuyuru about emotional issues, but the two knew almost everything about each other. Yeah. It's okay, we'll work it out when the time comes. It's not like we just found out. Han Yi patted his shoulder and smiled to comfort him. I'll go with you. You can scold whoever you want, and I'll take the beating. Heartless. Zuyuru rolled her eyes at Han Yi. They mainly want to see my attitude. What do you think I should do? No one can know your true thoughts. I can't, and neither can you. Only when you really reach that moment, you will know what kind of decision you need to make. When it comes to this topic, Han Yi's attitude seems more serious than ever. The decision made at that moment, whether good or bad, right or wrong, will definitely not leave you with regrets. I see. Okay. I'll think about it carefully and see when the time comes. Zuyuru nodded obediently. She liked Han Yi's side of telling jokes, but to be honest, she liked the moments when her best friend was guiding her. The apartment garage is not far from where the two of them are in class. Even if they slow down, 10 minutes is enough to get there. Zuyeru didn't buy a car in the United States, let alone get a driver's license. In order to graduate early, she had to pay extra tuition and take extra credits every semester. Apart from studying and eating, she had no time to deal with other things. Every time they lived together, Han-yi drove his Ford Kuga to take Zuyeru around Los Angeles. Naturally, she was familiar with this garage and Han-yi's parking space. Yee, someone has parked in your parking space. Standing in front of parking space 328, Zuyeru frowned and turned to Han-yi and said, I told you before, if someone occupies your space, ask the building manager to move it away. Don't park in a temporary parking space yourself. Don't always say that they may not be able to find a space. How can you always suffer a loss and only consider others? Okay, I get it. Hearing Zuyeru's slightly reproachful concern, Han-yi felt a warm current in his heart and replied softly. He was just a kitten with milk teeth, but he was grinning and protecting his best friend. This was one of the key factors that Han-yi was willing to get along with her as a friend. Just remember it. I'll help you find the building manager. Wait. Han-yi stopped Zuyeru's steps. This is actually my own car. Huh. I didn't have time to tell you that I bought a new car. Pulling open the passenger door, Han-yi gestured for someone to come in. I'm happy to tell you that you are the first passenger in this car. Thank you all for your awards. Please give me a monthly ticket, recommend, read, and collect. My child hasn't been on the list yet, so I want to be on it. Chapter 14 about the future. $1.4 million. Zuyeru had never read a number so seriously in her life. She repeated it very slowly, pronouncing each syllable very clearly. You mean, the car we are sitting in now is $1.4 million? Yes. Han-yi, who was concentrating on driving, nodded. He did not intend to deceive Zuyeru. After all, in the internet age, as long as you are willing, you can find all the historical transaction prices of the same model in less than half a minute. To be precise, it is $1.41 million and a little more than $1.54 million after tax. Hearing Han-yi's extremely certain tone, Zuyeru was like a cute toy doll that had been deflated. She stuck to the smooth and comfortable cowhide back of the Ferrari 250 GT SWB. Her eyes were empty, and her eyes were staring straight ahead without focus. I don't know what she was thinking. After a long while, Zuyeru seemed to have sorted out her mood. Just as she was about to speak, a cell phone rang in the car. Don't stop believing. Hold on to the feeling. Zu, can you help me press the call button? Thank you. Bluetooth is connected. Han-yi really couldn't spare any time at this time. It was rush hour. After get off work, whether taking I-10 or CA 110, it would be so congested that people would doubt their lives. By the time they got off the highway ramp, they would probably have been hungry for a long time. Therefore, if you want to get from USC to Little Tokyo, where Sashimoto is located, the fastest route is to cross the entire city center. The traffic planning of downtown Los Angeles is like the New York street scenery in Universal Studios. It looks very reasonable at first glance, but in fact it is of zero practicality. This street can only go straight, and the next street only allows left turns. If you turn left, you will find a temporary no travel sign there. If you don't pay attention, you may get a ticket here at any time. The most important thing is that the Ferrari is driving on South Street at this time, and the next intersection is the Cecil Hotel. That's right, the place where Elisa Lam had the accident. In 2015, Han-yi's high school classmate who was also studying in the United States came to Los Angeles to visit him. In order to save money, he booked a hotel in the city center for $80. When he arrived at the scene, he found that it was a Cecil Hotel, which had no guests, and changed its name on the internet. Han-yi urged his classmate to check out and move to another place. He parked his car in front of the hotel and prepared to help his classmate carry his luggage in broad daylight. The terrifying thing was that, just after walking into the hotel lobby for less than 2 steps, Han-yi felt that the temperature around him was obviously much lower than outside. Los Angeles in May was close to 100 degrees Fahrenheit, but the temperature of the Cecil Hotel was like an ice cellar, which made people feel cold. The next second, Han-yi's nosebleed was like a faucet, and he couldn't stop it. He spent half a roll of paper at the front desk to barely clean it up. Han Yi swore that he had never bled so much in his life, at least 500 cc, but the indifferent middle-aged white receptionist looked at him without surprise, as if this kind of thing was supposed to happen. Han Yi was so scared that he dared not go upstairs. He immediately left the lobby and returned to the car. However, even so, he still had an alarmingly high fever the next day. For a week and a half, he could not get rid of the fever, no matter what he did. He even missed one of the final exams. In the end, he had to go to the school doctor to get a certificate so that he could take the makeup exam and keep his GPA. From then on, every time he passed this intersection, Han Yi was trembling with fear, and he didn't even dare to look in the direction of the Cecil Hotel. Zhu Yiru was naturally very clear about Han Yi's psychological shadow. In fact, if Han Yi hadn't sent her medicine every day during the week and a half he was sick, he might not have been able to hold on. Moreover, the society in Taiwan believed in all kinds of mysterious and strange things. She nodded and touched the screen with her finger. At the same moment, the street light at the intersection of South Street and 7th Street suddenly turned yellow. Han Yi, who was still some distance away from the intersection, had to step on the brakes. He and this 250 GTSWB were still in the familiar running in stage, and he stepped on the brakes a little hard. Zhu Yiru's index finger, which was originally pointing at the call button, moved up a few inches due to inertia, and happened to click on the text notification that just popped up. Chase account, a purchase of $3,317,850.49 at Agara Luxury Cars #03 in Beverly Hills was completed on the 3rd of January 2016, 17 hours, 59 minutes and 3 seconds PST. This purchase exceeded the $1,000 limit in your warning settings. Chase account, S42H19 LLC deposited $2,625,000 into account, 6102, on the 3rd of January 2016. 17 hours, 59 minutes and 4 seconds PST. This deposit exceeded the $2,500 limit in your warning settings. Chase free risk control information. Is the $2,625,000 just deposited your transaction? To confirm, reply 1. To call the Chase service hotline, reply 2. Reply stop to stop subscription. The 3 text messages were sent from the same number and appeared in the same dialog box. Now, it was hard not to see it. If reality was an animation, then Zhu Yiru's hair should have stood up by the thunder outside the frame. What the hell? A reality show? Zhu Yiru swallowed hard, turned her head, and her eyes met with Han Yi, who was waiting for the red light and had some free time to look at his phone screen. Well, Zhu, sorry, I didn't mean to see it. I clicked it by accident. Zhu Yiru quickly exited the text message, returned to the call interface, and pressed the call button. I'll press it for you. Mr. Han, this is Ryan. This is our office phone number. I'm calling to inform you that your transaction at Agara Luxury Cars has been successful. Please check your text messages. Ryan's energetic voice came from the speaker. In addition, Brandon just responded. 3 buyers have withdrawn from the bidding, and now there is only one real name buyer left, Mr. Howard Shaw. He raised his offer to $34.2 million. Brandon wants to know if you will further increase your offer. That composer? Han Yi was talking about the Canadian composer of the Lord of the Rings series. No, it's a financial entrepreneur from the UK, the founder of Shaw Capital Group. Then, let's try $34.5 million. Please tell me the price. After hesitating for a moment, Han Yi decided to make an offer in front of Zhu Yiru. I didn't intend to hide it in the first place. Why should I hide it? It was not stolen or robbed. It's the compensation from the phone that slapped me. Han Yi stepped on the accelerator and drove forward at the green light, while secretly observing Zhu Yiru's reaction with the corner of his eye. Another thunder. Zhu had been charred and smoking. Han Yi did not disturb Zhu Yiru, who was in shock. More than 10 minutes later, they arrived at Sushimoto. There were not many diners at 6:30 on Monday, or most people were still stuck in traffic. Under the guidance of the front desk receptionist, the two sat down in the corner of the northeast corner of the restaurant. After ordering the dishes and adding tea, Han Yi took the initiative to bring up the topic that both parties were thinking about until the main dishes of the two were served. My family gave it to me. Han Yi first threw out a ballast-like conclusion. I plan to stay in the United States to develop, so they sent me a sum of money and let me manage it. You might as well tell me that I won it in Powerball. Zhu Yiru silently complained in her heart. More than 2 years have allowed both parties to have a deep and thorough understanding of each other's family situation. When Zhu Yiru FaceTimed with her mother, Han Yi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, would also greet her enthusiastically. And as long as Han Yi's mother knew that he was with Zhu Yiru, she would call him on WeChat video and chat with the girl. For no other reason, the Han family was full of fans of Zhiru. Zhu Yiru liked the straightforward and cheerful Aunt Ling very much, but to make her believe that Han Yi's family was a secretive wealthy family, it would be better to tell her directly that Han Yi won the Powerball in the last draw. How could a hidden wealthy family pay nearly $70,000 in tuition fees every year while testing their children with a Ford Kuga? In fact, even at this moment, Zhu Yiru did not believe that Han Yi really became rich overnight. But the Russell red Ferrari in the parking lot, the 3 text messages on the phone, and the call from the private consultant of Chase Bank clearly laid this ironclad fact in front of her. That's great. It means that auntie trusts you, and you want to go out into society independently. Although she thought so in her heart, Zhu Yiru never questioned anyone, even if it was someone she disliked very much, and she would not feel her negative emotions from her words. Otherwise, the boy would not have been able to persist for so long. But Zhu Yiru carefully considered her words. Even if there is money in the account, it is right not to spend it casually. Look at so many people who win the lottery. How many can keep their money? I think that the house issue, you can think about it again. Think more about it. If you spend all the money, it will be more difficult when you need it later. Zhu Yiru expressed her concern in the least abrupt and gentlest way. More than $30 million. No matter how much you give, you can't spend it all at once. Not all spent. Han Yi picked up a mouthful of sushi rice and put it into his mouth. When he came to Sashimoto, he only ate this kind of thing called chirashi sushi, which is actually various sashimi covered on sushi rice, and then served with some Japanese pickles and wasabi. The cooking concept is similar to the rice topped with toppings in his hometown. Ah, no. Zhu Yiru's carefully concealed surprise finally showed. That means they bet 185 million. Han Yi nodded and swallowed the sweet and sour rice, US dollars. Silently holding the hot tea in front of him. Zhu has never been so speechless since he was born. What else can I persuade? The electronic game of life has been blown up by Han Yi. So, I'm just using part of it to buy a property. After all, I'm going to stay here for a long time in the future, so it's only right to buy a more comfortable place. Han Yi helped Zhu Yiru add tea and smiled friendly. I still want to spend most of the money on my career. Have you thought about what you want to do? Zhu Yiru was slightly refreshed and sat up. Are you planning to start a business? Starting a business, or investing, either is fine. Han Yi curled his lips without comment. I only have a vague idea of how to do it specifically, but you must know what I want to do. Music, as well as media, culture, fashion, etc. At this point, Zhu Yiru suddenly realized that she knew a lot about this close friend who felt so strange today. For some reason, this made her inexplicably happy. Zhiru shook her head, her fingertips dancing rhythmically on the teacup, and her extremely cute and sweet smile made the male diners around her who were peeking at her a little dazed. Yes, there are also some new technologies related to these fields. I also want to try them. Han Yi stared at the perfect face at the other end of the dining table, and a string of small bubbles of pride floated in his heart. The girl who is admired by the whole Asia knows her hobbies very well. People are always vain. If anyone encounters this, they will not be secretly happy for a while. My suggestion is to start with music. Yee, this is your best major. The mood of both of them gradually improved, and the atmosphere of the chat became more lively. I heard that private banks have some consultants in this area. Have you consulted? That's not yet. When I went to Century City yesterday, my mind was full of consumption and rewards, and I didn't think of asking these questions at all. In addition, I didn't come up with a really feasible plan at that time. Even if I consulted at that time, I could only get some vague directions. What you said makes sense. I have an appointment with Chase's business relationship consultant for dinner on Friday. We can talk about it in detail then. HMM. Zuyuru stuffed a piece of fried chicken in her mouth and nodded while chewing. Well, you go with me. Hanyi patted his head. Give me some advice. Me. Zuyuru's cheeks puffed up like a hamster. Her eyes widened and she pointed at the tip of her nose and asked vaguely. No matter what movements and expressions, as long as Zuyuru made them, they all had the feeling of Disney's two-dimensional animation. Every frame was polished for dozens of hours and was exquisite and flawless. Yes, you are much more professional than me in financial management. Although she is not a finance major, Zuyuru does have a keen sense of financial management. Her strength is not short-term, but value investment. When she was still in high school at Taipei American School, Zuyuru joined the school's financial club and opened her own US stock account with the help of her father. In October 2012, when Netflix's film and television streaming platform was just tested in Denmark, have you seen the ruthless people who dared to hold on to it for $3,000 until now? At that time, Netflix was priced at $9.28 per share. In March 2016, the number was $101.58. This is just one of the small evidences of Zuyuru's long-term vision. In her previous life, she had 2 luxury apartments connected in Wengsinsen IE. If he had not lived again, the speed of wealth appreciation of this little rich woman in front of him would be something he would never be able to catch up with in his lifetime. What's my little thing? Zuyuru said softly, stroking her hair on her shoulders embarrassedly. In front of Hanyi, who has $185 million US. She really didn't have much confidence. Why, we can share the hardships, but not the happiness. Hanyi said with a straight face and a long tone. Even with a forward-looking vision of the future, Hanyi also respects Zuyuru, a genius who can see the future trend with his financial intelligence. With a close friend who knows him well, he will feel more at ease when making decisions. Share the happiness with me? Zuyuru smiled brightly. I'm afraid you can't afford it. I just told you that I will support you. I'll treat you to dinner today. Don't grab it. Hanyi put the card on the checkout tray and said, why should I rob? Zuyuru crossed her arms and whined. You're too shameless, aren't you? You've been pretending to be poor for so many years. How many times have you cheated me? I'm not lying. Hanyi seemed to have suffered a great injustice. You took the initiative to support me. Let's break up. I'm tired. Zuyuru picked up the phone. I'll block you now. Okay, I was wrong. Hanyi quickly sent Zuyuru 3 emoticons of a pig lying on the ground apologizing on WeChat. It's not too late to compensate now, right? If you have time these 2 days, accompany me to Rodeo. Huge reward. Why do you suddenly want to go to Rodeo? Zuyuru asked puzzledly. I'm going to invest in a business soon. I can't show this outfit to others when I go out to discuss projects. Hanyi pointed at the grey USC sweatshirt on his body. My formal clothes are only prepared for the choir. I can't go out for a business dinner in a tuxedo and a white tie, right? That makes sense. Okay, I agree. Zuyuru looked at the schedule on her phone. In her previous life, the Taiwan media thought that Zuyuru was an internet surfing expert, so she was proficient in using mainland internet buzzwords. No one knew that this was actually a deep influence from Hanyi. Then before Friday dinner, there will be no classes after 2:40 in the afternoon. It's a deal. Hanyi raised his little finger to Zuyuru. Dress nicely then. Don't embarrass my Han family. If I put you off the blacklist before Friday, I lose. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Rodeo Drive. Although we can actively hide the contents of the memo file, remember, try not to let others look at your phone. This is a normally functioning world, and we hope to minimize the collateral effects of your existence and the probability of accidents. Okay, I'll pay attention. Thanks for the reminder. Half lying on the single bed in the apartment, Han was having a conversation with them. I noticed that the cash refund was $2.625 million US dollars. Yes, is there any problem, Han? That is to say, for at least one consumption, the cash reward ratio is less than 100%, right? Correct. If possible, I would like to know the basis and considerations for your calculation of the ratio, which will be of great help to my future consumption behavior. Thank you very much. First of all, I have to reiterate that we encourage you to explore the world on your own, but since this is the first time this rule is officially used, we will explain these two consumptions, but only this time. For the first car, the McLaren P1, you explored a myth about pop culture and the sense of satisfaction was strong enough, but supercars are not your real interest, so there is a lack of personal sense of accomplishment, and it has no direct relationship with your vision and goals for your life. Therefore, the reward for this consumption is 75% of the total consumption amount before tax in cash. As for the second car, the Ferrari 250 GT SWB attracts you with its profound historical heritage and the rich brand culture it represents. At the same time, the concept of resurrection from the dead allows you to have a strong spiritual resonance and even emotional connection, based on your own experience. What you bought is a loyal and elegant partner, not just a car. Unfortunately, it is not related to your life goals, so this consumption did not exceed the 100% upper limit. Got it? Han suddenly realized it after reading their reply. When choosing a car at a Gara luxury car dealership, Han had been deliberately keeping himself in an excited state, constantly repeating in his mind that he liked these two cars in order to get stronger positive feedback. Now it seems that this short-term stimulation method is not feasible. A person's true love and the most authentic and original nature cannot be changed because of a few psychological hints. To get higher rewards, break the 100% limit, or even get the other forms of gifts they mentioned, you must strictly follow your heart. Do what you really want to do, and make yourself the person you really want to be. There is another question about the personal income tax of the transferred funds. Before Han finished typing, a text popped up in the memo. Before you hire your own tax auditor, we will handle all tax issues, and the taxes to be paid will be transferred and paid on the tax return day. Han breathed a sigh of relief, put the phone on his chest, and let himself lie down completely. Looking at the ceiling mottled with night shadows, listening to Park Ji-woo's Korean conversation with his friends in the living room, Han tried to calm down, enter the deep subconscious, talk to himself, and listen carefully to the desire from the depths of his soul. This sacred and solemn spiritual communication ceremony lasted for a full 3 minutes, and ended with Han subtle snoring. A line of ellipsis appeared above Han head. At 11:20 the next day, Han opened his eyes and saw the 6 holographic black dots still floating there. Touching his head embarrassedly, Han decided to put aside the matter of exploring the mind for the time being. For someone like him who sleeps too well, the difficulty of meditation is not that he can't calm down, but that his mind is too quiet. What else are you thinking about? Go to class. The next 2 days were quite fulfilling and peaceful. Spring break is coming, and basically every course's midterm exams or midterm papers are concentrated in the next 1 or 2 weeks. By Thursday alone, Han had to complete 2 quizzes, 3 reading assignments, and a 4-page research report on musicians and music copyright litigation. The fun of rebirth is not only in grand plans, but also in immersively recalling those interesting little things, isn't it? At least at 4 o'clock in the morning on Thursday, Han did think so, before he was tortured to death by the report. After finally submitting the homework on time, and finishing the Moon 440 artist management class on Thursday, Han returned to the apartment, and collapsed directly on the bed, sleeping for 14 hours. After calculating the time, Han got up slowly and prepared. At 2:40, he arrived at the north gate of the school at the intersection of West Jefferson Avenue and South Hoover Street on time. Here, the University of Southern California is building the largest new campus project in history, the University Village project. This 115,000 square feet, $700 million new area not only has academic facilities, but also can accommodate 2,700 students, which can be regarded as a slight relief to the current situation of tight beds. Han Yi did not need to deliberately look for Zooyeru in the crowd. She was like the protagonist in the movie. All the shots were focused on her, but these shots were composed of the eyes of the students passing by. Zooyeru naturally did not need to identify Han Yi's Ferrari in the traffic. After just 2 minutes of parking there, 2 or 3 white male students took the initiative to come up and talk to Han Yi, asking him the price of the car. During class, Zooyeru was as low-key as possible. Shorts and school sweatshirts were standard. Sometimes she would wear sunglasses to avoid attracting attention. But since there were shopping plans and dinner invitations today, Zooyeru would prepare the appropriate outfit without Han Yi's reminder. A white base shirt, a short black and white printed knitted sweater, a bright black silver buckled belt, an irregularly cut white midi skirt, and a white lady dyer in her hand. Zooyeru's whole body was the last touch of Rafsman's attire. Zooyeru has her own obsession with the uniformity of the aesthetic language of clothing. If she likes a brand, she will definitely match it from head to toe, from ready to wear to accessories. On weekdays, she will try to choose the same designer and brand when going out, and at most make some adjustments in season. Putting her hands together and smiling and bowing, Zooyeru politely declined a Mexican student's request to add her on Snapchat. Under the other party's reluctant gaze, Zooyeru walked to the street and opened the door of the Ferrari 250 GTSWB. Shourzio. Han Yi held the steering wheel with one hand and looked her up and down in an exaggerated manner. Are you going to a fashion show? I'm not embarrassing you. Sitting in the car, Zooyeru raised her chin proudly. In front of her best friend, she didn't need to hide her absolute confidence in her appearance. Call me sister. Okay, sister. Han Yi handed her the Starbucks held tightly in his other hand. Take it and drink it. There is no place to put a cup in this car. I was scolded all the way. Thank you. Zooyeru narrowed her eyes slightly and took a sip. You didn't ask me if what I bought was decaf. I'll hit you on the head if you're wrong. Zooyeru took out a tuna sandwich wrapped in a paper box from her bag. Here, I didn't have lunch, so I'll eat this first. How do you know I didn't eat? I sent you a message at 9:30 yesterday and you didn't reply, so I guessed you fainted. Can't you go on a date? How can you be popular? Do you have a good relationship? Do you? Didn't you see it just now? Does bad love count? Chatting all the way, the Ferrari drove west, took exit 6 of the Santa Monica Freeway on I-10W, and then headed north to Wilshire Boulevard. After about 20 minutes, the two arrived at their planned shopping destination, Rodeo Drive. When tourists mention a luxury shopping area in Los Angeles, they'll refer to Rodeo Drive, but in fact, the Rodeo Drive people talk about is not just this street. It starts from North Roxbury Road in the west and ends at North Summit Road in the east. It is connected to Wilshire Boulevard in the south and Santa Monica Boulevard in the north. This shopping, food and lifestyle center consisting of more than a dozen blocks is the most prestigious luxury paradise on the entire west coast. If there must be an analogy, then Taikuli's business model is most similar to Rodeo Drive. The only difference is that Taikuli is managed by the Swire Group, while Rodeo Drive is a natural aggregation of different properties and brands. Han Yi and Zooyeru did not stroll around. Their goal had already been set on the highway. Parking the car in front of Tom Ford. Even if there is no parking space, the parking attendant can change a space for you for such a luxury car. Time is tight, and Han Yi cannot fly to the Upper East Side of New York or Savile Row in London to customize a suit. Among the ready-to-wear series, the most suitable for Han Yi's temperament and the most convenient to buy for fine-tuning are Diahom, Langman, Balmain, and Tom Ford, and Han Yi and Zooyeru happen to like the last brand more. A sufficient shopping budget means that there is no need to worry about single items. A frayed-edged bronze suit, a navy blue casual suit with draped Japanese-style pattern, a grey Prince of Wales check cashmere suit, and a twill O'Connor black tuxedo suit. The 4 suits, plus the matching lining and tie, totaled $29,170. From entering the store to fitting, to measuring and checking out, it took less than 40 minutes in total. The 2 business suits and 1 tuxedo needed to be fine-tuned at the cuffs and trouser legs, and were temporarily stored in the store. The navy blue casual jacket suit fit perfectly, and even the trouser legs were just a little longer. For casual suits, a little longer actually makes them look more charming. I haven't seen you wear this kind of jacket. Walking at the crossroads of the world where luxury cars gather, Zuyeru pulled down the sunglasses on the bridge of her nose a little and nodded with satisfaction. Pretty handsome. I have seen too many casual clothes in my daily life, and now I suddenly dress up, it seems. Not bad? You've gained weight. Han Yi frowned, pinched his belly with a bitter face. I almost couldn't wear it just now. After finishing these important things, he should start to exercise. Cultivating both the inside and the outside is the correct way to be reborn. How can I be fat and a little more flesh? I'm blessed. Comforting Han Yi, Zuyeru stood at the entrance of 2 Rodeo Drive. A suit must be matched with a watch. Here, take a look inside. Which one do you like? As Zuyeru looked, Gigolek Alter, Audamus Piguet, Richard Miller and Omega were lined up. It took a lot of effort to choose a watch to match the suit. Gigolek Alter and Omega were the first to be excluded. After all, Han Yi no longer had to start buying from these 2 brands. The design styles of Audamus Piguet and Richard Miller were really not to Han Yi's taste, especially Richard Miller. It was appropriate for a hip-hop singer to wear their styles, but Han Yi, who liked to be low-key, could not imagine how he could wear such an exaggerated watch. Finally, the 2 returned the same way and picked a Patek Philippe 5930G World Time chronograph, which had just arrived at the Tom Ford store. The black crocodile leather strap was much more low-key than the Richard Miller, and the ingenuity and simple pattern on the dial design also won Han Yi's favor. $73,712. This amount does not need to bother the private bank manager, just swipe the card directly. Going directly to Malibu now? After leaving the store, Zuyeru was refreshed. Watching her best friend gradually develop into a top-class handsome man was something that made her feel particularly happy. It's not even 4 o'clock yet. Is it too early? Did you forget the huge reward I mentioned? Han Yi moved his eyes away from the mobile phone screen. In an hour, he spent a total of $102,882, and the reward he received was only $61,729.20. Sure enough, if it is not something that he is really interested in, the proportion that can be returned will not be too high. Let's go across the street. Han Yi pointed to the Channel flagship store across Brighton Road and said, "Oh, Channel? No, I just bought a lebo in Hong Kong during the winter vacation." Zuyeru deliberately pouted her lips, looking extremely reluctant. She didn't want to accept Han Yi's gift, especially such an expensive thing. Even though she knew that he was worth over 100 million yuan, the relationship between good friends should not be mixed with the taste of money. It would become tainted. You've already treated me to a cup of Starbucks. That's enough. Why are you talking so much? Just go and have a look. Han Yi pushed Zuyeru's back forward. I didn't say you must buy it. I still have some time to kill. Han Yi was so active. Of course he had his own little calculations. Okay, then you wait for me on the sofa. Stepping into the store, Zuyeru was surprised to find that a Mexican beauty in an ochre red women's suit was striding towards them before she finished her first sentence. Mr. Han. Olivia Rodrigo smiled and nodded to the 2 of them. Ms. Zhu, nice to meet you. My name is Olivia, Mr. Han's personal concierge manager. I have made an appointment for you 2 for a couture fitting at 4 o'clock. Miss Sigrid de Lurban is waiting for you upstairs. Olivia's voice was not loud, but it was enough to make the ladies around them who were choosing accessories, perfumes and handbags look at her in surprise, jealousy, or envy. Please follow me. Chapter 2 is here. Please read, recommend, and vote for me, dears. Chapter 16 Advanced Customization. Sitting on the round corduroy sofa in the middle of the 2nd floor, looking at the staff coming and going in the showroom, and then looking at Han Yi who was smiling beside her, Zuyeru was a little confused. Haute couture? What's going on? Zuyeru is no stranger to luxury goods. In fact, she used her first luxury item in her life before she was 1 year old. Hermes's Cabriole baby pajama set. One of the many gadgets to match her mother's Kelly bag. Born in a wealthy family, she was intentionally raised in luxury since she was a child. Zuyeru spent her junior high school years at Nantao Private Pute Senior High School, which is one of the most well-known Buddhist private schools in the whole island. The founder of the school is the great monk Weni Ju from Yingchuan County, Sichuan Province. The Sangha education concept of doctrine, merit, and meditation is the core spirit of Nantao Private Pute Senior High School. Therefore, in school, it is strictly forbidden to have any things that will make students compare and desire for material things. But even so, her family prepared countless luxury goods for Zuyeru in places where she can't see. To give a simple example, even the blackout curtains on her bed are made of cashmere from Loyopianaya. Zu's parents hope to provide all-round and generous conditions so that Zuyeru can obtain sufficient material satisfaction early so that she will not do anything shameful and stupid in her adulthood because of her pursuit of a luxurious life. This is a very consistent concept of upbringing for most wealthy families who have daughters. It is really a fantasy that some kid can get my daughter just by buying 2 luxury items. The parents' efforts have not been in vain. Zuyeru has grown up to now without any worries about material things and has naturally transformed into a lady who is not happy with material things. At the University of Southern California, countless rich young men wanted to impress her with money, but Zuyeru did not even have an excuse to refuse and refused all the gifts presented to her. After all, even if she is a trust fund baby studying at USC, how much wealth can she really dispose of at will? The things she bought were nothing more than Hermes bags, Manalo Blahnik shoes, and Van Cleef and Arpels necklaces. These were the same brands and items. A wardrobe as small as this is full of them. Do I need to buy yours? Even when she saw Han-Yi's Ferrari a few days ago, Zuyeru was not moved at all. She was just surprised by her best friend's sudden wealth. But now, even Zuyeru, who was as calm as water, couldn't help but feel a little upset. It's not like Zuyeru hasn't bought high-end custom-made things before. In 2013, her mother bought her a black sleeveless coat from the 2013 fall/winter haute couture series worth €6,000 at Diron Avenue Montaigne in Paris to celebrate her 18th birthday. But that was just a finished product hung in the store after the haute couture series was released. In the final analysis, it's no different from a real ready-to-wear series. Now, the person serving her is the director of Chanel's custom service department, an undisputed powerful figure in the haute couture world, and the pride of the Danish fashion world, Sigrid de Lurban. Yee, this is too much. After taking a sneak peek at Sigrid de Lurban, who was selecting a template in front of a fitting rack, Zuyeru touched the back of Han-Yi's hand with her fingertips and whispered, "Are you just strolling around? Isn't this a trial by 3 judges? I didn't know it was this kind of thing." Han-Yi took a sip of cola with ice and lemon and shook his head. "I wanted to pick a gift for you, so I called Olivia for advice. She mentioned this to me, and I thought it was a good idea, so I asked her to decide." Oh my god. Zuyeru bit her lower lip. Looking at the situation, she would be embarrassed to leave today without at least one custom order. Zuyeru quietly picked up her mobile phone, opened Scatrade, and prepared to withdraw some cash. "What are you doing?" Han-Yi keenly recognized the logo of the stock trading software. He pressed Zuyeru's hand and widened his eyes. "I agreed to treat you. It's very expensive." Zuyeru responded weakly. "How expensive can it be? I don't know about the others, but that one is at least $100,000. Zuyeru signaled Han-Yi with her eyes and looked at the conceptual dress placed against the wall at the end of the temporary showroom. It consisted of a white tulle cape with gold edges and a champagne gold long skirt. The complex weaving process, the gorgeous and complicated patterns, the silk and tassel texture that looked extremely expensive, and the irregular sequins that were obviously sewn by hand, all vividly demonstrated that it would definitely take no less than 500 hours of polishing time. As a man, Han-Yi was not clear about the concept of high-end customization, but Zuyeru was not unfamiliar with it. The French word haute couture, literally translated, means high-end customized clothing. Although the concept originated in Paris and has long been called a treasure of French contemporary culture, in fact, the first person to introduce the concept of couture to the fashion world was the British couturier Charles Frederick Worth. In 1858, Worth founded the first haute couture studio in Paris, specializing in providing clothing services for the upper class of continental Europe. The term fashion designer was invented by Worth, which gave the originally simple clothing manufacturing industry an artistic halo. In 1868, after a decade of wild growth, the haute couture houses that blossomed all over Paris united to establish the French Haute Couture Association to set unified standards for the haute couture industry. In 1921, the Fashion Protection Association was established to protect the clothing art created by haute couture for the top people from plagiarism. After each piece of couture is produced, it will be worn by the model and photographed and registered to leave a record of copyright protection. After World War II, the high-end fashion industry flourished, and today it has become one of France's most powerful cultural exports to the world. The French Haute Couture Association, located in Paris, firmly controls the definition of high fashion. The association stipulates that any fashion brand can customize ready-to-wear clothes for customers, that is, couture, but if a brand's custom clothing line wants to be recognized as haute couture, it must meet the following 3 conditions at the same time. 1. The design must be exclusively customized for private customers, and the number of fittings must be more than 1. 2. There must be an atelier, or handmade studio, in Paris that employs at least 15 full-time employees. 3. In spring and summer and autumn and winter, at least 35 custom-made fashions must be shown to the Paris media, including both day and evening wear. Due to the strict conditions, luxury brands around the world are as countless as sand, but there are only 16 brands that have been given the title of Grand Couturiers, that is, grand fashion designers, and can officially use the title of haute couture, including French brands such as Chanel, Christian Dior, Alexander Vautier, Margiela, Givenchy, Jean Paul Gaultier, and foreign brands with studios in Paris, such as Giambattista Valli and Elsa Schiaparelli from Italy. In addition to the 16 formal members, the French Haute Couture Federation will also invite clothing brands they think have potential to become guest members. If a guest member is invited to participate in the French Haute Couture Fashion Week for 4 consecutive fashion seasons, he or she will have the opportunity to be promoted to a formal member. For example, the Lebanese brand Zouhé Mora, which has been popular worldwide in recent years, is working hard to obtain the status of a formal member. Guest members cannot use the haute couture logo and can only call themselves couture. No one dares to modify it at will. Anyone who oversteps the boundaries will only become a laughingstock of the entire fashion industry. With the advent of the era of globalization, in order to further expand its influence, the guild also absorbed 8 brands with high-end fashion studios outside Paris, including Alaïa in Tunisia, Elisab in Lebanon, and Valentino, Armani, Fendi and Versace in Italy, as international members of the guild, also known as correspondent members or associate members. But in the final analysis, these brands are difficult to be truly recognized in the exclusive French fashion industry. You know, the guild's high standards are not only aimed at foreign brands. In 2013, Givenchy was kicked out of the official membership team because it did not meet the review standards, which caused an uproar. The brands that can really sit firmly in the high-end seats for decades are Dior, Balmain, and Chanel. Among them, Chanel is the well-deserved number 1 player. In order to maintain its position as the leader in the haute couture industry, at the beginning of the century, Chanel successively bought 7 of the most respected handmade studios in Paris, including embroidery master Lesage, feather expert Lemery, top shoemaker Macero, goldsmith Goossens, custom jewelry brand Delou, milliner house Michel, and fabric flower supplier Gillett, to ensure that Chanel's haute couture series is unreplicable. Almost every quarter, Chanel can exhibit more than 100 custom-made fashions at the Haute Couture Fashion Week, which is an astronomical figure that other brands can hardly reach in the haute couture fashion industry. You know, despite its fame, it is extremely difficult to expand the customer base of high-end customization. Even in the 10th year of the 21st century, there are only 4,000 consumers in the world who can really buy haute couture products regularly. These 4,000 people are like the nobles who supported musicians in the court and private residences during the Romantic period, using their unfathomable wealth accumulation to provide nutrients for the most cutting-edge fashion art in the new century. However, having said that, there are not only 4,000 people in the world who can afford to buy haute couture. Some rich people are not interested in high-end customization. They trust their long-term private tailors more. Other rich people have passed the stage of using such things to dress themselves up. If you are Warren Buffett, even the fact that you like to drink cherry flavored Coke can become a trend that others are vying to imitate. So why do you need to wear customized clothes on yourself? Everything about you is unique. But Zooyeru, who has only bought one coat, is not one of the 4,000 people, let alone Warren Buffett. Even if her family is rich, she is still quite far away from this class. But today, Chanel, the eternal overlord of the high-end fashion industry, actually sent the director of their custom fashion department to tailor clothes for Zooyeru, who should not be here. 100,000. Han Yi tilted his head, then just buy 4 pieces. You really have a lot of karma. By the way, why are they in Los Angeles? Zooyeru glanced at his best friend helplessly and did not continue his conversation. Instead, he asked the question that had been hidden in his heart. Chanel stores are everywhere, but Chanel's haute couture house will always be in Paris. 4,000 people with purchasing power will not lack a private jet to Europe. It is said that Chanel's couture exhibition tour is held every 3 to 5 years. Olivia said so. Han Yi recalled and answered. After Chanel finished the Couture Fashion Week in Paris at the end of January, it started the tour. First in London, then in New York, and then in Los Angeles during Oscar week, to help celebrities try on clothes. After finishing here, they will go to Asia, Shanghai, Beijing, and then Tokyo. Han Yi pointed to Delurban, who was walking towards them. If I remember correctly, you are her second to last customer in Los Angeles. Ms. Delurban, it's nice to meet you. Although she was a little nervous, Zooyeru behaved gracefully. She stood up and extended her hand elegantly to Sigrid Delurban. Hello, Ms. Zhu. Sigrid Delurban looked at Zooyeru's outfit and joked. It seems that we have to convince you to like Chanel. Whether she can come in wearing Dia and go out wearing Chanel depends on you. Han Yi also nodded slightly and said with a smile. No matter how big a figure she is in the fashion industry, as long as she is not known, there is no psychological pressure. At least that's what I hope. Then let's get started. Sigrid nodded with a smile, took a color booklet from the assistant, and unfolded it to Zooyeru and Han Yi. She didn't need to introduce herself, because every time she arrived in a city, the customers who wanted to be served by her would do their homework in advance. This is Chanel's 2016 Spring Couture Inspiration Manual. You can choose an existing look and let us modify it. We will also make custom looks for customers for autumn and winter. Some couture brands will adjust existing designs for customers. Some brands are only willing to sell suits and never make modifications. And some brands don't even sell finished products, only make customization. The world-class brand Chanel is naturally the first type. The bigger the brand and the stronger the financial resources, the fewer rules there are. Sigrid handed the manual to Han Yi, clapped her hands, and said, you two can browse the manual first, and our fitting models will also show the effect of the look on the body in real time. Showroom models are another privilege prepared for the top class. The Fashion Week supermodels that ordinary people can only see on TV are just supporting roles for the wealthy people in Beverly Hills when they are shopping for clothes. Of course, real world-class supermodels will not take jobs in private showrooms. No matter how rich Chanel is, it is impossible to spend tens of thousands of dollars an hour to let Laura Stone or Karlie Kloss help couture customers try on clothes. But even so, the show is still luxurious. The second floor of Chanel's Rodeo Drive flagship store originally displayed ready-to-wear series, handbags and some shoes. The couture department requisitioned this place a week before the Oscars, cleared all the exhibits, and turned the nearly 5,000 square feet of space into a royal standard showroom. The renovation cost alone cost nearly $300,000. Fortunately, Chanel bought the property rights of this flagship store at a price of $13,000 per square foot last December, so all the renovations will not be cheap for others. 8 fitting models came out of the dressing room one after another, standing on both sides of Sigrid, facing Zooyeru and Han Yi. Such a big show, of course, is not just for Zooyeru. Chanel signed a 2-week fitting model display contract with the Los Angeles branch of Elite Model Agency, mainly to serve Hollywood stars attending the Oscars. On the red carpet of the just concluded 88th award ceremony, last year's Best Actress award winner Julianne Moore, the heroine of Star Wars, The Force Awakens Daisy Ridley, and the Turkish female director, the female director of Wild Horses nominated for the Best Foreign Language Film, Deniz Gamze, all appeared in Channel custom dresses. After the Oscars on February 29th, the haute couture department will stay in Los Angeles for another week, before crossing the Pacific Ocean to Asia. Today is their last day working in Los Angeles, and Zooyeru happened to be lucky enough to be there. This is the first time for you two to participate in such an event, right? Sigrid asked softly, looking at the two youthful faces. That's right. Han-Yi nodded very naturally, and gave a smile. It is not ridiculous to have no experience. Life is made up of new experiences one after another. What is ridiculous is those who have not experienced it, but want to pretend to be experts in front of professionals and gain a sense of identity and security in this way. It doesn't matter. In the past 5 years, we have seen more and more new customers in North America and Asia. We welcome you to join us, and are very happy to communicate with fresh minds, which can also help us complete our work better. Sigrid's response was very friendly and artistic, and translated into a language that humans can understand. We will talk to whoever has money. Presented to you is a 2016 spring/summer collection that was just shown at the Paris Haute Couture Fashion Week. Looks number 1 to number 8. Sigrid stood next to model number 1 and introduced, "Our models are between size 0 and size 2, and I believe Ms. Zhu should also be in this range. Please let us know which look you like, and we will help you with a personal fitting, changing the cut, material, and even part of the design, based on your body shape." Hearing Sigrid's question, Zooyeru did not speak immediately. She turned her head and cast an inquiring look at Han-Yi. Zooyeru was ready to use her investment treasury to buy one of the outfits. After all, such an opportunity does not come along all the time. Choose a suit that is reasonably priced within the range that Han-Yi likes. For some reason, Zooyeru really wanted to know Han-Yi's preference. "I think." Han-Yi leaned over and pointed to the long skirt suit leaning against the wall behind the number 4 and number 5 models. It was the suit that Zooyeru liked at first sight. "How about that suit? Very good taste." Sigrid nodded with a smile. "This is the number 58 style of the year, which was first exhibited by our beautiful Ms. Gigi Hadid at the Fashion Week. We were not able to invite her today, but it does not mean that this style is inferior. Ms. Zhu can try it. It's too expensive." Zooyeru wailed to Han-Yi in Chinese. "It won't hurt to try it." Han-Yi gave an encouraging look. "Go ahead, I think it will suit you very well." Her best friend urged her, and Zooyeru was already quite attracted by this style. In the end, she stood up and walked towards the fitting room surrounded by petites mains. For this tour, Sigrid brought 4 petites mains with her, while the rest stayed in the studio in Paris to complete the garments ordered for the Haute Couture Fashion Week. In French, this word is very straightforward, meaning little helpers. They are dressmakers with superb manual skills who help designers to truly complete the finished garments. A evening gown with extremely complex design and craftsmanship sometimes requires 50 little helpers to work at the same time, and a total of 1,000 working hours to complete. In comparison, even the most sophisticated custom-made men's suits on Savile Row require no more than 90 hours of work. This is a man's world, but men belong to women. A very wise saying. Unlike ordinary ready-made clothes, haute couture is not intended for personal wear. Different clothes have different ways of wearing, and 2 or 3 assistants are required to help, and it takes a lot of effort to wear them properly. 15 minutes later, Zooyeru, wearing a white and gold dress, walked into the exhibition hall. Han-Yi could hear the exclamations of the female staff covering their chests, the slightly heavy breathing of the male staff, Sigrid Delurban's satisfied chuckle, and the dreamlike whispers of one of the little helpers. "Madame de Lepine, we don't need to use any clips. This dress is designed for her. You should know, Ms. Zhu, Europe has a long history of romantic imagination of China. There is a word in French called chinoiserie, which means Chinese style. In the 18th century, or even earlier, we began to fanatically imitate everything related to China. decorative arts, garden design, architecture, literature, drama, music, and of course, clothing. Sigrid Durban walked slowly around Zhuyiru. If you have seen the works of Francois Boucher, you will know how obsessed we Europeans were with Chinese culture. Every European woman wanted to be a princess of that ideal country, wearing silk and gold, and being favored by the entire royal family. Marianne Fortuny, Jane Pierre Paquin, Carlotte Salles. Before the emergence of high fashion, generation after generation of French designers were deeply inspired by chinoiserie. The most interesting thing is, do you know? The United States in the early 20th century, which was clamoring to drive the Chinese out, was frantically imitating the Chinese dressing style. As if she realized that this topic was not particularly appropriate to start in Los Angeles, Sigrid changed the subject without leaving a trace. Europeans like Chinese princesses and want to see Chinese princesses. No matter where a liar comes from, he can always get courtesy and welcome in Europe by putting on the coat of a royal princess. I'm such a person, Ms. Zhu. I have served many Asian clients, noble, wealthy, and beautiful Asian clients, but I have never seen a real Chinese princess. A woman who really comes from there and can represent Asian aesthetic culture. Today, I saw you. As a fashion designer, Sigrid Durban not only needs to draw drawings, but also needs to explain her aesthetic concepts inside and outside the group, and use beautiful and profound words to introduce people to her haute couture world. Decades of eloquence have allowed her to express the inner thoughts of everyone present in a subtle but precise way. Chinese princess. The spotlight sprinkled on Zhuyiru's shoulders like white jade, rippling with golden ripples. Her figure is slender and delicate, like the flying swallow in the palm and the Nayanu in the sky in Liu Yang's poems. For the current mainstream aesthetics in Europe and the United States, Zhuyiru is a little thin, but in the field of high fashion, this is the most perfect grace. The most beautiful woman in China, wearing the most Western clothes. The aesthetic standards of different cultures meet and collide in this showroom, and finally blend perfectly. She is really beautiful. Olivia praised softly. When Han Yi called her, he specifically mentioned that he was choosing a gift for a friend. Therefore, Olivia's compliments deliberately avoided any ambiguous titles. But Sigrid Durban didn't know this. Your wife couldn't be more perfect. Sigrid turned to look at Han Yi and smiled. Isn't it, Mr. Han? She is not my wife. Then what are you waiting for? Obviously, Sigrid once again misunderstood the relationship between the two. It's not her fault. Who would buy high-end custom-made fashion for an ordinary friend? This time, Han Yi did not answer Sigrid's words. Maybe he didn't hear it, or maybe he did it on purpose. He just stared at Zhuyiru quietly, deliberately experiencing that special emotion. This is an experiment. Zhuyiru initially listened to the conversation between Han Yi and Sigrid with a smile on her face, without saying a word, or showing any emotion. It was just a common misunderstanding. But Han Yi's long silence finally changed the girl's expression. The warm and formal smile disappeared, and the indestructible rock in Zhuyiru's eyes gradually began to loosen. Does it look good? She walked up to Han Yi and asked softly. Chapter 17 A Straight Bull. Zhuyiru was not wrong. Look 58 was made by 30 craftsmen, and took 700 hours to create. It is one of the most dazzling suits in the entire 2016 spring and summer haute couture collection. This haute couture dress, which can be used as an evening dress, suitable for cocktail parties, and even as a welcome veil at some outdoor weddings, is priced at 115,000 euros, which is about 123,000 US dollars in US dollars. Han Yi's Tom Ford leisure suit, plus the Patek Philippe 5930G on his left wrist, is already a ceiling that ordinary people can hardly reach. But he still can't afford a light and fluttering women's dress. Men make cars and lead mankind on the road. Men create trains to transport goods to the ends of the earth. Men invent electric lights to bring civilization out of darkness. Men build ships to cross the ocean, just like the ark built by Noah. This is a man's world, but without women and girls, all this will be meaningless. James Brown's song does sound like it contains misogyny that is behind the times and extremely strong patriarchy. Considering that this is a song released in 1966, the limitations of this culture are understandable. However, the lyrics do reveal some rules of how consumer society works. Whether it is cars, real estate, jewelry or high-end fashion, men who work hard to make money, to afford these things are ultimately for women. Whether it refers to individuals or the entire group. For Han Yi, he used to have no personal experience of this statement. 2 relationships ended without success, and there was no relationship that could be transformed into a real relationship in the second half of college. As for after graduation, he was deeply trapped in the quagmire of family difficulties and high debts, and could not get out, so naturally he would not have the idea of love. This was the first time that Han Yi realized the deep meaning of James Brown. For 115,000 euros, you can see an Oriental limited edition Artemis. For Han Yi, who has 185 million US dollars in his bank account, it is really a good deal. In the end, Han Yi and Zhu Yiru's channel haute couture experience ended with a total consumption of 238,000 euros. He also bought her a set of 32,000 euros for her casual wear, 44,000 euros for 56th look as a day dress, and a more business-like 8th navy blue dress for 25,000 euros. Number 8 was optional, but considering that the model in the inspiration booklet was Zeming Gayao, Han Yi decided to take it to support his own supermodel. In addition to the 3 shoulder bags and 5 channel jewelry accessories that Sigrid suggested as matching, the total cost was 238,000 euros, equivalent to 254,600 US dollars. The bags and jewelry were packed and taken away. Except for the perfect number 58, the other 3 looks needed to be sent back to the Paris headquarters for modification, and it was expected to be shipped back to Channel's flagship store in Beverly Hills after 80 working days. Olivia Rodriguez ran around and finally completed all the procedures including the transfer before 5:30. During the whole process, Zhu Yiru, who had always insisted on paying for it herself, was unusually quiet. She sat next to Han Yi obediently, watching him sign the payment authorization form, and then walked out of the store with the respectful farewell of all the sales staff, little helpers and Sigrid. Whether in the Far East or North America, no matter what the occasion, as long as she took off her sunglasses, Zhu Yiru could easily become the focus of the surroundings. And with the blessing of channel goddess skin, even Zhu Yiru, who was already accustomed to eager eyes, felt a little at a loss. Most people, passing by her, waiting for the red light across the street, and even in the passing cars, found it difficult to take their eyes off her. Several uncles and aunts who were obviously from a Chinese tour group raised their cameras not far away and took a lot of photos. They also discussed with each other seriously, as if they were guessing which Asian superstar this was. Even an elderly couple from South Dakota who came to Los Angeles for tourism took a photo with Zhu Yiru with the help of Han Yi. No matter how they explained, the kind but unyielding couple thought they had taken a photo of a Chinese star. Zhu Yiru still had that perfect and friendly smile and cooperated with everyone without any fear. But her eyes were always on Han Yi, as if she was thinking about something. Taking the keys from the parking attendant, Han Yi started the car and drove her to the last destination of the day, Malibu Beach, Nobu Restaurant. Why are you grinning all the time? It was not until the Ferrari arrived at Santa Monica Beach and turned right onto Highway 1 that Zhu Yiru finally couldn't help but ask, "This guy has been grinning all the way?" Han Yi turned his head and glanced at Zhu Yiru with a question mark on his face, and then he realized, why grinning? He spent $254,600 and earned $763,800, a full 3 times the reward. More importantly, there was an important message in the memo, and he planned to read it carefully in an undisturbed environment. After returning home tonight, the experiment was successful. As long as it can generate positive emotions, it is effective, no matter who you spend it on. And if you spend it on others, it seems to be even more effective. At this moment, Zhu Yiru in Han Yi's eyes was like a fat suffolk lamb. There are so many hairs to pull. Nothing, I just think it's really beautiful. Han Yi gave a thumbs up, smiling. I'll buy all your clothes from now on, Zio Zhu. Do you want to be a sucker so much? Zhu Yiru covered her mouth, her eyes curved into a beautiful arc. I spend a lot. Can it be as high as it is today? Hey, don't look down on me. Zhu Yiru stretched her neck, It's not easy to learn how to make money, but who doesn't know how to spend money? Okay. Han Yi exaggeratedly imitated Zhu Yiru's tone. I'm at your service anytime Zhu. We have a saying over there. It's called a leap year every 3 years, and it's a cycle anyway. Zhu Yiru glared at Han Yi and blurted out a sentence in Minnan dialect in a bad mood. What do you mean? It means that it's a matter of time. Today you are proud. Tomorrow it will be my turn. Zhu Yiru crossed her arms and smiled secretly. When you have squandered all your money, I will ask you to sign a contract to sell yourself and tie you to my side to pay off your debts for the rest of your life. Okay. Hearing this, Han Yi tilted his head and thought for a while and replied softly, I'll tie you up. No one else wants you. Han Yi's tone was very serious, not joking at all. People who have lived twice have long passed the stage of guessing secret codes and playing hide and seek. Life is only a few decades long, and there are not many people who can talk, and even fewer who can speak the truth. The daily life, that is so familiar, so taken for granted, and will exist forever, will turn into yellowed leaves of memory and drift away with the wind in an instant. In the previous life, Han Yi, who was trapped in Rangcheng and had no time to spare, and Zhu Yiru, who was famous and brilliant in Taiwan, had a few words to say. It was just a happy new year at midnight on New Year's Eve, and then they continued their own life journeys. One is heading for the top of the mountain, while the other is diving into the abyss. Compared with life and death, the so-called embarrassment, entanglement, hesitation, confusion, expectation, loss, all kinds of emotions are as light as a feather. How can there be so many? Determination to obtain, gaining or losing, is a state of short-lived existence. If one day you will lose everything and return to silence, then, as long as you don't leave any regrets, it's fine. Zhu Yiru suddenly raised her head and looked to her side in a daze. At 6 p.m. in Los Angeles in winter, the sunset was already hanging on the seashore, waiting for the upcoming rest time. On the route of the Ferrari, the gilded afterglow penetrated into the car from the driver's seat, outlining a not particularly good-looking outline for Han Yi, but enough to make Zhu Yiru remember it deeply. The nose is quite straight. You can really lose some weight. You have a little double chin. Expression management is a required course for ladies, and it is also one of Zhu Yiru's best social skills. Just like the conversation with Sigrid just now, even if she was nervous, even if she was panicked, even if there was a huge wave in her heart, Zhu Yiru's expression was always just right. But now, Zhu Yiru felt that her cheeks seemed to be burning uncontrollably. She quickly turned her head to prevent Han Yi from seeing her face. Through the car window, even in the hazy and red twilight, Zhu Yiru could see her abnormality. It must not be because she put on too much blush. Zhu Yiru patted her face and tried to force herself to calm down. But even when she arrived at the door of Nobu, she could not regain her usual calmness. Instead, her heartbeat became more and more rapid. Zhu Yiru. Ah, I'm here. Zhu Yiru looked around blankly and saw the 4 metal signs of Nobu on the white stone wall. Are you here? Yes. Han Yi smiled and answered softly. He knew that the girl must be confused by the grenade he threw. No matter what she thought about this straight bull, at least her mind must be a mess now. However, Han Yi didn't care how Zhu Yiru would react. Even if she rejected him directly and mercilessly, he would be calm. It's good enough for him to be happy. The main theme of his life this time is positive feedback. He will not leave any trace of negative emotions in his heart. Wait a while, before you are in a daze. Han Yi opened the car door for Zhu Yiru. They are here. Standing in place, after making sure that Zhu Yiru's high heels had landed safely, Han Yi turned around and waved to the 3 people standing in front of the house number 22706, watching the beautiful sunset and talking in a low voice. Hey, guys. Mr. Han. Bro. Ryan raised his fist enthusiastically and bumped it with Han Yi, who was walking towards him. He had already become a good friend with this client. Let me introduce you all. This is Grace Zhu, my best friend. Han Yi turned sideways and introduced Zhu Yiru. This is Ryan O'Connor. You heard his voice in the car before. He is a real estate consultant for Chase. Jamal Miller, the business relationship manager. We have a lot to ask him today. And Erica Scrotter, the gold medal salesperson at Agara Luxury Cars. Thanks to her, I can appreciate the true beauty of cars. Zuiru's eyes met with the three people one by one and smiled. Oh my god, you are so cute, Grace. Thank you very much. You are, Erica. After seeing Erica's mercury eyes clearly, she gently placed her hand on Hanyi's arm almost as a conditioned reflex. High heels are a bit rubbing my feet. Looking at Hanyi's inquiring eyes, Zioru's face did not blush, or her heart beat. Be careful, or change into flat shoes? It doesn't matter, it's too troublesome to go back to the car. Zuiru shook her head, and put more strength in her hands. Just get through this section. Then let's go in. Hanyi nodded, and said to everyone, don't miss Nobu's best moment. There will be another update this afternoon, and the career line will be launched soon. 2 updates of 10,000 words. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend the ticket, collect and read, and rush to the new book list. Classmates. Chapter 18 Malibu Night Talk. Nobuayuki Matsuhisa is undoubtedly one of the representatives of the Japanese craze in the world's catering industry over the past 4 decades. Born in Saitama Prefecture, he is a typical citizen of the world, but also a complete unlucky guy. In 1973, the 24-year-old Nobuayuki Matsuhisa went to Peru, where there were many Japanese residents, to open his first restaurant, which closed down 3 years later due to poor management. After that, he stayed in Argentina for a while without any success, and finally decided to go to Anchorage, Alaska, where the cost of living was not high, to continue his dream of opening a Japanese restaurant. Who would have thought that the new restaurant would be burned down by a fire caused by an electrical appliance just 2 weeks after it opened? Now, Nobuayuki Matsuhisa completely lost the confidence to start a business. In 1977, he moved to Los Angeles and worked in the famous Mitsuwa and Osha restaurants for 10 years. In 1987, Nobuayuki Matsuhisa, who was already 38 years old, finally saved enough money and had the confidence to start a business again. He opened a Matsuhisa Japanese restaurant on La Cincinnati Avenue in Los Angeles. In the 1980s, Japan was at the peak of its economic cycle and was known as the Far East Economic Miracle. In 1987, when Nobuayuki Matsuhisa opened his restaurant, Japan's GDP reached $2.53 trillion, and its per capita GDP was $20,749, $710 more than the United States itself. In the cultural industry, represented by Studio Ghibli, Japanese comics and animation quickly became popular around the world, and the Japanese game industry led by Nintendo began to export Super Mario and Donkey Kong to the world. The new generation of Japanese chaebols, led by Sony, acquired valuable assets in the United States. Now, the powerful Sony Entertainment Group is full of the essence accumulated by Hollywood for decades. Against this background, Japanese food began to gain more and more attention. Opening a Japanese restaurant and chaining it became a popular project that investors flocked to at the time. Nobuayuki Matsuhisa, who had been unlucky for half his life, began to take advantage of the last east wind of his motherland. While running Matsuhisa, he met Robert De Niro, who had secured a spot as a Hollywood A-lister for classic films such as The Godfather Part 2, Taxi Driver, The Deer Hunter, and Once Upon a Time in America. In the late 1980s, Robert De Niro had more film offers than a decade ago, but the number of masterpieces he produced was decreasing year by year. Feeling a career crisis, he had been looking for opportunities to develop in multiple industries, which led to a perfect match between him and Nobuayuki Matsuhisa. Robert De Niro, producer Mel Tip, and restaurant tycoon Drew Niebuhren, who had already worked with him on a restaurant, jointly invested and opened the first Nobu in Tribeca, New York in 1994. Nobu is not a traditional Japanese restaurant. From the beginning, its target customers were not Japanese or Asians who were familiar with Japanese food culture. Under the banner of Japanese fusion, Nobu sells the exotic Japanese food depicted by European and American society, but not so strange that it scares diners. Just look at its classic menu, including wagyu tacos, spicy Mexican yellowtail, and salted edamame sold as a side dish for $9 a plate. In essence, Nobu is no different from popular Chinese fusion restaurants in the United States, such as Mr. Chow and Hakkasan. It's just a kind of racial curiosity and cultural appropriation that is rooted in its bones. But this has not prevented Nobu from becoming the most successful Japanese high-end restaurant chain in the world for 40 years. Masa by Masashi Takayama may be the only Japanese restaurant in North America that can get 3 Michelin stars, but with an average of $1,000 per person, Masa will never be as popular as Nobu. London's Hyde Park, New York's Central Park, Miami's Fontainebleau Beach. Nobu has always adhered to the principle of location selection, which is the absolute core area of a city. Even if the rent is high, Nobu must use this method to reiterate its high-end tone, but the price can be accepted by the middle class. In Los Angeles, Nobu has only 2 stores. One is the brand's first store, located on La Cincinnati Avenue in West Hollywood, which has now become a distribution center for high-end Asian restaurants. The other is located in the core area of Malibu Beach. The restaurant's balcony is only a few dozen feet away from the first waves of the Pacific Ocean. In other words, whether it is a window seat or a sushi bar, every seat in the Malibu Nobu restaurant can enjoy an unparalleled wide-angle sea view. Of course, the most popular seats in the restaurant are the terrace tables with no more than 10 seats, which can breathe the fresh sea breeze. To reserve these tables, ordinary people have to wait at least 1.5 months, and not necessarily during prime time. At 8:30 or 9 o'clock, if you are willing to wait with an empty stomach, then you may get your turn when the tables are turned over for the 3rd time. However, all this is not a problem that Hanyi needs to worry about. The concierge department of Chase Private Bank in Los Angeles has established a long-term and stable cooperative relationship with Nobu in Malibu since its opening. The 3rd sofa seat on the far right of the terrace is almost always reserved for Chase Private Bank customers, unless a celebrity calls to reserve it. The sunset has sunk halfway down the sea, and what the diners are seeing now is the most magnificent music that nature has presented in 24 hours. The sky, the sea, and even everyone's face are all covered with gorgeous rays of light. While tasting delicious fusion sushi and listening to soft music that comes like waves, Hanyi is having an important conversation. To answer your last question, Ryan, in the music industry, there are 4 core sources, or raw materials, namely creation, mastering, artists and performances. Composers and lyricists create music and give it to music distribution companies for management. Music distribution companies license the music to record companies to record records. Artists make their mark with these recorded music. Performance agents package and market the famous artists. Finally, organizers present the wonderful performances of these artists to fans. This is the most basic operating link in the music industry. Of course, there are definitely more details and branches than these. So, are music distribution companies different from record companies? Arika was more than half focused on Ben Affleck, who was sitting behind her and whispering about the promotional plan for Batman v Superman. Hanyi's extremely fast speech speed and the repeated use of several nouns made her a little confused. I've always thought that music distribution and music recording are different departments of the same company. No, what's the difference between the two? Let me explain it another way. There are 2 types of copyright related to music: music copyright and master copyright. Music copyright refers to the lyrics, music, arrangement, or the element you can hear in a song, as long as they are original and creative, are protected by copyright. Note that what is protected here are the ideas and creative expressions of the music. Hanyi raised his hands like a scale. On the other hand, if the created music is recorded into a recording version that can be heard by the public, then the copyright generated by this recording is called a master copyright. In other words, a musical work has only one music copyright, and if there are different recording versions, different master copyrights will be generated. Very correct. Hanyi nodded. Music distribution companies are the ones who manage music copyrights. They can license the music in their hands to anyone. Record companies, film companies, advertising companies, anyone who wants to use music creation. And record companies are the ones who obtain authorization from music distribution companies, make music into consumable recording products, and then sell them to listeners. The relationship between the two is that of supplier and buyer. Universal, Sony, Warner. These multinational music groups will of course have both music distribution companies and record companies because they want to form a complete ecological chain internally, but this cannot change the essence of the relationship between the two. Music distributors want to collect more licensing fees and royalties, and record companies want to reduce licensing fees and royalties to be paid to increase gross profit margins. There will always be games and conflicts between the two. Zuyuru picked up a piece of tuna and put it in her mouth to chew slowly. With her eyes lowered, she seemed not to join the topic, but in fact she was listening attentively with all her attention. She liked the hopeful flame in Han Yi's voice when he talked about the industry he loved. Music distribution companies need to cooperate with creators to obtain music copyrights. As for record companies, they need to let singers record the collected music. Both creators and singers belong to the category of artists. Individuals are always weak in front of organizations, so artists need managers who can help them plan their careers and negotiate contracts. This is the origin of artist management companies. Jamal Miller has a strong ability to learn and understand. Han Yi simply mentioned a few sentences and captured the key factors of the existence of artist managers. If I understand correctly, Mr. Han. Excellent interpretation, Jamal. Han Yi cast an approving look at his business relations consultant. It was a comforting thing to have a helper who was both smart and capable. Many people confuse managers and agents. In most places in the world, including most states in the United States, their responsibilities do overlap. Performance agents can provide career development guidance to artists, and personal managers can also contact performances themselves. But in New York State and California, there is an performing arts agency law that requires those who contact performances for artists to hold a performing arts agency license in the state. And we all know that New York and Los Angeles are the core areas of the world's entertainment industry, and practices originating in these cities have become a trend emulated by the whole world. So, you see, these are the 5 most critical organizations: distribution companies, record companies, artist management companies, performing arts agencies, and performance organizers. And you want to be involved in all of them, Erica added. Excuse me, Mr. Han. Ryan O'Connor frowned. I don't see any problem. You should be able to do this easily. $185 million US. Not enough to open 5 companies? Actually, there is a big problem. Han Yi looked at the setting sun with a ray of light floating on the sea and about to set, and sighed. I know what you're thinking. Yes, the balance in my bank account is a lot, no matter what standard you use it to judge. I can buy everything I can see on the market. Clothes, watches, cars, houses, everything. Han Yi paused and said word by word, but in the music industry, this is just a grain of sand on the beach. To give a very simple example, Sony ATV, the world's largest music copyright distribution company, manages the copyrights of 5 million musical works. In 2011, Citigroup split EMI Music Group into 2 parts. The record company part was sold to Universal Music for $1.9 billion US, and the music distribution part was sold to an investment cluster led by Sony ATV for $2.2 billion US. In our era, the so-called curse of pirated music and online downloads has gone away with Napster. The number of subscribers to music platforms is increasing, the income from streaming royalties is increasing, and the channels for monetizing music copyrights are becoming more diversified. Although there are indeed problems of one kind or another, the music industry is experiencing another round of prosperity. Han Yi looked at Ryan and asked softly, in this situation, where prices are rising, how much cake can I get if I rush into the party with $185 million? The most important thing is, can I get a ticket to the party? Bruce Springsteen, Barbra Streisand, The Police, will they sell the copyright to an unknown new publisher? But you don't need to become the most influential music group in the world right away, nor do you need to work with the top musicians right from the start. Jamal Miller spread his hands. Running a company is a long-termist's job. Even if it starts a little slower, as long as the business direction is right, the income and fame will definitely grow. It will definitely follow our consultants. Jamal, my personality is that if I want to do it, I will do it to the best of my ability. Han Yi interrupted Jamal. If I lack knowledge and insights in a certain field, I'm willing to spend 3, 5, or even 10 years to study hard, and I will never be reckless. But in this regard, I have 100% and irrefutable confidence. I can see the future development trends, and know how to turn trends into reality. I need to hurry up, otherwise my insights will soon become observations. Han Yi's words were vague, and no one except him knew the true meaning behind these words. Living again, Han Yi's start was not the most ideal time. If he started from 1996 or 2006, he would have enough patience to dig deep, sign 1 or 2 potential newcomers, cultivate them into superstars, gradually open up the industry relationship network, attract more talent's attention, and join through brilliant success stories, and finally grow into an unshakable industry giant. In essence, Han Yi is also a long-termist. But now, it is 2016, and there are only 7 years left before the time he is familiar with has passed. Soon, all his advanced information will be caught up by the torrent of the times and ruthlessly drowned in an instant. He must plan, make moves, grow, and turn the tables in a very limited time. There is no chance of fighting for the big with the small. From the beginning, he must be a giant crocodile. If there is no gift from heaven, no mechanism to encourage him to follow his heart, even if the opportunity is in front of him, Han Yi will not be tempted. He is a very self-aware person, which can be seen from his attitude towards Zhu Yiru before. He will act after careful planning. Without full confidence, he will never act rashly. People who have been hurt by drastic changes will engrave caution in their bones. But Han Yi has 185 million US dollars. If he spends properly, he can even have assets several times that. Even if he fails to break through, Han Yi can leave himself enough wealth to allow him, and his future family, to live a life without worries about food and clothing. In his second life, he has already found a way out. What reason is there not to give it a try? Han Yi remembered the sentence in the memo very clearly. This period of life began with gain and satisfaction. For a man, only when he stands at the pinnacle of the industry he loves, can he truly gain and be satisfied. Performance agency. Zhu Yiru, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke at this moment. Of course, he spoke in English, so that everyone present could understand. You once told me that in music, the power of entertainment agencies is not as great as in the film industry. In Hollywood, entertainment agents can influence the casting and success or failure of a film, but in the music industry, they can only choose venues in the cities where musicians tour. Zhu Yiru looked at Han Yi. However, I remember that you also said that for successful musicians, royalties generated by music usually only account for 20-30% of their income structure, and the other 70-80% is linked to various performances and business activities handled by agents. Right? Concerts, nightclub performances, music festivals, and even social media advertising and commercial endorsements. Yes. Han Yi nodded slightly and said softly, "Please continue, Grace. This is your best entry point, Yi. I'm sure." Zhu Yiru gave him a confident smile. As an entertainment agent, no one is your enemy, everyone is your ally. Distribution companies need you to increase the value of your music through touring. Record companies need you to stimulate the growth of streaming media playback through music festival exposure, and artists need you to help them make money. When you can become the friend that everyone needs, you get a ticket to the party. I can't agree more, Grace. This is why Han Yi insisted on bringing Zhu Yiru to participate in this conversation, not because he was stage fright, nor because he had no opinion. Han Yi knew that Zhu Yiru, who was smarter than him, could deduce the same answer even without professional knowledge and advanced information, and become his most steadfast and loyal supporter. Moreover, he could add some unexpected surprises to the original plan. This is also my idea. I want to acquire a well-known entertainment agency in the industry, or at least own part of the shares, so as to carry out the next plan. Han Yi's inquiring eyes lingered on the faces of Ryan and Jamal. But how should I take the first step? Who would be willing to sell the company to a 22-year-old Asian college student? Who would be willing to continue working for such a person after the acquisition? Private equity. Almost at the same time, Ryan and Jamal shouted out the solution. Private equity? Han Yi's pupils shrank. He had already worked out all the plans and only lacked a red line to connect the overall situation. And now, this red line seemed to be right in front of him. Yes, private equity. The entertainment industry is no stranger to them. It was Jamal's turn to tell Han Yi. In fact, any company that wants to grow rapidly, regardless of the industry, will need the help of private equity. I'm talking about Blackstone, Carlyle, KKR, CVC, TPG, Apollo, all these Wall Street players. The simple explanation is that private equity is a collective investment plan. The capital company that manages private equity absorbs funds from wealthy individuals and institutions and uses these funds to invest in various companies and obtain profits through their growth, restructuring or asset sales. Of course, investing in other private equity funds is also a common way. Unlike hedge funds, which focus on short-term returns in the secondary market, private equity funds want stable cash in the primary market. Whether it is an entertainment agency or a music publishing company, private equity funds like any asset that allows their investors to see returns. If I remember correctly, Mr. Han, the investor you just mentioned in the acquisition of EMA's music publishing business also includes Blackstone Group. Damn, I remember that even the sovereign wealth fund of Abu Dhabi was involved. What's it called, Ryan? Mubadala. Ryan replied, it's a very complicated name. Yes, Mubadala. Jamal nodded and looked at Han Yi. This is my suggestion. Mr. Han, you should investigate various private equity investment groups, choose the one you like best, and cooperate with them. Every capital group has private equity funds related to the entertainment direction. If your investment share is large enough, they are also happy to listen to investors' opinions. If the investment share is large enough, they can tailor a private equity fund for you. Ryan added, a real private fund. So, if I understand correctly, Han Yi pondered. Choosing to invest the money in private equity funds means that I can invest all of it myself, or I can raise more investors through capital groups like Blackstone to acquire more shares. Throughout the process, the acquired party will not see a 22-year-old young man, but only a huge Wall Street consortium. That's right, brother. Ryan also became excited. He clapped his hands and his voice became half a centimeter higher. For private companies that need financing for development, private equity funds are their most desired investors. In fact, as long as the market leaks the news that these companies are favored by Blackstone or Carlyle, it is enough to make their valuation soar. Why only choose to become a giant, Mr. Han? Jamal raised his body, stretched, smiled, and winked at Han Yi, and drew the most perfect footnote to the whole conversation. You can obviously be their god. Become their god. The words flashed through his mind like lightning. In the night, Han Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Guys, I should book a flight to New York now, right? Today's 10,000 word update has been completed. Please vote for me, recommend me, read on, and collect me. Go for it. Chapter 19 Corytown. I'm home. Han Yi brushed his teeth while replying to the message from Grace HSU on WeChat. Why did you arrive so late? Han Yi slowly typed in Pinyin with one hand. I've been here for a while. The front desk lost my express delivery. I just searched for it for a long time. I was so angry. Han Yi lives in University Gateway, a street away from the school, a good quality and affordable apartment. Zhu Yiru lives in the Vermont, a luxury apartment in Corytown that was put into use in 2014. It is a twin tower with 29 floors and is considered one of the best high-rise residences in the downtown area. Han Yi's room is a 2-bedroom apartment, and so is Zhu Yiru's, but the latter's room is twice as big as his. On the far left, you can enjoy the panoramic view of downtown Los Angeles, and on the far right, you can see the classic sign on the Hollywood Hills. Han Yi's room is around $900, and Zhu Yiru's room is $1,900. If Zhu's mother hadn't been worried about her safety and ordered her to find a female roommate who could take care of each other, Zhu Yiru would actually prefer to rent the top floor 1-bedroom apartment for $3,200. In fact, the gap between the two has always been vividly displayed in the subtleties. Saks VVIP users plus 1,500 points. I bought a book. Lying on the sofa in the living room, Zooyeru smiled and waved to her Singaporean roommate who had just returned home, and then continued to reply to Han Yi's message with an even more upturned smile. A Full Meal, A Culinary History of the Great Depression by Andrew Cohen Jane Z. Gilman. Why don't you ask me first? I have this book. How should I know? How many books did you borrow from me? Han Yi turned his head and looked at the Chinese and English books that filled half of the closet and raised his eyebrows helplessly. Your brother Yi spent all his living expenses on this. It's not Steam. 70% is books and 30% is Steam. Zooyeru sent Han Yi an emoticon of Pinocchio sitting on the ground with his hands spread out with the words "Why do children always lie? Well, half is a book and half is Steam. Return the book while there is still a delivery box and come to me to get it." Han Yi was too lazy to type, so he just sent a vicious voice note. "Why don't you send it to me on Monday?" Zooyeru presented a reenactment of the original voice of the rich daughter in the Taiwanese idol drama. "You are so lazy." "Nothing. I saw a funny video. Sorry." Facing the puzzled look from her roommate, Zooyeru laughed and pointed to her phone and said, "By the way, are you ready to go to New York during spring break?" This message was sent to Han Yi. "Yes, I have to go there, and the tickets are already booked. I'm jealous. I want to eat Peter Luger. Let's go together." What a joke, right? Haha, don't be sad. I'll bring you Dean and DeLuca coffee beans when the time comes. You keep talking about it. Okay, it's a deal. Oh sister. After this message, Han Yi did not reply again, and Zooyeru's input box was also stuck here. She first typed in Chinese, read it again and again, repeatedly pondered and considered, and finally deleted all the text and added another sentence in English. But after 7 or 8 minutes, the green vertical bar in the input box was still jumping, and Zooyeru couldn't make up her mind to click send. After a while, Zooyeru scratched her hair irritably and simply threw the phone aside and ignored it. She forgot to turn off the screen, and in the dim light, the line of English was clearly visible. "Back there in the car, were you serious?" Zooyeru leaned back and looked at the Hollywood Hills sign outside the floor-to-ceiling window. It was far away, but the light was brilliant. How did it become like this? "Ryan, I hope you can raise the price directly to $39.5 million. On the other side, Han Yi, who had finished washing up, sat back in front of the computer chair and sent a purchase instruction to Ryan O'Connor via WhatsApp. "I'm tired of the process of raising the price back and forth. This is an asset that must be acquired. I hope to confirm it before mid-March. Okay, I'll send your offer to Brandon." "Thank you, brother." It should be. Han Yi and Howard Shaw, who had never met before, had gone back and forth on the price 6 times. Shaw raised the price by 200,000, and Han Yi also responded with 200,000. But now, Han Yi, who has found the direction, does not have such good patience. He is very sure that he has a strong liking for this property, so he needs to get it done as soon as possible to get the reward as a startup capital for the next plan. After flipping through other messages and locking the door to prevent Park Ji-woo from accidentally breaking in, Han Yi opened the memo and carefully read the important information he received. Giving not only precedes receiving, but is also the reason for receiving. Only by giving can we receive. Han Yi, congratulations on unlocking the first gift in your new life. In this special experience, both you and the recipient received extremely strong positive feedback. As a reward, we will provide you with a non-cash reward related to interpersonal relationships. It can be vague or precise. In any language, describe the relationship you want to establish with a certain person or type of person. If it is a general description, we will assign a person who is closest to the description to establish a relationship with you. Please note that this reward can only allow you to establish a relationship with one person, but it will not always be in a direct way. We will make it happen as naturally as possible. If I want to have a father-son relationship with the current president, is that okay? I'm his father, and this can also help him solve the birth certificate problem. Any unrealistic description will waste this opportunity. This is the last warning. I've always wanted to ask. Han Yi was not in a hurry to use up the opportunity. I have searched a lot of similar situations recently. If I'm not wrong, can I call you system? All searches for similar situations lead to novels on Kiddie and Chinese network. Han Yi was stunned. You can give us any name. Okay. Then I want to ask, if you can upgrade, will there be a pop-up notification before the upgrade? Upgrade now, remind me later, or arrange for you to upgrade at 4 in the morning? The mobile phone screen was turned off directly. It seemed that they had no sense of humor. Han Yi curled his lips and opened the memo again. After sitting there and thinking for a long time, he carefully wrote a paragraph. I want to have a close and unbreakable contractual cooperation with a future superstar of the world music industry. There were too many names that could be thrown out in his mind, so Han Yi simply didn't do any subtraction and directly used a general description to let them help make a choice. All he needed was a starting piece. Han Yi was confident that anyone who would shine in the future would be pushed to new heights. As the period appeared on the screen, all the text about this reward in the memo gradually faded and disappeared. It should have taken effect. Han Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart was filled with a little more expectation. How would that superstar appear? Hello, Yi. There was a knock on the door, and Park Ji-woo's sly voice came from the living room. Are you jerking off? Yeah, to your mom. Han Yi unlocked the door and looked at his bad friend in front of him. What's up? Friendly reminder, tomorrow afternoon at 6 o'clock. Don't make any other plans. Come with me to Koreatown. Park Ji-woo rubbed his hands. This time it's a social gathering between USC and UCLA. Countless beauties are waiting for you to choose. It's very disrespectful to women, but it's very much like you. Ji-woo, I have a question for you. Han Yi learned how Koreans address each other, adding interjections after their names. He pointed at himself and asked seriously, do I look like someone who needs these? Yes. Park Ji-woo pointed to the bedroom behind Han Yi. If you don't need them, you wouldn't lock the door. For the second time in a week, Park Ji-woo enjoyed the treatment of being hit in the face by a door. It was already 5:30 the next day when Han Yi's bedroom door opened again. Let's go. Although he was mean, Han Yi knew that Park Ji-woo actually liked to get along with him. Park Ji-woo himself said that only when he was with Han Yi could he not put on the airs of a chaebol son. It's nice to look down on others, but if you look down on others all the time, your neck will only hurt. Since they became roommates for 2 years, they quarreled and belittled each other whenever they met, but their relationship was getting better and better. The reason why Park Ji-woo urged Han Yi to join their Korean students' dinner was to introduce him to a girlfriend. Except for Zoo Yeru, who was completely impossible, Han Yi didn't even have a female friend who often appeared around him. In Park Ji-woo's value system, this was really a big problem. But Han Yi used an extremely simple outfit to silently express his inner protest and unyielding. Okay. Looking at Han Yi, Park Ji-woo's expression was filled with an emotion called hate iron but not steel. Koreans regard appearance as more important than life. Han Yi's outfit has already doomed the outcome of tonight. However, he also knew that there was no need to persuade him out loud. Han Yi was the most stubborn person he had ever seen. No one else. Let's go. I'll drive. Park Ji-woo grabbed the Porsche key on the table. Let's go to K-Town. Koreatown, the most prosperous and noisy nightlife core area in Los Angeles. Nothing can better reflect the diligence and self-discipline of Asians than this 2.7 square miles of land. 32.2% of the population is Asian, and 21.2% is Korean, making it one of the safest areas in Los Angeles. In the crowded entertainment district of Koreatown, even in the early morning, you don't have to worry about your safety as much as in other places, because most of the people coming and going are model minorities in the United States. Of course, the spirit of making money at all costs is the core factor that lights up Koreatown. It is open 24 hours a day, all year round. If your store does not operate according to this standard, you are embarrassed to open a store in Koreatown. Korean-style nightclubs, karaoke, KTV, barbecue restaurants, beef bone soup restaurants, all kinds of nightlife that are common in Asia-Pacific cities, but rare in North America support Koreatown to stay awake all night. The intersection of 6th Street and South Alexandria Avenue, where Quarters Korean Barbecue Restaurant is located, can be called the central vitality area of Koreatown, and all entertainment activities are carried out within the range of 2 or 3 blocks. Diagonally opposite is the Wilshire Center, the busiest shopping mall in Koreatown, where high-end salons, Asian supermarkets and Coco Ichiban are all gathered. Directly to the south is the famous food distribution center, Alessandria Plaza, Yangdi Bone Soup, Sunung Soup, Chungju Hanai Pavilion serving army stew, spicy hot pot from Greater China, Vietnamese rice noodles, and perhaps the most authentic bubble milk tea in Los Angeles, all make gourmets linger. However, everyone knows that Korean barbecue is the first choice for opening nightlife. Janghyudong Baekjeong, which is located in Chapman Market with quarters, was once the traffic king of Koreatown. This chain barbecue restaurant opened by a Korean national host conquered the stomachs of Los Angeles with full portions and affordable prices. In recent years, the newly opened Quarters barbecue restaurant has emerged. The design of this store is more like a nightclub, younger and more fashionable. Although the food is full of Korean flavor, picky diners can always taste some subtle differences. According to Park Ji-woo, Quarters' cooking style is more inclined to the taste of the younger generation in Korea, although Han Yi doesn't know what the taste difference is between barbecue, cheese and kimchi soup. Not being able to tell the difference did not affect Han Yi's feasting. He was now sitting at a round table that could accommodate 12 people, concentrating on a bowl of sour and spicy kimchi soup. It was not a delicacy, but it was salty, spicy, and sour, just like drinking the soup base of sour beef. It was served with tofu, kimchi and pork belly, and even a few chili peppers. What else is there to complain about? Today was a regular gathering day for a group of Korean students who were good friends with Park Ji-woo. They would get together like this almost every half a month. Although he didn't care about the power dynamics between them, Han Yi, who had attended several gatherings, could also see some clues. Each gathering had at least 20 people, and at most 40 people. To exaggerate a little, like today, there were nearly 60 people from the two schools, occupying half of the seats in the Quarters barbecue restaurant. Among this group of party animals who drink soju like water, the girls are all fashionable girl group style hotties, plus 5 or 6 second generation chaebols who are slightly inferior to Park Ji-woo, and dozens of lackeys who are always smiling. This group of students from prestigious USC and UCLA have transplanted the entire hierarchy of Korean society to Los Angeles. Eat barbecue, have a drink at the bar, party at the nightclub, sober up at the soup shop, and finally buy a glass of iced American coffee to refresh yourself. Koreans are the least sleepy group in the world. They are also the noisiest group. The barbecue restaurant is playing Steve Aoki's Spotify selection playlist. The drums and bass lines of Delirious are noisy enough. There are also dozens of young people from the peninsula sitting around, laughing and clapping wildly, and using spitting to express exaggerated tones. Brothers I really can't drink anymore. After you drink this bomb wine, I'll let you rest for 2 minutes. Don't slack off, bastard. Han Yi respects the culture of every country. In some cultures, the noisy crowd at a dinner party can reflect the joy of the guests and hosts. This is also the case in his hometown. However, the decibels are so loud that it hurts the eardrums, which is too much. Han Yi could only lower his head to drink the soup, praying that the noise around him would be quieter, and thinking about what excuses he could find to escape the arrangement of going to the nightclub after dinner. Seeing that the bowl of soup was about to be finished, the Koreans around him actually shut up at the same time. If you have experienced the instantaneous transition from noisy to quiet, you will know that the hearing system that finally gets a rest will still have tinnitus for a while, and this is the most uncomfortable time. Han Yi frowned and raised his head, wanting to see what exactly subdued these devils. He was surprised to find that not only Park Ji-woo and his group of students were completely silent, but also the diners near the door all lowered their voices and looked towards the main door. Cho Yujin. Park Ji-woo opened his mouth wide, looking at the incomparable graceful outline, almost losing his voice. Dear classmates, please help me brush up on the reading. Thank you all. My child relies on this to get recommended. Chapter 20 Zhao Yaozhen. Is this a human? Wrong, let me say it again. Is there such a perfect person in the world? This was Han Yi's first impression of this Cho Yujin. He couldn't read minds, but he was sure that most people in the restaurant had the same idea, an impeccable face. When Han Yi used this word, he meant that it was real and complete, without any flaws. The arc at the end of the soul-stirring eyes, the distance between the small nose wings, and even the gloss on the surface of the plump lips, all seemed to be just right, as if calculated by AI. No, pictures generated by AI calculations would not be so lifelike and exquisite. She must have had plastic surgery. This is what everyone thinks when they see her. How can a naturally formed face look like this? She couldn't have had plastic surgery. This is also the conclusion everyone draws after careful observation. If there was a plastic surgeon who could make every part so natural, his door would have been broken by girls all over the world. In addition, her height is almost the same as Han Yi's, and her amazing curves can still be vaguely discerned, even though she is tightly wrapped in a Valentino dress. If Zhu Yiru is the embodiment of beauty in the world, then this Che Yujin is the ultimate fantasy in the virtual world. Across nationalities and races, everyone can feel her oppressive beauty like the heat of the sun. Who is she? Han Yi, who was indifferent to everything, finally became curious at this time. He touched Park Ji-woo's arm and asked in a low voice, not only because of her enchanting appearance, that was almost like a dream, but also because this was the first time Han Yi saw someone who could make Park Ji-woo lose his composure and show a little panic on his face. A sophomore at UCLA, the daughter of the head of the International Cooperation Corps of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, a high-ranking one. Han Yi smiled mischievously. She's specifically in charge of you? She's the head of a subordinate department of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, but she doesn't have any control over our family. Park Ji-woo shook his head, seemingly not caring about Han Yi's joke. That's not the point. The point is, she won't come to our party, and we haven't invited her. Then why is she here? There's only one possibility. One of us has pursued her, or harassed her, to a point she can't stand. Park Ji-woo shrank his shoulders, as if he recalled something terrible. Someone will soon die socially and disappear forever. The head of the International Cooperation Corps, Zhao Yang's. Han Yi flipped open his phone, and quickly found the official homepage of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office of South Korea. As the official homepage of the South Korean government, there is naturally a Chinese version. The last name is Zhao, so her name is Zhao Yaozhen. If a person's voice can be described by an object, then Zhao Yaozhen's voice must be a beautiful but sharp sword. At this time, she had walked to the table, where Han Yi was sitting, staring at him from top to bottom. U for Yashu, Zen for Zenzen. Han Yi opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Because, when he whispered just now, he used Chinese, and Zhao Yaozhen replied to him in Mandarin with a pure accent. Zhao Yaozhen did not pay any more attention to Han Yi, who was speechless for a while. She slightly tilted her head, with a faint smile, slowly switched back to Korean, and spoke to the tall, thin and handsome man who was the second to Park Ji-woo's left. He was hugging and whispering sweet nothings with his prey just now, but now he was pale, and sat there trembling, like a prisoner waiting for trial. Zhao Yaozhen spoke slowly, and there was no special emotion in his tone, but every word he said could cause exclamations from the table and other people nearby. Han Yi remembered his name, Jin Duan. Like Park Ji-woo, he is a student majoring in business administration at the Marshall School of Business at the University of Southern California. He is the one who has the most fun among this group of Korean international students. It is said that he even paid someone to take classes in school for him. As Zhao Yaozhen narrated without any emotion, the girls all moved their seats away from Kim Do-woon with disgusted expressions. The girl who was originally lingering with him, with a look of shame and anger on her face, trembling, grabbed her handbag and rushed out of the restaurant. As for the boys, some of them had expressionless faces, crossed their chests with their hands, and lowered their heads, wondering what they were thinking, while the others shook their heads and sighed, looking at their former companions with regretful eyes without any cultural barriers. What is she talking about? Han Yi felt itchy in his heart, because he couldn't eat this melon. A lot of things are hard to translate. Park Ji-woo scratched his head, looking embarrassed. It can be seen that it is not difficult to translate, but that it cannot be translated. To put it simply, he spread rumors about Zhao Yaozhen on the internet, and did very bad things to many girls, you know. Illegal, real illegal. I roughly understand. In the United States, there are only a few things that can be said to be really illegal when it comes to relationships between men and women. Any one of them is a felony under federal law. Han Yi has heard about this kind of thing a long time ago. In fact, Beta Omega Phi, a fraternity of mainly Asians and Indians at USC, was permanently closed because of similar illegal acts by fraternity members. Of course, even in fraternities that have not been closed, similar tragedies continue to occur. In such a country where alcohol, drugs and hormones are rampant without control, it is difficult for people with demons living deep in their souls to suppress their dirty thoughts. Zhao Yaozhen's calm statement ended with a dramatic action. She took out a stack of photos from Jimmy Zhao's white shoulder bag and threw them on Jin Duan's face. Zhao Yaozhen threw the photos away easily, as if she was throwing away a bag of light kitchen waste. But the sound of the photo paper touching her cheek was unusually crisp and loud. The subjects of the photos scattered on the ground were surprisingly consistent. It was obvious that the comatose woman with heavy mosaics added to her face and private parts in the later stage, and Jin Duan's extremely flushed and proud smile. They were all selfies. The boys almost gasped at the same time. 2 or 3 Korean girls at the same table even screamed in fear and then covered their mouths tightly, fearing that they would anger Lucifer beside them. The scene in the photo has completely exceeded the scope of what normal people can accept. Psycho is a word that popped up in the minds of everyone present. Seeing these photos, Jin Duan's face suddenly turned pale, and even the veins on his neck bulged. He smashed the wine glass on the iron table, stood up, raised his right arm, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he wanted to attack Zhao Yaozhen directly. The latter just stood there quietly and stared at him, without even dodging. After 2 or 3 seconds, the fist did not fall, and the other male companions pressed his shoulders. Jin Duan burst into a scream that sounded like a roar or a howl, then knelt down, like a desperate stray dog, and began to pick up photos all over the floor. In a flash, all the photos were held in his arms. Without talking to anyone, Jin Duan staggered out of the barbecue restaurant and ran away. Han Yi, who had stood up and prepared to stop Jin Duan at the moment he raised his fist, glanced at Park Ji-woo who had been sitting there. Just let him go like that? There is an extradition agreement between the United States and South Korea. Park Ji-woo shook his head with a wry smile, pulled Han Yi back to his seat, and whispered, "Where can he go? His father is just an ordinary beef merchant." Just now, Eugene said that Do-woon actually used these photos to show off to his friends on Kakao Talk. This guy threatened to make Zhao Eugene the #1 heroine in his photo album with his friends. I guess that friend also happens to have a good impression of Eugene, so he informed her of the situation and asked her to be more careful. As for how the photos were obtained, the Supreme Prosecutor's Office naturally has 10,000 ways to retrieve things on Kakao Talk. Do you think, even if Eugene lets him go, will her father? An idiot who can't see the situation clearly. Park Ji-woo raised his head and drank a glass of soju, cursing in a low voice in Korean. He just likes parties and girls' favors, which does not mean that he needs to use improper means to get them. Of course, Park Ji-woo, who is also a celebrity in Apgujeongdong, has no need to do such dirty things as Kim Do-woon. As long as Park Ji-woo is willing, he can make most of the girls present willingly accompany him to act out the scene in Kim Do-woon's photo. Park Ji-woo is ashamed of having a criminal in his circle of friends, and is also annoyed by the sudden end of today's party. After such a good show, who would have the heart to go to Gama across the street to continue the next round? Is this the prosecutor's daughter? Too scary. Han Yi looked at Zhao Yaozhen, who bowed slightly to the others present, as if to apologize for disturbing them, and gave her a thumbs up in his heart that was taller than the Wilshire building. Sister Sap, maybe it was Han Yi's undisguised approval, or maybe it was the subconscious reaction of standing up and trying to protect her just now. Zhao Yaozhen shifted her attention to him again. She quickly glanced at Han Yi's clothes, and then looked at the depressed Park Ji-woo thoughtfully. Stay away from these scums. Throwing out a warning in Chinese, Zhao Yaozhen turned around, and under the gaze of the audience, who were either awed or obsessed, she strode away and disappeared into the night. What did she say to you? This time, it was Park Ji-woo's turn to ask. She said, "Wish me a happy year of the monkey." Han Yi drank the ice water in front of him, put the 2 Lincolns on the table, stood up, and waved to Park Ji-woo. "I'm leaving first. I'm a little drunk." Park Ji-woo looked at the back of his friend who never drank alcohol and was silent. In the next few days, the depressed Park Ji-woo did not disturb her again, and Zhu Yiru was also overwhelmed by the heavy workload that exceeded the normal load. Ordinary USC students only need to complete 4 midterm exams at most, while Zioru had to complete 7. Therefore, during the last week of spring break, Han Yi lived the most peaceful life since he came to the new world. He attended classes on time, completed his papers on time, passed the exams smoothly, and in his spare time, he delivered tequila to Zhu Yiru, who was fuming in her apartment. Everything seemed to be as leisurely and ordinary as before his rebirth. Except that the car he used to deliver tequila changed from Cougar to Ferrari, and the Bel-Air mansion that had just been hammered down and was about to belong to him. On March 9th, after 3 days of serious thinking, Howard Shaw finally decided to give up the bid. There was no bloody drama of stealing a lover here, and Howard Shaw did not have to buy 864 Stradella Road. In fact, the Shaw family also had their eyes on 2 other properties in the Platinum Triangle as alternatives. It was normal for the bid to fail for a property. One was determined to win, and the other thought that the existing offer had exceeded his reasonable range. It was that simple. The world of the rich always has many choices, and there is no need to fight for a consumer product that can be replaced. After withdrawing from the bidding, Howard Shaw even sent a handwritten congratulatory letter to Han Yi through Brandon Williams, humbly and politely congratulating Han Yi on becoming the first owner of 864 Stradella Road, sincerely wishing him to enjoy life in Bel-Air, and hoping to meet in the same community one day. Even though he had never met Howard Shaw in person, Han Yi was full of goodwill towards Howard Shaw. This may be the core secret of the huge success of this capital tycoon who started from scratch with £10,000 of savings at the age of 25 and now manages a £1.6 billion fund. Make as many friends as possible, so that you will have as few enemies as possible. The words of the great man are true to me. In any case, in the end, Han Yi became the winner at a price of $39.5 million US. Of course, the total amount he needs to pay is even higher. Williams & Williams charges a 2% agency fee, and this fee alone will cost an additional $790,000 US. In addition, the property transfer tax of Los Angeles County and Beverly Hills City is 0.165% of the assessed value. Although the market transaction price is $39.5 million, it is amazing that the asset assessment price of 864 Stradella Road registered in Los Angeles County was only $20,770,312 in 2016. Just over half of the transaction price. This means that Han Yi saved $31,000 in property transfer tax. However, property transfer tax is not the main reason why buyers and sellers try every means to lower the assessment price. The assessment price of $20.77 million means that Han Yi only needs to pay $254,163 in property taxes this year, instead of the actual $477,198. In addition, Han Yi also needs to pay a series of insurance costs, such as title insurance, which allows buyers to receive compensation when there are defects in the title or the seller commits title fraud. There is also home insurance. If there is any natural disaster, damage to the house structure, or even if the homeowner slips and gets injured in the house, the nationwide insurance company selected by Han Yi will pay a certain percentage of the compensation. In the end, Han Yi needed to pay about $1.32 million for all the settlement fees, accounting for 3.3% of the transaction price, which is much lower than the average settlement fee of 5-6% in Los Angeles. But considering the high total price, the taxes and fees paid by Han Yi are enough to buy a 2-bedroom 2-bathroom apartment in West Hollywood in full, and there is still $400,000 left. The cost of using a top luxury house began to show from the first day. Fernando Gonzalez suggested that Han Yi pay a 20% down payment and then take out a loan from Chase Bank to purchase the property. Because of his exemplary tax behavior for several consecutive years, Han Yi's credit score is an incredible 842 points, which means that if he chooses a 30-year loan, the interest rate is only 2.36%. The money saved can be used to participate in Morgan Chase's investor fund that settles once a year, with a guaranteed return of 3.86%, which allows Han Yi to always have sufficient cash flow and a small surplus. If it were an ordinary person, he would naturally choose Fernando Gonzalez's approach without hesitation. Cash is king. Money in your own hands has more possibilities, especially when the investment yield is higher than the mortgage rate, but this is not within Han Yi's consideration. Time is tight. Han Yi can't spend 49 days waiting for Chase Bank to review and approve the mortgage before finally completing the consumption. Moreover, he doesn't know whether the reward for this consumption with only a 20% down payment will be only 20%. For him, who has a special mechanism and unique goals, paying the full amount as quickly as possible is the most important thing. There is enough money in the account, but the contract, review and transfer will take a week even at the fastest speed. However, after paying a deposit of $1 million, Han Yi has obtained the right to move into 864 Stradella in advance. On March 11th, Han Yi brought 2 bags and officially moved into this real peak mansion covering an area of 1 acre. There were not many things to begin with, just a change of clothes, a computer, books, and some miscellaneous gadgets, so there was some surplus in 2 boxes. Moreover, Han Yi did not give up the apartment at University Gateway. On the one hand, if he did so hastily, it would have a negative impact on Park Ji-woo, who signed the rental agreement at the same time. On the other hand, it is not a bad thing to have a place closer to the school where he can rest at any time. He has no shortage of this. Number 864 Stradella Road was originally delivered fully furnished, with furniture, electrical appliances, fitness equipment, and even art installations displayed everywhere. Han Yi thought that the experience of moving in with just a suitcase would be easy and pleasant, but when he really started to manage this property, he realized the tediousness involved. You need a property manager to manage all matters inside the property. On the first day Han Yi moved in, Brandon Williams explained to the young client who owned a luxury house for the first time, at least 3 housekeepers will be responsible for outdoor and indoor maintenance, and there will also be a laundry worker to handle your laundry. If you don't cook at home often, a chef and a kitchen helper will be enough, and it won't cost too much to have them come 15 or 20 days a month. As for water cleaning and house wiring structure inspections, it is enough to ask professionals to do the service regularly. Full-time staff are not needed. Security personnel are the top priority. At the beginning of the design, Mr. McLean prepared a hidden bedroom closest to the gate for them. 2 full-time security personnel, one to guard the property at all times and the other to accompany you when traveling, are very necessary in the current social environment. This is just the most basic staffing, Mr. Han. As needed, you can also hire a dedicated diet butler, fitness coach, dessert chef and bartender, depending on your personal preference. So, the approximate budget for all of this is about $1 million a year. Mr. Han, sitting on a lounge chair next to the infinity pool, Han Yi, who was enjoying the afternoon sun, patted his forehead, looking painful. There was no positive feedback, and the $1 million reward would never be received. Just spent it silently. And, it has to be spent once a year. What a sin. Thanks to, I love I, the little magic fairy in the magic fairy castle, wandering alone, the immortal king of minimum 000, maroon _city, Gangzi Pangwashang, Changsheng, Grey Fox for the rewards. Thank you very much. Chapter 21 Moving into Bel-Air. The first thing Hanze identified was the property manager, or if you want to sound like a pretentious British aristocrat, you can also call them the housekeeper. From basic maintenance to facility upgrades, from personnel management to annual evaluations, the property manager is the most core member of a private luxury estate. Brandon Williams recommended 6 candidates to Han Yi, and the one who was finally selected was the youngest one, Corey McIntosh from Brighton, England. Corey, 34, studied real estate and planning at the University of Reading. After graduating in 2004, Corey did not choose to work in the British Isles, but flew directly to Manhattan, New York, where the world's most luxurious real estate is concentrated, to start his career. At the famous 740 Park Avenue in New York, Corey McIntosh first worked as an apartment manager for 3 years. In 2007, by chance, Corey was asked to organize a well-received charity dinner for Stephen Schwarzman, the famous resident of 740 Park Avenue and the CEO of Blackstone Group. At the end of the night, Corey accepted Schwarzman's offer and became the deputy of the housekeeping team of the latter's Upper East Side property. During the 2 years he worked at Schwarzman's residence, the young Corey grew up quickly. He was responsible for the maintenance and repair, making this historical landmark that originally belonged to John Rockefeller Jr. glow with a new brilliance, which made Stephen Schwarzman appreciate him even more. In 2011, Schwarzman transferred Corey to his seaside mansion in Palm Beach, Florida, and promoted him to the property manager of the entire property. Unexpectedly, just 2 months after Corey took office, the Wall Street Journal published a long article criticizing the extremely wasteful use of water by the wealthy people who bought houses in Palm Beach during the severe drought in Florida. The average Palm Beach resident uses only 108,000 gallons of water per year, while Stephen Schwarzman's mansion uses a full 7.409 million gallons. This report embarrassed Stephen Schwarzman. In order to calm the public relations crisis, he had to announce the dismissal of the entire management team of the property, and Corey McIntosh, as the top leader, was the first to bear the brunt. Corey, who was at the peak of his career, lost his job due to a trumped-up charge. He returned to his hometown of Brighton for 6 months. It is said that he once seriously considered using his savings from working in the United States for 7 years to open a small seaside hotel in his hometown. But in the end, Corey, who had regained his spirit, chose to return to the United States. This time his destination was the City of Angels on the West Coast. Los Angeles tycoon Rick Caruso built an 8-story modern building at 8500 Burton Road, which has 2 business formats, ground floor shops and residential buildings. Corey McIntosh was their most favored candidate for residential property manager. Corey's work at 8500 Burton was still outstanding. He quickly made this new apartment a symbol of luxury for celebrities. There are only 87 full-scale 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments for rent here, and almost every one of them is occupied by foreign stars who need to travel frequently to Los Angeles, and internet celebrities whose income levels are rising rapidly. As of March 2016, 8500 Burton has achieved a 100% occupancy rate for 4 consecutive years, making Caruso both famous and wealthy. However, becoming the best apartment manager in Los Angeles is not the ultimate goal of Corey's career. Working for Stephen Schwarzman for 4 years opened his eyes. Corey hopes to continue working for the top class, starting from managing a top luxury property, and step by step becoming the asset director of a wealthy family or a multinational real estate group. But the property manager position of the top property in the Platinum Triangle is not easy to find. In the more than 1 year since Corey began to pay attention to job opportunities, most of the positions posted were properties below $10 million, and the salary and benefits were far less than his current job. After all, the real 0.01% have a service team that has been following them for more than a decade or even 1 or 2 generations. If Howard Shaw wins 864 Stradella Road, there is a high probability that there will be no positions posted here, and he will bring his trusted team of butlers from the UK. Not for anything else, just to avoid having to adjust to the living habits of strangers again. Every billionaire has his own uniqueness, which also means that they often have some living habits that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. Steve Jobs liked to use Apple's toilet to soak his feet in his early years. Richard Branson, the founder of Virgin Group, drinks 20 cups of tea every day. Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter, only eats 1 meal on weekdays and fasts all day on weekends. It takes a long and painful process to perfectly adapt to these seemingly small but very important details for the rich. The 2 words that the rich hate the most are long and painful. Fortunately, the person who won 864 Stradella was Han Yi. Han Yi liked the feeling Corey McIntosh gave him. Although the latter could only reach his shoulders, his humble, polite and unhurried temperament made him feel like a 6'4" giant. It seemed that with him, there was no problem that could not be solved. More importantly, Corey and Han-yi had very similar aesthetics and interests. They talked for nearly an hour and a half. From the street dances of 15th century France to the eating habits of Burgundy, and then back to some technological objects that should be added to the mansion itself. Han-yi felt like he was talking to a mirror from England, but it was not a mirror that obeyed orders, but a mirror that could reflect on itself. For Han-yi, having a modern property manager who could talk was much better than hiring a classical mansion butler with a huge gap in time. With an annual salary of $190,000 to finalize the property manager, the subsequent recruitment process was much easier with Corey's assistance. Corey McIntosh, who had insight into the boss's preferences, found applicants who were very different from the general impression of luxury house service staff. The 3 housekeepers were named by Corey as a gardener, a display designer, and a life consultant. Bobby Lewis, 57, is from Phoenix, Arizona. Before he was 49, he ran a small company that provided dessert-style garden design for residential buildings. In 2008, his wife died of breast cancer. Unwilling to stay in the sad place, he left Phoenix and went to Los Angeles, his wife's favorite city, to open a small flower shop next to Silver Lake Park. However, the operating costs in Los Angeles were much higher than those in Phoenix, and the old customers who relied on him for survival could not move to California with him. Naturally, the flower shop soon faced the fate of bankruptcy, and Bobby simply became a gardener working part-time in various gardening companies until today. Life is not fair to Bobby, but it has not affected his good temper at all. He is amiable and his smile is as bright as the sunshine in Los Angeles when he sees everyone. After spending a short time with this black uncle, even the deepest troubles can be dissipated. Han-yi is very relieved to let this old craftsman who has been dealing with flowers and plants all his life take care of the outdoor part of 864 Stradella Road. The display manager is mainly responsible for the cleaning of quiet areas such as bedrooms, study rooms, washrooms, bathrooms, and garages. This position was taken by Johanna Jansen, a 26-year-old girl from Rotterdam, the Netherlands. She prefers to be called JJ by her initials. Johanna's usual personality is as lively and energetic as her iconic red hair. She came to Los Angeles with a guitar, right after graduating from high school, to pursue her musical dream. 7 or 8 years have passed, and she has not signed a record contract, but she has done a lot of interesting jobs. Music therapist, royal yoga instructor, and even Khloe Kardashian's life assistant. Johanna works very hard and manages Khloe's life in an orderly manner, which has won the latter's trust, but she still chose to submit her resignation 2 months ago. It's more neurotic than me, I really can't stand it. Johanna said about the reason for resigning. It is said that Khloe once quarreled with Lama Rudham on the phone and almost split the bed in the master bedroom in half with a fire axe. No matter how amazing her personal experience is, Johanna is very trustworthy in terms of her professionalism. She combines different careers to form her own unique way to improve the quality of life. When Han-yi smelled the calming aura that Johanna combined with sandalwood, scented candles and scent diffusers, he immediately decided to hire her. Providing ingenuity to make life full of fun is more in line with his mind than rigidly keeping the space as it is. The last housekeeper, the life consultant, needs to be responsible for all the active areas in the room, including the living room, kitchen, gym and private theater, and provide corresponding services for each space. In order to make every visiting guest feel at home, Sophia Ortiz, a local who has worked as a waiter for 13 years, is the perfect choice. At Mastro's, a famous steakhouse on North Cannon Road, Sophia Ortiz is a popular waiter. Although she is no longer young, her charming face and service style that makes diners feel like spring breeze make her always rank among the top in the restaurant in terms of tips. However, as a single mother, Sophia hopes to spend more time with her 2 children, rather than accumulating tips by competing for working hours. A private butler in a luxury house who only needs to serve 1 person and has very generous salary and benefits is undoubtedly a position that fits her needs very well. Less than a day after arriving at 864 Stradella Road, Sophia built an exquisite snack table inside the private cinema. When watching a movie, there is no need to go to the kitchen to enjoy ready-made snacks and drinks. Sophia also recorded Han Yi's eating habits and preferences in detail. In the afternoon, she labeled every item she purchased and arranged them neatly in different categories. She was so careful that even the tableau was divided into Western and Chinese meals and placed into special cabinets so that every meal can be served with appropriate utensils for the Asian owner of this luxury house. Speaking of meal arrangements, we have to mention the two private chefs that Corey McIntosh found for Han Yi, head chef Felix Sorensen and sous chef Harold Hansen. It is not difficult to see from their last names that they are from Copenhagen, the center of European trendy food. What is even more surprising is that they once worked in the kitchen of the world's #1 restaurant Noma, working with the famous world-class star chef Lara Rizzito for 7 years. This restaurant, which has won countless stars, serves new Nordic cuisine using molecular cuisine as a cooking method, but this does not mean that Sorensen and Hansen have not studied other areas of food. Lara Rizzito encourages the chef team to explore the food culture of different countries and integrate and innovate it with traditional Nordic food. The two are most interested in East Asian and Southeast Asian cuisine. Felix even went to Lingnan to study for 8 months just to master the cooking techniques of Cantonese dim sum. During the first food tasting, Felix's truffle pork dumplings made Han Yi think he was back in the Bund, and the sous chef Harold Hansen's specialty made him praise it. A bowl of fragrant Japanese tsukmen, served with a unique spicy dish, is no less delicious than Sujitarelle, the most popular ramen restaurant in Los Angeles. This is a golden age of world cuisine fusion. Far Eastern chefs are studying European cooking attentively, while European gourmets are incorporating Asian delicacies into cooking teaching materials. It is not surprising to eat authentic hometown dishes made by Europeans. As for why they chose to leave Noma, they were tired of being confined in Copenhagen and making the same monotonous life for star-picking guests every day, changing a place of residence every 2 or 3 years until they have traveled all over the world they want to see, is Felix and Harold's life plan. They signed a 2-year private chef contract with Han Yi. After 2 years, they will leave Los Angeles and go to Bali to continue their vacation life. In terms of security, Han Yi asked Corey to hire 2 full-time employees from different channels. Fiam Dervishi, who is 6 feet 5 inches tall and 44 years old, is from Tirana, a historic city at the foot of Mount Dt. He was once a lieutenant colonel of the Albanian Special Operations Brigade and played full games in Kosovo, Macedonia and Afghanistan. After retiring in 2009, he came to the United States and was hired by 247 Private Security Company, where he has been working ever since. The other security guard, 5 feet 10 inches, 42 years old, Kyan Griffin, was born in the streets of Harlem and was a former core member of the gang Eastern Legion. It is said that he was once Suge Knight's personal bodyguard. He moved to Los Angeles 3 years ago and is a registered security guard of United Security Company. In fact, professional bodyguards hired from private security companies have full security and professionalism, but Han Yi still acted cautiously and selected 2 people who have nothing in common in terms of personality, background, language, and culture to work together to minimize potential risks. All members of the Stradella 864 operation team, including Corey, naturally could not be signed by Han Yi personally. At the suggestion of Fernando Gonzalez, Han Yi assigned Corey his first task as a property manager, which was to register a limited liability company called Han Limited in Beverly Hills, and put all the employees' contracts under the company's name. When Han Yi has more assets at his disposal and hires the first investment manager, Han Limited will truly become a family-owned investment entity that serves Han Yi personally. This is the prototype of a family office. As for the dedicated laundry worker, after thinking it over again and again, Han Yi decided to save the money. He didn't have many clothes to begin with, and now he was the only one living in the mansion. Han Yi was uncomfortable with letting other people handle his underwear. So, let's wait until there are more people. Han Yi picked up a piece of chicken covered with sauce and put it in Zhu Yiru's bowl. At noon on March 14th, The first meal at 864 Stradella Road was naturally to be enjoyed by the best friends. Come, try this. I'll go back to the island tonight. You're going to give me 3 cups of chicken now. Zuiru's tone was full of disdain, but her eyes had turned into a crescent. In the past, when catching a flight, especially when taking a cross-border flight, Zuiru would try to make herself as unkempt as possible. If she was lazy, she would not even wash her hair, just tie a ponytail, wear a pair of black framed glasses, and cover herself in a grey sportswear before boarding the plane. After all, even if it is a business class, it will be bumpy for more than 10 hours at an altitude of 10,000 feet. Even the most refined people will look embarrassed and hasty in the repeated sleep and wake up. It is better not to be unkempt and wash up properly when you get home. But today, Zuiru dressed up more carefully than the last time she went to Rodeo Drive. She was always quick to put on makeup, but this time she sat in front of the dressing table in her apartment for 2 hours and 40 minutes before adjusting her face in the mirror to a level that satisfied her. Comfort was also completely thrown aside and abandoned. Now she was wearing a beige short skirt from Hervé and a short black leather jacket from Yves Saint Laurent. The size 0 made her feel a little tight. The signs were too obvious, but Zuiru deliberately didn't think about the hidden meaning behind these actions. She needed more time to think about and sort out what had happened recently. The week-long spring break was a good opportunity. If a beautiful piece of music was about to be played, why not enjoy its prelude a little more? She was just an ordinary girl who wanted to enjoy lunch with her good friends. It was that simple. That's biased, Ziozu. Hanyi spread his hands and showed her the luxurious lunch prepared by Felix and Harold in front of him. The 100% handmade assorted sushi plate, starting with the vinegar rice, Thai-style stir-fried water spinach with Malachian, Indonesian beef satay skewers, Harold's own modified spicy cabbage stir-fried pork belly, and the Noma signature dish that Hanyi strongly requested to be reproduced, the brown crab cake, which is a cooking technique that learner at Zito learned in Tulum, Mexico, with a layer of fresh and sweet crab meat on a deep-fried flavored thin pancake. This lovely couple brought us an unparalleled lunch experience, didn't they? Hanyi said this in English, specifically for Felix and Harold. Yes. Thank you, it was delicious. Zuiru put her hands together and bowed slightly to the two of them. Felix and Harold, who were cleaning the kitchen, also smiled and returned the greeting in the same way. It's our pleasure. Zizi. This meal should be enough for you to last until Taipei. Hanyi added fresh wasabi to the condiment plate in front of Zuiru and picked up a piece of handmade sushi for her. They have already put soy sauce in it, but I didn't ask them to add mustard. You can add it yourself. The main reason is that we will be on the plane soon. I think it's not good to eat too spicy. Even when stir-frying pork belly, I asked them to put less hot sauce. Zuiru clasped her hands together without opening them. Her elbows were on the table, and the back of her hands were against her face. She looked at Hanyi, who was chattering, and her eyes were a little dazed. At this moment, they were sitting in the outdoor area of 864 Stradella on the same level as the open kitchen. Hanyi asked Corey to remove the sofa here and temporarily change it into an open-air dining area. Behind Hanyi was a black marble wall dozens of feet high, with digital flames flashing at the bottom. On the left side of Zuiru was the infinity pool, which made a crisp sound as the breeze hit the wall. On the right side was Sophia Ortiz, the private waiter who was carefully preparing Thai lemon tea for them. Behind her was a green lawn of 4,000 square feet, where Bobby Lewis was half crouching, checking the soil. Not to mention, Felix and Harold, who had just presented them with exquisite dishes, had won 4 Michelin 3-star awards in a row. Now they are Hanyi's private chefs. From childhood to adulthood, under the deliberate guidance of her parents, Zuiru had seen many wealthy people who were famous all over the island. After arriving in the United States, among the numerous suitors, there were also some lucky ones with power and money. But even so, at the age of 22, she could independently control $185 million in cash assets, buy a Bel-Air mansion worth $39.5 million, and easily throw hundreds of thousands of dollars to fill her wardrobe. Such jaw-dropping wealth was also the only one Zuiru had ever seen in her life. If what Hanyi said was true, then what kind of background did his family have? In this case, well, my mother. Shaking her head, Zuyuru threw away the thought that shouldn't have appeared. Just like she reminded herself just now, just enjoy the present moment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Bayhu Capital. After a long lunch until 3 p.m. and 2 cups of tea in the sunshine, it was time for Zuyuru to leave. EVA Air British Rail 011 flight from Los Angeles to Taipei will take off at 00:05 the next morning and arrive at Taoyuan Airport after 14 hours and 40 minutes of flight. Most international passengers across the Pacific prefer to choose this flight that flies at night and arrives during the day, which can help them adapt to the time difference on the other side of the ocean as quickly as possible. In theory, it is okay for Zuyuru to leave at 8 p.m. Even if there is a traffic jam for an hour or so, there is still plenty of time to board the plane. However, the two sides of the strait belong to the same lineage, and the family culture is no different. If someone returns from abroad without bringing gifts, or has no relatives asking them to help buy something, it will be a world of wonders. Zuyuru really wants to stay in Bel-Air for a while, but the long shopping list in her hand is hotter than a time bomb. She can only choose to leave at 4:30, hoping to avoid the surging crowds of spring break travelers. She would go home almost every holiday, and as long as she was still in Los Angeles, Hanyi would always offer to take her to the airport, but Zuyuru had never really let him walk in front of the Tom Bradley International Terminal. Zuyuru was a person who was very afraid of bothering her friends. She would rather drag several large suitcases and wait for a late taxi under the scorching sun than let Hanyi, who had nothing to do, take her a ride. Her mother taught her, since she was a child, that girls should never owe favors to others when they go out, because no one will give favors for nothing. The favors you receive will always be repaid in unexpected ways. But today, for the first time in her life, Zuyuru actually took the initiative to speak. "It's hard to get a taxi here, please take me a ride, yee." When the two drove the P1 out of West Sunset Boulevard and turned left onto the I-405 highway leading to the airport, it was already 5:03 p.m. Not only students on spring break, but also office workers who were getting off work gradually joined the endless river of cars. Arriving at the West Park Shopping Center in Culver City, the McLaren went from moving to crawling. However, Hanyi discovered that when driving this super sports car on the road, even if the traffic is congested, the space around is obviously much larger than when driving the Cougar. After all, on this highway, it is estimated that no one has enough insurance to compensate for this car. It took an hour and 20 minutes to get to Lax, but Zuyuru was not tired at all. She chirped like a bird along the way, sometimes bringing Hanyi Japanese sweets from Mingatang, and sometimes asking Hanyi to remember the Dean and DeLuca that she promised her in New York. Before getting off the car, Zuyuru took out a book from her backpack and handed it to Hanyi. "Here, a thank you gift for lending me that book." Hanyi took the book and glanced at it casually. An English novel, Confessions by Colleen Hoover. "You know I can't read novels." Hanyi scratched his head and laughed. "Especially this kind of love novel. You must read it. It's well written." Zuyuru glared, which was considered to convey the threatening message. With Hanyi's help, she took out a white Ramawa small suitcase from the hood of the P1. Fortunately, she was only going back for 7 days this time, so she didn't need to bring much. "Okay, let's go back." "Thank you." Walking to the gate of the Tom Bradley International Terminal, Zuyuru turned around and smiled. "See you in a week. Remember to tell me when you get to the lounge." Hanyi waved at her. "Don't forget the things I asked you to bring." "Okay, I'll send you a message." Zuyuru shook her phone. "I've written it down, don't worry." Back in the car, Hanyi breathed a sigh of relief and carefully placed the book Confession along the back of the co-pilot seat. He had no intention of opening it for the time being. Not only was the roundabout on the second floor only temporarily stopping for 10 minutes, but he also had another important matter in his mind. The $39.5 million for the purchase of the property has been fully transferred to Jonathan Adler and Joe Ingranoff, the developers of 864 Stradella Road, and the $1.32 million for settlement has also been paid. At this time, Han Yi's Chase private bank account still has $11,835,424.47 left. The last transfer message was sent to Han Yi's mobile phone via text message at 15:26 this afternoon. Now it is 18:34. Not only is there no text message, but there is no new text in the memo. Didn't this consumption generate any positive feedback? Not really. As if they heard Han Yi's inner thoughts. The next second, their new information appeared in the opened memo interface. In the presence of others, we will delay the time of award issuance to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Han Yi, congratulations on completing the first consumption of tens of millions of dollars in your new life. If a person finds his true self, he owns a mansion and can live there with dignity for the rest of his life. I hope that James Michener's words will inspire you. I hope that 864 Stradella Road can become your forward base and help you build a mansion for your career as soon as possible. Through humble learning and sharp thinking, you have discovered the driving role of private equity funds. In your career planning, it will play an indispensable role. This time, the gift will be distributed in the form of private equity funds. 1 minute later, you will receive a call from Parkway Capital. Stay natural and agree to his request for a meeting. More information will be revealed during your meeting. Remember that the funds rewarded by the private equity fund channel can only be used for investments related to career planning. Unauthorized use will result in the deduction of all rewards to date, and the amount exceeding the existing amount will appear in the form of liabilities. The rewards for career investment will be calculated based on the dual standards of personal emotional feedback and investment value return. A completely failed investment, even if it makes you happy, will not have any rewards in the end, and may even cause you to be punished. Personal emotional feedback will be calculated and rewarded in real time after the investment is completed. The return on investment value will be accumulated or deducted on the quarterly financial report date of the investment target in the real world. Good luck, Han Yi. Enjoy the fun of investment. 3, 2, 1. Don't stop believing. Hold on to the feeling. Hello, Mr. Han. I'm Douglas Le Pen, the Senior Managing Director of Parkway Capital. I hope you have just had a pleasant afternoon. I hope you have a pleasant afternoon, Mr. Le Pen. Excuse me, do you have time tomorrow morning? If it is convenient, I hope to bring a few colleagues to visit you. Mainly to discuss with you your $140 million investment that is about to expire. Oh my god. The mixed emotions of surprise and surprise, like a heavy drum beating in a secret room, echoed in Han Yi's heart all night. Even though Sophia thoughtfully offered him a cup of latte to refresh him, Han Yi, who had only slept for more than 2 hours, still had fatigue in his eyes. I hope we didn't disturb you too much, Mr. Han. Putting down the double espresso in his hand, Douglas Le Pen sat on the black Fendi sofa in the lounge area of 864 Stradella, observing Han Yi's state, and said with a smile, "A wonderful night. A sleepless night." Han Yi yawned uncontrollably, shook his head and laughed. "I think no matter how soft the mattress is, there is a painful running-in period. Ah, yes, I can never get used to the bed in my New York apartment. It is disinfected every month, but it still feels like it is crawling with bed bugs when I sleep on it." After the appropriate greetings, Douglas Le Pen quickly got to the point. "Mr. Han, please allow me to introduce my colleagues who came with me today, Vincent D. and Canan Liu. They are the 2 managing directors of Parkway Capital, California." Good guy, playing the national card this time. Han Yi complained in his heart, but on the surface he maintained a polite and decent smile, and nodded slightly to his 2 compatriots. "First of all, on behalf of Vincent, Canan and all the colleagues of Bohu Capital, I would like to thank you and your family for your trust and loyalty to us. Since our first cooperation in 2006, we have selected 6 high-quality private equity fund projects for you. The total value of the assets you entrusted Bohu to manage has reached $340 million. 2006. $340 million? How much money did they bury, and how long did they start burying it? Han Yi changed his sitting position, put his right hand on the armrest, and used a light tap to relieve the shock in his heart. He almost couldn't control his expression just now. $140 million is about to expire. This should be a special reward issued specifically for investment. $39.5 million in consumption should be converted into a return of about 3.5 times. Of course, because this money can only be used for investment, the evaluation criteria are more stringent, and the actual value is definitely not as good as the cash that can be used at will. And the other $200 million that are still within the agreed investment period. Does it mean that, if the investment is appropriate, he will unlock this money as the next business fund? Let's make a bolder guess. If the company he invested in can be run successfully, can this $200 million be regarded as just a starting point? In just half a day, Han Yi, who was still worried about the loss of the 40.82 million yuan he spent on buying a house, saw his total wealth surge to $525 million. So exciting. Of course, the $140 million has not really been put into the pocket, and the $200 million is a castle in the air that is far away. Han Yi must make some achievements in his own planned career to truly master this new wealth. At present, he only has $11.835 million in cash at his disposal. Thinking of this, Han Yi forced himself to cheer up and listen carefully to Douglas Le Pen's speech. On April 15, 2006, we opened a FOF with a fundraising target of $400 million. The Bohu Private Equity Investor Fund No. 3 registered an IVINE. The first round of fundraising of $191 million included $83.832 million invested in your name. The second and final round of fundraising ended on May 4, 2007, and attracted another $209 million in funds, successfully completing the goal. According to the fundraising instructions of the Investor Fund No. 3, the fund's investment cycle is 6 years and the exit cycle is 4 to 6 years. The exit cycle of the first batch of investors in 2006 was basically 4 years, including your investment. Therefore, we will repay the full investment amount for you on April 15th of this year, including the investment income generated within 10 years. Mr. Han, the total investment income of the Investor Fund No. 3 is 67%, which means that you can get $139.9 million in cash next month. We value valuable clients like you very much and hope that Bohu Capital can continue to bring you outstanding value that transcends times and cycles like Investor Fund No. 3. As soon as Douglas Le Pen finished speaking, Vincent D., who was in charge of front-end fundraising, took over the conversation. This year we are recruiting the last batch of investors for Investor Fund No. 8. We would like to invite you to continue to be a member of Parkview Capital's most exclusive customized financial plan. Listening quietly to Vincent's description of Investor Fund No. 8, Han Yi recalled in his mind the information he had collected last night about Parkview Capital and Investor Fund No. 3. Parkview Capital was founded in 1991 by Douglas Le Pen and two partners, James Reinhardt and Karen Jacoby, in the then rapidly developing Irvine area. Today, this capital management company has become one of the largest private equity fund managers on the West Coast, with 4 branches in Irvine, Hong Kong, London and Providence, Rhode Island, and the total amount of funds under management has reached $85 billion. Parkview Private Equity Investor Fund No. 3 is a FOF project regularly launched by Parkview Capital. FOF, or Fund of Funds, refers to a type of fund that specializes in investing in other private equity funds. This type of fund will not select high-quality projects in the primary market, but will choose to invest in other private equity funds with better performance. According to the information that Han Yi was able to collect, there are a total of 14 investors in the No. 3 Investor Fund. Due to the special nature of private equity funds, the identities of these 14 investors, including Han Yi himself, do not need to be disclosed to the public. However, according to the information on Bohu Capital's own official website, the investors of the No. 3 Investor Fund include government pensions, group pensions, insurance companies and donations received by universities. It is not difficult to guess that Han Yi should be one of the few individual investors in the private equity fund, and judging by the amount of investment, he should also be the largest individual investor. Therefore, it is not surprising that Douglas Le Pen would come to visit in person. Han Yi originally had $340 million in assets at Bohu Capital, accounting for 0.4% of the total assets under management. Individual clients of this level naturally need to be carefully maintained. In addition, whether it is a pension plan or an insurance company, they all have long-term cooperation agreements with Bohu Capital, and some cooperation plans even last for 35 years. After all, what these stable public capitals need most is a stable and unchanging source of income to support the effective operation of their welfare system. After obtaining the income, most of the investors of the number 3 investor fund will continue to invest in other projects of Bohu Capital in addition to retaining a portion for operation and consumer repayment. After all, a 67% return in 10 years can not only meet the needs of end customers, but also allow these public capitals to make a lot of money. Therefore, Han Yi became the only variable in the number 3 investor fund. Mr. Le Pen. Thinking of this, Han Yi interrupted Vincent's introduction. I understand that Bohu Capital has a joint investment project, right? Yes, Mr. Han. Vincent narrowed his eyes slightly, smiled and nodded, and there was nothing unusual on the surface. Another trust fund baby who is uneducated and wastes his parents' money. Bohu Capital does private equity, private credit, and infrastructure investment. Whether it is the primary market, the secondary market, or even direct credit, it is involved. Of course, Bohu Capital will also use the funds in its hands as leverage to leverage idle funds in the investment market and carry out a series of co-investment plans. To date, Bohu Capital has completed more than 240 co-investment projects. Every year, Bohu Capital has $2 billion of special funds for co-investment sectors. What do you think, Mr. Han? Douglas Le Pen spread his hands kindly. We are happy to hear your plan. I want to enter the entertainment industry, Mr. Le Pen. Han Yi got straight to the point. The $340 million in Bohu Capital is not all my funds. My family hopes to use the profits from our various long-term investment projects over the years in the next few years to quickly become an emerging force. The first step in our plan is to acquire or partially acquire an entertainment agency as a starting point for entering this field. Han Yi took the prepared information from Corey and handed it to Douglas Le Pen. United Artist Agency, Utah. My primary goal. Chapter 23 Utah. United Talent Agency was founded in the same year as Parkway Capital, in the turbulent year of 1991. However, Parkway Capital chose the booming Irvine, while United Talent Agency was established in the star-studded Beverly Hills. In January 1991, 3 famous Hollywood talent agents, Jim Berkus, Marty Boer and Peter Benedek, reached a consensus to merge their 2 companies, Leading Artists Agency and Boer-Benedek Agency. The new company had a simple and straightforward name, United Talent Agency. The 3 of them are all leaders in terms of both ability and connections. Jim Berkus is the acting agent of the Coen brothers, Barbara Streisand and Owen Wilson. Peter Benedek is the behind-the-scenes promoter of countless classic TV series such as The Sopranos and Law and Order, and Marty Boer is deeply involved in the preparation of popular movies such as Die Hard, Fantasy City and In the Line of Fire, and is the most trusted event agent of the Queen Mariah Carey. With the 3 forces combined, Utah's initial development can be said to be rapid. In 1996, United Artists Agency was called one of the 4 major agencies in Hollywood by The Hollywood Reporter. Entering the 21st century, Utah's achievements in the film and television field are even more brilliant. They have the most powerful comedy artist resources in the entire Hollywood, including Jim Carrey, Dave Chappelle, Ben Stiller, and a large number of phenomenal comedy writing teams. Of course, comprehensive superstars such as Angelina Jolie and Johnny Depp are also one of the key factors for film and television companies to favor Utah. In 2011, Utah moved to its new 252,000 square foot headquarters, Utah Plaza, on Civic Center Boulevard, and completed a series of acquisitions as part of its new decade plan, including the purchase of NS Bainstock, an agency specializing in TV news anchors, whose clients include Anderson Cooper, Bill O'Reilly and Megyn Kelly. In May 2014, Utah announced the establishment of Keyword Publishing to enter the book publishing market. In August 2015, Utah further acquired TAG, the world's largest independent music agency, and acquired well-known bands such as Muse, Paramore and the Black Keys. Now, Utah has grown from an agency with Hollywood as its main client to an industry giant spanning film and television, literature, music, news, brand management, gaming, esports, sports and other fields. It has 1,400 employees worldwide, an annual gross profit of $325 million and a net profit of $50 million. Considering that agency companies usually only get 10% of their clients' revenue, the total output value of the industry directly or indirectly leveraged by Utah is at least $5 billion. Mr. Le Pen, this is a company with very healthy financial conditions and a company that has been profitable for more than 10 years. Han Yi put down the coffee cup in his hand and said softly, "But it is not a company without troubles." On March 31st, 2015, 5 CAA agents collectively submitted their resignations and defected to Utah without informing Chairman of the Board Richard Lovett and Managing Director Brian Rudd in advance. Leaving CAA with them were their clients, Chris Pratt, Will Ferrell, Zach Galifianakis and Melissa McCarthy. Within a week, the total number of defecting agents reached 11. In the history of CAA, its reputation and client list have never suffered such a huge and intensive blow. Some people say that such a large-scale defection of agents is because they are dissatisfied with CAA Chief Financial Officer Jeff Berry's strict restrictions on agent compensation and commissions, which was originally one of CAA's biggest attractions. Others say that the defecting agents, led by Marty Rezek, accused CAA of not using the $241 million raised for further development of the company like its biggest competitor WME, but instead used it as a channel for senior executives to cash out and leave. You know, Mr. Le Pen, it's not just the $241 million in financing. CAA also borrowed another $610 million from various financial institutions, of which $399 million was used for member dividends. The vast majority of these members are managing directors on the board. I've heard of that. Douglas Le Pen replied, "This is very interesting information. Please continue, Mr. Han." CAA also fought back against the 11 agents, claiming that they received a total of $35 million in commissions in 2014 alone. Of course, the agents directly denied this, saying that the money they received was less than 1/3 of this figure. Whatever the truth is, CAA's prestige has been severely weakened by this public relations and personnel disaster. The entire Hollywood also called this incident Utah's midnight raid on CAA. The subsequent impact of the incident was so bad that even CAA's major shareholder, TPG Capital, which provided them with $241 million and $610 million in credit guarantees, called to inquire about the matter. In order to get revenge, CAA not only took the 11 defecting agents and Utah to court for violating the non-compete agreement, but also used almost all of its remaining funds to poach Utah's agents in the same way. In the past year, musicians, news anchors, actors, any Utah client that CAA could get in touch with, they have promised large sums of money. Yes, Mr. Han. Kanan Liu is the head of the investment analysis department of Parkview Capital. He has a very deep and precise control over the latest news in various industries. Although there has been no official announcement, the exact news I have received is that Johnny Depp has refused to renew his contract with Utah. In the past few years, he has been very dissatisfied with the movies arranged for him by Utah, and CAA has also shown enough sincerity. It is expected that he will officially sign with CAA when the contract expires in the second half of the year. It's these things. Han Yi gave an approving look, which has made Utah overwhelmed. Compared with WME and CAA, they are much weaker. In 2012, Silver Lake Capital acquired 31% of WME shares for $200 million and invested another $500 million in 2014, directly holding 51% of the shares. With these two funds and high valuations, WME raised $2.4 billion in acquisition funds in the market, directly swallowed up IMG, and became the undisputed king of the performing arts agency market with a valuation of $5.5 billion. SoftBank will invest in WME IMG next. Douglas Lebon added, $250 million. Mr. Sun mentioned it when we had lunch together last month. Hearing Douglas Lepen's straightforward narration without any boasting, Han Yi couldn't help but look at him twice more. So this is a world of top capital. The two heads of the group, who are located at the two ends of the world and seem to have no intersection, meet and get together as easily as neighbors living across the street inviting each other to their homes. After taking a sip of coffee and letting the bitter taste in his mouth slightly ease the indescribable complex emotions, Han Yi continued. Yes, look at CAA again. Although it doesn't have so much money and its ambitions are not so big, it still has at least $300 or $400 million in cash on hand that can be used at any time. As for Utah, it has not received any large investment since its establishment. The net profit of $50 million per year seems to be a lot, but more than half of it is divided up by senior partners as dividends. The funds that can really be used for mergers and acquisitions and investments will never add up to more than $100 million. That's why they even published a press release recently, saying that they would exchange 40% of their equity for cash investment. Mr. Han is right. Utah has commissioned Merita Investment Bank to look for investors. Facing Douglas Lepen's inquiring gaze, Canaan Liu gave an affirmative answer. The Merita mentioned by Canaan is an independent investment bank located in New York and a listed company on the New York Stock Exchange. It specializes in providing various financial consulting services and helps clients achieve their strategic goals through mergers and acquisitions, asset structure adjustments, corporate restructuring and other financing services. Merita, I see. Douglas Lepen made a brief calculation in his mind and then smiled. If I remember correctly, the total assets directly managed by Merita should not exceed $80 billion, and its own market value is about $3 billion. It is a slightly smaller negotiating opponent than Parkview Capital. Of course, such independent boutique investment banks have other advantages. It seems that you have done sufficient homework, Mr. Han. Turning his head, Douglas Lepen's expression showed a little more appreciation for the younger generation. On the one hand, he was a keen observer of industry dynamics, and on the other hand, he made accurate judgments on investment targets based on the overall market environment. Coupled with the $140 million in cash that Han Yi himself held, Douglas Lepen had more confidence in the plan that Han Yi was about to propose. Utah needs money, and it needs it urgently. We happen to have money, and the investment from Behu Capital can also help them further increase their valuations, thereby leveraging more funds for expansion. Han Yi looked at the three bigwigs in the capital circle sitting opposite him, and said seriously, my proposal is, gentlemen, we will create a joint investment fund together, with an exit cycle of 6 to 8 years and a single investment target. I can put all the $140 million exited by the number 3 investor fund into this fund. If Behu itself is interested in this investment, it can join in person. If it feels a bit reluctant, it can also turn it into a small-scale private equity fund, recruiting about 2 or 3 investors who can afford an investment amount of $50 million. According to my judgment, the final transaction price for 40% of the equity should not exceed $200 million. This separately established limited partnership company will be the acquisition entity, and the business team of Behu Capital will be the main negotiating force, right? Douglas Lepen is an extremely smart man, and he knows very well why Han Yi chose to set up a joint investment fund with them. To be honest, Han Yi already has $140 million in his hands. If he has some connections, the remaining $60 million can be directly supplemented by individual investors, and there is no need to use institutions like Behu Capital. More importantly, with $140 million in cash on hand, plus the physical assets that Han Yi has already purchased, he can leverage at least double the credit, so there is no need to worry about funding issues. Han Yi chose to continue to cooperate with Behu Capital for other reasons. What are the reasons? At the age of 22, it is not convenient for him to conduct business negotiations in person. The lack of past investment history and asset management experience will also prompt the negotiating opponent to intentionally increase the offer or even directly reject the investment invitation. The most important thing is that the establishment of a new and unknown rookie institution cannot make the investment target get a leap in valuation. What the invested party values is not just the idle funds in the investor's bank account. The latter's rich experience in business operations and financing rounds, as well as the diversified development opportunities brought by extensive personal connections, are often much more important than the investment money itself. In this way, the Asian boy in front of him and the family behind him have no other financial relationships in North America. Douglas Le Pen glanced at Han Yi with a smile, thinking to himself, easy to control and grasp. It can retain $140 million in funds. The plan proposed by Han Yi is itself a good direction to try. Even if the investment fails miserably and Utah closes down directly, Behu Capital will only lose tens of millions of dollars. Tens of millions of dollars are not enough for Le Pen's annual dividends from Behu. I still need to discuss it with the other two senior managing directors, but Mr. Han, Behu Capital has made many customized investment funds, and we will continue to move forward on this path in the future. Douglas Le Pen's words were considered to be a preliminary confirmation of the intention of cooperation. If we want to do this, in the next half month, we will set up a special limited partnership in Delaware. At that time, you can hold the controlling stake in the name of an individual or a limited liability company. If Behu invests independently, we will allocate shares according to the specific investment share. And if we introduce external investors for you, Behu will require 1% of the management shares. In either case, we will apply for the lifting of restrictions on Rule 506. 3C1 and 3C7 so that you can fully enjoy the exemptions enjoyed by all our main funds. Rule 506 and the other two clauses are restrictions imposed by the US Securities and Exchange Commission on private equity funds, such as prohibition of public promotion and marketing and prohibition of resale within 6 months after purchase. However, as a joint investment fund that is expected to have at most 2 or 3 investors, each of whom will inject at least $10 million, the limited partnership company co-founded by Han Yi and Behu Capital will be able to bypass most of the Securities and Exchange Commission registration restrictions stipulated in the Investment Company Act of 1940. Making the company's registration, review, and operation simpler and more direct. It's a pleasure to talk to you, Mr. Han. Douglas Le Pen stood up and extended his hand to Han Yi. Give us a few days, and if nothing unexpected happens, the acquisition of Utah will be able to move forward soon. Thank you. Han Yi felt the force coming from the edge of his palm, smiled and nodded to greet the 3 senior partners of Behu Capital. I sincerely hope that this will start a business adventure that both of us will never forget. Chapter 24 New York, New York. Reaching a basic consensus with Parkway Capital means that Han Yi no longer has to go to New York to visit private equity groups on Wall Street door to door as arranged by Jamal Miller. But after much deliberation, Han Yi finally decided to continue this trip to New York, not only because Delta Airlines transcontinental first-class cabin Delta One does not accept temporary refunds, but also because the Big Apple resting on the Atlantic coast is Han Yi's favorite city, no one else. From the types of books Han Yi often reads, and the music styles he most often enjoys in his spare time, it is not difficult to find that he is a person with a strong interest in history, culture, and customs. During the 5-hour and 15-minute flight from LAX to JFK, Han Yi has been reading Elizabeth Finn's Pulitzer Prize-winning history book Meeting in the Heart of the World, A History of the Mandan People, a non-literary history book about the Mandan people, a native tribe in North Dakota. Popular historical themes have long been familiar to Han Yi, and what Han Yi likes most now is this kind of work that describes marginal figures and populations in history. After reading this book, Han Yi brought another interesting book to his backpack in New York, Donald Miller's The Highest City, How Jazz Age Manhattan Gave Birth to Modern America. As for the music playing in the headphones, Cheyenne Zyron's classical music album Calling the Dawn is playing in sequence. This album won the Best Classical Mixed Music Album and Best Accompaniment Instrumental Arrangement awards at the 53rd Grammy Awards. This Chinese-American musician born in California, USA, has an amazing insight and expression of world music culture. The entire album is sung in 12 languages, including Swahili, Polish, Persian, Maori, and Chinese. The lyrics are adapted from classics of various countries, including the Pentateuch, the Bhagavad Gita, Japanese ancient poetry and the Tao Te Ching. The musical style is also a mixture of African vocal music, opera, medieval arias and Irish crying intonations. The musicians involved in the recording came from 6 continents, more than 200 people. This kind of music is simply Han Yi's favorite. He never thought that listening to this kind of album was superior, and he never revealed his love for this style in front of outsiders, lest narrow-minded people think he was pretending. Han Yi just felt that when you put on headphones and press the play button, you can listen to the chanting of the entire human civilization and appreciate the supreme splendor that this blue planet has nurtured for thousands of years. This is the most important mission to accomplish in creating and appreciating music. Of course, every kind of music has its own culture, from Gregorian chants in the Carolingian period to West Coast hip-hop in Compton, Los Angeles. Whether the lyrics are elegant or vulgar, the melody is fast or slow, and the instrumentation is simple or complex, they all represent the aesthetic interests and cultural trends of a specific group of people in a specific era. This is exactly why Han Yi has lived in Los Angeles for 4 years, but is crazy about New York. This is a melting pot of world culture. On the scale of time, New York has presented the world with the most grand and gorgeous performance in the past 100 years. At the end of the 19th century, Tin Pan Alley on 28th Street opened the curtain of popular music. The first musical in history, Black Devil, was staged in Noblo Gardens in Soho, allowing Broadway musicals to enter the stage of drama history. George Gershwin, Leonard Bernstein, Claude Schoenberg, Andrew Lloyd Webber, the greatest composers in the history of modern music, began to radiate their light and heat of the 20th century with Manhattan as the center. And this is just a small part of the New York Cultural Exhibition Hall. Appalachian folk music in Greenwich Village, big band jazz at Lincoln Center, disco in Tribeca, pop punk in downtown, East Coast hip hop in the Bronx. Of course, there is also abstract expressionism in the painting world. In the Harlan Renaissance of African Americans, 800 languages echo here, and 8.8 million souls are sublimated here. Walking on the streets of New York, you can see Bob Dylan carrying a guitar, humming like a rolling stone, and walking by with his head down. The next second, Jackson Pollock, covered in oil paint, roars at you and asks you where your eyes are. In this ever-changing era, New York is always at the center of the violent and unpredictable storm of history. Here, every turn of the second hand can freeze an exciting history. How can people not love it? This time when visiting New York, Han Yi deliberately chose the Mandarin Oriental Hotel at the Time Warner Center. Staying in the Park View Premier Suite here, you can not only overlook the magnificent view of the entire Central Park from the southwest corner, but also taste the delicacies of 2 Michelin 3-star restaurants without leaving home. North America's #1 French restaurant Paresi and #1 Japanese restaurant Masa, both Michelin 3-star restaurants, are on the 4th floor of the Time Warner Center. Paresi is on the south side and Masa is on the north side. You only need to take the elevator from the lobby on the 35th floor to the 4th floor, and through the hotel's exclusive passage, you can see the front desk reception of the 2 restaurants in about 3 or 4 minutes. This time, Han Yi made a reservation for Masa in advance, not only because Paresi had tried it twice when he traveled to New York in his previous life, but also because this French restaurant founded by national treasure chef Thomas Keller was originally designed to provide a dining experience for more than 2 people. Han Yi, who came to New York alone, was indeed a little embarrassed to eat alone at a round table for 3 or 4 hours. Masa, which he had not been to yet, naturally became the best choice. Sitting in a row in front of the sushi counter, even if you are dining alone, you will not feel too abrupt. Han Yi reserved Masa's $950 Cyprus counter experience. It sounds like it is very impressive, but in fact it is just waiting for the chef to feed you in front of the wooden sushi counter. The table seat does not matter at the time of arrival. You can make an appointment at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, or even 8 o'clock, but if you want to sit at the sushi counter, there are only 2 rounds of supply, 5 o'clock and 7:30, and you will arrive within 15 minutes and start eating at the same time. Han Yi, who had no special arrangements, chose a seat at 5 o'clock and arrived at the store 5 minutes in advance. He found that he was lucky today. The founder and chef Masashi Takayama is not here every day. In recent years, his apprentices have been in charge of the sushi counter more and more. But today, this thin and capable old man in a white sushi suit, with no hair on his head, was holding a small jar and studying the caviar that would be served to the diners today. However, what Han Yi did not expect was that Masashi Takayama's appearance was not the only surprise today. At 5:06, Han Yi, who was sitting on the far left of the sushi counter, finally welcomed his neighbor, an acquaintance that was not familiar. Miss Ao. Han Yi nodded to Zhao Yaozhen, who was handing a brown Max Mara coat to the waiter, and showed a friendly smile. Oh, hi. Zhao Yaozhen also recognized the Chinese boy from the Quarters barbecue restaurant a few days ago, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She greeted him lightly and said nothing more. On the one hand, she was born with this character. She was always silent and cold like ice when dealing with strangers. On the other hand, she really didn't know Han Yi's name. My name is Han Yi. Han Yi didn't extend his hand, but just gently pressed his chest with his right hand. He could see that the Korean girl in front of him had no interest in unnecessary physical contact. Han for Korea, Yi for I-Ching. Knowing that the other party was fluent in Chinese, he simply used his mother tongue to introduce the name. Hello. Not liking to communicate does not mean that there is no courtesy. Zhao Yaozhen smiled at this boy who made a good first impression and bowed slightly. Han Yi also responded with the same gesture and chose not to continue the conversation. Like him, Zhao Yaozhen also came alone. For a beauty of her level, there is no such thing as being alone. If she goes to the banquet alone, it only means that she hopes that no one will disturb her dining experience tonight. Then why should I do something that I can't read the air? A little bit of force is the simplest theory in interpersonal communication, but it is the most difficult practice to master. Noticing Han Yi's initiative to give up his space to be alone, Zhao Yaozhen's eyes couldn't help but soften a little. She didn't like to pick stars that much, and her love for food was definitely not as deep as Han Yi's. She always liked to be alone, and most of the time she ate alone. Because of the strict requirements on her figure, she basically didn't consume any carbohydrates, and rarely went to ordinary restaurants to eat. This time in New York, Zhao Yaozhen had ordered salads and water in the hotel for 2 days. Booking masa was entirely for the purpose of changing the taste with low-calorie food without being disturbed as much as possible. You can enjoy all the caviar with tuna cups, eat some sashimi, and choose to taste 2 or 3 pieces of sushi. For more things, you can only say sorry to Chef Gaoshin. Eating omakase and returning part of the food as it is indeed a disrespectful thing to the chef. But Zhao Yaozhen doesn't care. In fact, she rarely has, or foremost secular taboos. For example, the Wall Street investment banker who sat on her right and came to dine with his colleagues has been secretly looking at her, ready to make a move. If he thought that the lone Zhao Yaozhen could be his trophy tonight, then she wouldn't mind letting the whole restaurant see his embarrassment. Fortunately, this white man with an unusually delicate beard didn't bother her again, after trying to make himself look bad 2 or 3 times. Han Yi on the left was as quiet as death, making basically no sound except for the sound of chopsticks. When the sushi was served, he even took out his phone and checked Yelp. Zhao Yaozhen glanced in Han Yi's direction and almost broke down. This guy was actually choosing his lunch destination for tomorrow while eating dinner. Generally speaking, there are 2 types of people who choose to eat at the sushi counter. One type wants to have more time to communicate with the chef, to make the dining experience more personal, and the other type wants to sit in a row with their companions like this, with a close distance and intimate feeling. After all, the topics discussed and the effects achieved when sitting opposite each other and sitting shoulder to shoulder are not the same. But Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen did not belong to any of the above categories. The biggest reason they chose the sushi counter was that it was too conspicuous to sit alone at a table. Fortunately, the group of Instagram models who liked to communicate with Master Gaoshin were on the far right side of the sushi counter, far away from the 2 of them, and Gaoshin Masashi was not a conservative person. He had been immersed in Western society for many years and had seen too many strange diners. Have you ever seen someone who came to eat sushi and said that he was allergic to rice? So, after Zhao Yaozhen tasted the first two kinds of sushi and left the third sushi intact, Gaoshan knew her preference. Next, all the sushi for Zhao Yaozhen were replaced with sashimi of the same ingredients. If you suddenly want to eat vinegar rice later, I will just scoop you a bowl, okay? Faced with Gaoshan Masashi's amiable smile and kind teasing, Zhao Yaozhen also smiled indifferently. The diners didn't say anything, and the chef didn't say anything, but they were able to reach a tacit understanding through one or two small actions. Such a Michelin 3-star restaurant was more to Zhao Yaozhen's taste than those conventional Keiseki cuisine in Kyoto. The meal lasted more than 2 hours, and Han Yi was very happy. If I was not mistaken, Zhao Yaozhen should also be very happy. How did you judge? Zhao Yaozhen was hit by the cold wind of Chicago when he just entered the door. After drinking the last cup of hot tea, it had eased to the same temperature as the 54 degrees Fahrenheit outside the window. It was still a little cold, but not freezing. At 7:20, Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen checked out and left one after another. He was surprised to find that the girl could only enter the building on the exclusive passage of the hotel by swiping the room card, which meant that she also lived in Mandarin Oriental. Of course, he was even more surprised. The next day, Han Yi got up early and wanted to enjoy American pancakes in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel's famous Sajiat restaurant with the morning view of Central Park. Guess who's there? Hi, see you again. Han Yi grinned and greeted Zhao Yaozhen at the opposite table. Good morning. Zhao Yaozhen's lips curled up slightly, her words were concise, and her movements were neat. She finished the pancake in front of her in a few bites, waved to Han Yi, as if to say goodbye, and turned and walked away quickly. Is this embarrassing? Why do I keep running into her? Han Yi sighed, and fiddled with the shapeless pancake with his fork, thinking. Every time he saw Zhao Yaozhen, Han Yi would think of the fact that he was wandering alone in New York. The former's poor expression made this loneliness that could have been secretly enjoyed so blatantly displayed in front of others. In order not to run into her again, Han Yi deliberately slowed down his pace. He dawdled in the restaurant for an hour before slowly going upstairs. He took another half an hour to take a hot bath, and then went downstairs to hail a yellow taxi and drove towards the Metropolitan Museum of Art. After arriving at 1005th Avenue in the Upper East Side, the sky cleared up, and the breeze was just right. Han Yi bought a cup of hot latte from a roadside pretzel truck. It was bland but refreshing enough. Sitting in front of the long steps of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, he drank it all up while listening to the news on his phone, then turned inside, bought a ticket, and started the tour. This way, it won't happen, right? As a result, now this girl standing in front of the Washa Beauty figurine of the Egyptian princess Nani, thinking about something. Why is it her again? Exclamation mark. Chapter 25. Wandering in the museum. Let me make it clear first. He wanted to sneak away quietly, but Zhao Yaozhen's surprised eyes were already on him, so Han Yi had to raise his hands. I really didn't follow you. This sentence was said in Chinese, of course. If it was in English, the tourists coming and going would have subdued him on the spot. I know, Han Yi. The coincidences one after another made Zhao Yaozhen couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, she knew that Han Yi didn't deliberately follow her. In fact, Zhao Yaozhen was also embarrassed to run into the same person repeatedly. She did morning exercises in the gym of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel for an hour, and she deliberately slowed down her shower, taking half an hour to finish. Even if they deliberately avoided each other, they could still run into each other in the huge Manhattan. What else could it be but a coincidence? What's more, if Han Yi has any further ideas, Massa is his best opportunity. Do you know what this is? At this point, it would be impolite not to find a topic. In order to give visitors the best experience, the Metropolitan Museum of Art has a very fixed visiting route, including the Egyptian Pavilion, the American Pavilion, the Medieval Exhibition Area, the Modern Art Exhibition Area, the African/Oceania/America Pavilion, the Greek and Roman Pavilion, and the European Renaissance, the Industrial Revolution, the Middle East Pavilion, and the Asian Pavilion on the second floor. If the two do not deliberately walk in opposite directions, the probability of them meeting is very high, and it can even be said that they will walk side by side. If they take the opposite route to avoid each other, wouldn't that be more embarrassing? So Han Yi also calmed down. He was not a person who was afraid of socializing. The previous avoidance was just to avoid making the other party feel uncomfortable. Since Zhao Yaozhen took the initiative to bring up the topic, he would just accompany her to the end. I know, the artifacts of the third intermediate period, the burial objects of Princess Nani, unearthed in Thebes. Han Yi didn't look at the labels and blurted out the precise overview. He was really not pretending. Every time he came to New York, his favorite thing to do was to spend a whole day in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. The exhibits here looked as vast as the stars, but there were only a few that caught his eye. It's amazing, isn't it? You mean the craftsmanship? I mean, humans have actually felt that they are the center of the universe since such a long time ago, that their own death is a big deal, and that the whole world should disappear with it. Han Yi's eyes met Zhao Yaozhen's eyes, where he saw an indescribable complex emotion. Zhao Yaozhen's outfit today is very similar to what she wore at Massa last night. A white shirt and beige cardigan by Brunello Cucinelli, with a brown-grey cashmere coat by Loro Piana on the outside. Her fashion style is so consistent with the temperament of the Upper East Side that no one would doubt that she is old money whose ancestors have lived on Park Avenue for 4 generations. He has met Zhao Yaozhen many times, but every time he sees her, Han Yi can't help but admire her perfection. The more she looked at it, the more natural it seemed, and the more flawless it seemed. Compared to the Berenice second that was placed behind the two of them and carved on the pottery libation vessel, silently watching them, Zhao Yaozhen was more like a queen that the kingdom of God should worship. Such an exquisite and flawless oriental porcelain. Han Yi was sure that the artwork in front of him contained more than just a gorgeous shell that would break at the touch. For thousands of years, it has been like this, without any progress. Sighing faintly, Zhao Yaozhen walked forward along the moving line. Not entirely. In ancient Egyptian, there is no word with a similar meaning to death. In their view of life and death, life is infinite. When the body dies, your soul, or your cap, will be judged by Osiris, the god of the underworld, and enter the Yalu plane. There, everything that disappears with death will come back again, and live a happy life with you. Han Yi followed Zhao Yaozhen's steps, and looked at her profile. So, maybe those who want the world to disappear with him are not selfish, but want everyone to live a better life. Optimist. Hearing Han Yi's narration, Zhao Yaozhen looked at him with a smile, but his expression was stubborn and unwilling to agree. Have you read that Sebet? A debate between a man and his soul. The teachings in the Middle Kingdom? Yes, I have heard of it, but I haven't read it. Han Yi answered honestly. This man who lived a hard life complained to a part of his soul, his bay, why he didn't leave early and go directly to Yalu. The grand funeral and prosperity after death are the ultimate destination of mankind. And his soul told him that death cannot solve all problems. If the flesh disappears from the mortal world, then no matter rich or poor, all your inheritance will disappear. Zhao Yaozhen stood still, raised his head slightly, and looked at the temple of Denda surrounded by a 270-degree semicircular pool. This is a pharaoh temple built by Caesar Augustus in Lower Nubia in 10th BC, in order to better rule the land that once belonged to the ancient Egyptian kingdom, and was then under the jurisdiction of the Roman Empire. The history of the Temple of Denda unexpectedly fits with Zhao Yaozhen's description. You see, even the most optimistic ancient Egyptians about death deeply understood its horror. The pharaohs, queens, and princesses just wanted someone to accompany them to experience these horrors. People who enjoy too much wealth and glory in the world will become soft-boned. In the Egyptian Museum of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, even the greatest queen Hatshepsut, her statue has to be displayed together with 11 other statues that were reassembled from the funerary temple of Dir el-Bahri. Only the Temple of Denda, which was given to the United States by the Egyptian government as a thank you gift, can have its own independent exhibition room. This room, numbered Exhibition Hall 131, is extremely spectacular. The height of nearly 3 floors makes the 16-foot high Temple of Denda look very low at first glance. On the west side of the room, there is a completely transparent glass curtain wall. The lush and dense forests of Central Park are reflected on the water surface of the circular pool with an emerald color. On the morning of March 17th, New York City was clear and cloudless. The sun had just risen from the east and had not yet shone directly here. The clear blue sky cast a layer of holy and soft white light on the exhibition hall. Zhao Yaozhen stood gracefully in front of the earthen gate of the temple. Even the fine hairs on the tip of her nose were jumping with light spots. It's a very insightful theory. After hearing Zhao Yaozhen's words, Han Yi did not refute it. He is an incurable optimist. Even though he had experienced many hardships in his previous life, he did not give up his love for life. As for Zhao Yaozhen, judging from the words she revealed, she should be a soul that has been pessimistic to the bone. Debates between people have never played a role in changing other people's minds. Disputes between different ideas will only consolidate each other's inner positions. I really think that people who can convince others with words need to improve their minds and social experience. Since his own spirit is strong enough and he doesn't need to refute others to make himself feel good, why bother talking more? There is no absolute right or wrong in the world, especially in metaphysical things like this. Appreciating the other party's position, but sticking to one's own ideas is the cornerstone of good communication. This is Han Yi's way of dealing with the world. Are you studying history? Han Yi's gentle handling method made Zhao Yaozhen look at him with a higher opinion. There are two types of young men who talk to her. One type agrees with her every idea, hoping to win her favor through the consistency of attitude and position, commonly known as licking. The other type will try every means to raise opposing opinions, hoping to create a fierce confrontation, to leave a deep impression in Yaozhen's heart, also known as arguing. A conversation partner like Han Yi who knows how to advance and retreat, knows the limits, and has no ambitions is what Zhao Yaozhen dreams of. She walked down the steps of the Temple of Denda and asked her first personal question to Han Yi. No, I studied media and music industry. Double major. Han Yi threw the question back. What about you? Political science. When she heard about the music industry, Zhao Yaozhen's peach blossom eyes widened a little, exuding a bright look. Music industry, what does it feel like? What do you mean? Han Yi didn't quite understand. Studying this major. Zhao Yaozhen's tone was full of uncontrollable enthusiasm. What does it feel like to be trained as a professional in the music industry? I think it's a feeling of hope. Han Yi thought about it seriously and said, I'm learning every day how to become Baron Swedenborg. Baron Swedenborg? Zhao Yaozhen blinked in confusion, and for a moment she couldn't guess what Han Yi meant. Yes, a Dutch diplomat of the Holy Roman Empire. Sponsor of Mozart, Beethoven, and Haydn. Han Yi explained softly. When Mozart was spurned by the church, it was Baron Swedenborg who gave him the space to live and the stage to perform. Beethoven and Haydn also received his sponsorship many times. Baron Swedenborg not only provided bread for the musicians he loved, but also used his expertise in dealing with people to run around for them, striving for performance opportunities and higher popularity. You see, the music industry is such a subject. Learning how to become a person like Baron Swedenborg. Understand art, appreciate art, and promote art with all your strength. In my opinion, Baron Swedenborg is even more important than Mozart. Mozart only needs to create freely in his own world, and the one who shields him from the storm outside the door is Swedenborg, who may not have much talent and gift. At this time, the two had strolled to the center of the American Pavilion, the Charles Engelhood courtyard. Han Yi raised his arm and pointed to the neoclassical facade of the American branch embedded in the wall on the north side of the courtyard. This building was once located on Wall Street and was put into use in 1825. It is a symbol of the rise of the American financial industry. Charles Engelhood did not design this building. Not a single piece of cement or brick was laid by him. But he loved the art of architecture enough to donate a courtyard in the Metropolitan Museum of Art to permanently store these treasures of human civilization. This is the meaning of the music industry in my mind. I don't have the creative ability or production skills, but I can use here and here. Han Yi smiled and pointed to the inside pocket of his coat and his head, to help mankind hear the sounds that this era should have. It seems that you love music very much. Zhao Yaozen's eyes softened, and her smile became more brilliant and sincere. I love all cultures created by mankind. Music, movies, TV, fashion. Han Yi looked at the beautiful woman who was as tall as him and smiled. Don't you too? For me, it's mainly music. Zhao Yaozen was completely opened up by Han Yi. She hadn't spoken so much in a long time. I like this art form. Movies have many components, but music only has sound. It uses a single-dimensional experience to purify the purest emotions. I like this kind of cleanliness without any impurities. Then why don't you learn music? Family reasons. At this point, Zhao Yaozen suddenly switched to Chinese and asked softly, you should still remember it, right? I remember. Han Yi nodded without hesitation. The prosecutor's daughter. Yes, the prosecutor's daughter. Zhao Yaozen put her hands back in her coat pockets and sighed. The prosecutor's daughter cannot be heretical. Heretical. Han Yi chewed on the idiom Zhao Yaozen threw out. It seemed that her Chinese was better than he thought. I'm a little curious, why are your Chinese so good? When I was young, my family was very poor, and I was often bullied at school. In the United States, Zhao Yaozen has never mentioned her childhood to outsiders. Of course, no one can communicate with her as deeply as Han Yi for such a long time. In order to comfort me, my grandmother would tell me that we with the surname Zhao are descendants of the Chinese royal family. Yaozen, you should hold your head up, like a princess. Zhao, that's true. Han Yi asked, so do you have Chinese blood? I don't know, I shouldn't. Zhao Yaozen shook her head. I don't care much about this, but most of the Zhao surname in Korea can only be traced back to the 13th century, so there should be some connection. Grandma said that our family is a branch of the Beichuan Zhao family, but I have never seen a family tree. Before my father, our family had lived in North Jeolla province for more than 100 years. How could a royal family live there? Zhao Yaozen smiled self-deprecatingly, and I don't want to be like those people who always want to give themselves an emperor as an ancestor, as if this can make their failed life more glorious. So, because of what your grandmother said, you started to be interested in Chinese? That was the case at the beginning, but then I got addicted to it. Zhao Yaozen nodded. I especially like Chinese poetry, and many ancient books in our country also require learning Chinese to understand. There are really too few that belong to us. In the Asian Pavilion, there are collections from South Asia and Southeast Asia, and the innermost part is a whole Chinese exhibition area. From the pottery jars of the Banshan ruins in 2650 BC to the women's silk Xiangsum in 1932. From a small dish of Jun kiln porcelain bowls from the Yuan dynasty to the Medicine Master Sutra transformation picture that can only be accommodated on an entire wall. The Metropolitan Museum of Art even built a Sis-style garden for the Chinese exhibition area to better showcase the elegance of China for thousands of years. The exhibits on the Korean peninsula are just a small and inconspicuous part of the East Asian Hall. The more I see, the more I feel that we have been living in a huge shadow. Zhao Yaozen stared at the smoke temple bell picture painted by An Jian in front of him. From the painting techniques, the artistic conception of the work to the Buddhist temple looming in the mountains and rivers, there is no trace of Korean culture. History can be whitewashed, but it will never lie. Do I sound like someone who hates his country? On the contrary, I think you love your country very much. I can feel it. Han Yi took a step forward and stood side by side with Zhao Yaozen. I think true love should be the emotion that cannot be abandoned after recognizing its flaws and shortcomings. Those who weave beautiful dreams for themselves just like the refreshing feeling of looking down on the world. Once they are faced with the most real filth, they may collapse in less than a second. And you? I think you really love this land. Han Yi pointed to the ink-stained green mountains and rivers of the peninsula and said, no matter where you are born, you should love the land under your feet, right? After all, it was your ancestors who opened up this land. This kind of love has nothing to do with history, culture, customs, and society. It is purely a person's acceptance and recognition of himself. A person who wants to discard even his natural skin is destined to be pathetic. I see. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart, but when Han Yi said it, Zhao Yaozen's expression was still a little more relieved. Thank you. Zhao Yaozen thanked him sincerely. She has traveled to China many times and talked about her hometown with people from different places. They always like Korean dramas, but they all sneer at the so-called history of the peninsula. Han Yi's neutrality and peace are the attitude she really wants to see. In the hearts of this follower of Chinese culture, the place that has been called the Celestial Empire by the residents of the peninsula since ancient times should be inhabited by a group of gentlemen who are as broad-minded as their mountains and rivers, not narrow-minded or extreme, and as warm as spring water. Han Yi finally satisfied her fantasy. What's there to thank me for? Han Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. I live in USC, and it's impossible for me to go to the Chinese area every day. I've been relying on Korean food for the past few years, such as tofu pot and kimchi soup. I'll treat you. Zhao Yaozhen leaned forward and looked at Han Yi. There was finally a hint of cuteness in her smile. Who comes to New York and eats BCD? Han Yi shook his head with a sad face. This kid has never eaten good food. I'll take you somewhere. I personally like the feeling of this chapter very much. I hope you do too. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.